All right, we are streaming. Let's see if we can open up the live stream and see that we're connecting. We're going to see, of course, if we're registering at all on the OBS. So far, it seems that we've got an excellent connection. With that, I'm going to go to the YouTube channel and see if that matches up. We might hear myself. And that we're connecting. There we are. We hear myself. Everybody hit that upvote immediately. Again, everybody hit that upvote immediately. And it's what keeps us on bandwidth. Just put it that way. It's kind of like clocking into work. You check in to listen, you hit that upvote. I mean, would you forget to clock in if you were going to work? Hardly. So understand this much. When you check in to listen, you hit that upvote. All right, we are registering with YouTube, and they've sent me the notification thereof. We now go to infinite call. Okay, we start the audio call and hope somebody responds. And with that, by the way, not many people clock into work anymore in any conventional sense, of course. Anyone who does, you're in a extraordinarily rarefied situation at this point, probably. And so, dear Aristides has answered, dear man, how are we? Yes?
Hello.
Okay.
I'm all right, and I'm well enough to hit that upvote, which I think you saw.
Excellent. Oh, goddess bless you. And you're registering on the OBS, even better.
Great.
Yes. Okay.
As everyone should hit that upvote. So
Thank you.
do that immediately.
Yes. Also, we have an extraordinarily complicated series of footnotes today. In other words, we've seen it before, but this time there's multiple, shall we say, we've seen it before with one or two footnotes. Every once in a while we'll reach three, meaning that we have the asterisks, which guide people to the second layer of footnotes within the text, followed by, in this case, a double dagger footnote, which takes them to a third set of footnotes, because there were basically four footnotes in this tonight's title, and one of them is
double dagger. Maybe didn't come across as a double dagger.
Well, it's a single dagger in the title, but the single dagger takes the fourth footnote down to the text, but you can't use the single dagger after that. You have to use the double dagger for the secondary footnotes after the text, after the main body of text. Does that make sense? Sorry about that. Oh my god. Sorry about that.
I'm not seeing the title. I see critical emissions, and then it looks like a sun.
Yeah. Actually, this title stands out because it has the moon, the earth, and the sun in the title. Yes, so it's if you take a look at that, everyone should see, hopefully, the grid Earth, because I didn't want to do one of the hemispheres because I wanted to emphasize it's the whole planet. For those of you who don't know, the emojis have three hemispheres. So each time you choose an emoji, you're actually making a statement, whether you're aware of it or not. And depending on what it is I'm trying to say, I will choose a particular hemisphere. But in this case, I wanted to emphasize a truly global perspective. So it's the moon month, World Religion Day, and of course it's Sunday. So we have the moon, the earth, and the sun, and we have four footnotes in the title. After I run out of three asterisks, then I hit the dagger footnote, or the obelisk, and it takes us down to the double dagger footnote in the text. You have to go past the original set of asterisks and single dagger footnotes to get there. Okay,
well, the point is hit the read more and read the text.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aristides is the bad. Aristides is that. Listen to him. And shout out to Vicky
Not
Johnson.
Not overcomplicated. Read the whole description. Right?
Yes. Yeah. And love Vicky Johnson. She's with us. And so let me respond to her, dear Aristides, while you take the stage.
All right. Well, let's this time start. Leave footnotes and double daggers for a minute, and remind everyone Douglas does this and operates this with the help of your contributions, and we're going to put the link there in the live chat. You it makes it very convenient, but you do not and should not need the link to donate. You can always just saunter your way over to PayPal somehow and look for Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word on there. That'll get you right to him. He has got that as part of the little text that he always puts on the front thumbnail of the program. There, paypal.me or PayPal, however you pay, paypal.com. It's all the same PayPal. Douglas D. Dietrich gets you there, or the link in the live chat gets you there. And once you're there, hopefully you have PayPal and you can log in. We still maybe offline need to work on that, generating an instant pay link that you can post where people don't have to log in. Should work on that. You would have to generate that though.
Oh God, you'd have to teach me.
Yeah,
We'd have to...
yeah. Well, that's what I say. We'll handle that later. So yeah, I would keep telling people that, oh, you don't have to have an account to do it. But I think it's only true if you generate the direct link for that and not go to just the main profile. Anyway, so hopefully you have a PayPal, and if you do, we hope very much you will send Douglas what you can afford one time, or a recurring payment if possible. That is possible to set up there, maybe once a month or every time you get paid. And he needs this. This is his official job, as recognized by his state. Even though he does get benefits, they're not, they don't just pay him to sit around. This is his legitimate income that he needs to earn in order to keep going. And doing things like eating and drinking non-poisonous beverages, and such, that keeps him here and keeps him bringing you fascinating historical facts and tantalizing political discourse. And whatever brings you here, it's worth a little bit of money, as well as your time. So please try to get over to PayPal as soon as you can. So that being said, yep, definitely hit the upvote. Basically, at some point, you will have to be logged into YouTube. So either do that, make sure you are logged in. If you've never logged in, you can do that with a Gmail. So that is an easy way. You should be able to negotiate that. If you don't want to make a YouTube account or a Gmail, well then, send extra money then. Right.
Yes,
but
right.
if you can't contribute, then distribute. And even if you don't log in, you could grab the link out of the browser bar, or presumably still hit the share button down underneath. That will generate a link. Plus, YouTube will see that. YouTube will see your thumbs up. That's just not so you can say yay. That also tells the algorithm to keep Douglas up in search results and up in suggested content, because there are those pathetic people who do hit the downvote. It is not shown by YouTube, but that does the opposite of that in the algorithm. So hit the upvote, share, hit the rest of the buttons, not the downvote. Save it to a favorites. You can take a 1-minute clip if you see the clip thing, depending on your device. In replay, and the link will work for both the live and the replay, the regular YouTube video afterwards. You can hit that clip button. You can take a clip even out of the live or the replay. During the replay, you can, at least with the PC, you can right click. That's the button you don't normally click with. It's the other one. And generate a link with a timestamp that brings a person right to that time that something fascinating or entertaining is being said. If you want to direct them right to that, that is possible. Also, once the replay is available, comments will be enabled below the window. They are not right now. Only the live chat is now, and the live chat will also replay, usually depending on your device. But it's different. The comments underneath will be turned on, and Douglas will put a comment there, hopefully be able to pin it with his crucial information. And please upvote that for similar reasons, including if it gets downvoted, not upvoted, it may get disappeared by YouTube, because all they care about is popularity and clicks and likes and whatnot, and selling advertising where possible. So although Douglas is not monetized on YouTube, good thing. send the
Yes.
money to PayPal.
Yes.
So yeah, also feel free to like any other positive comments, leave a comment of your own about the topics, about your mood, about about today's world, about something random happening in your life. Who cares? If you leave a comment, that'll help the algorithm probably tremendously. So please consider doing that. Not too many people do that. Don't be shy. So yes, you have to be logged into YouTube to do these things. Once you are logged in, you can access your account through a little icon up in the corner. You can make a little cute avatar picture. You can make sub-channels under your account. Normally people use them for publishing this or that, different types of content, kind of partitioning them. But the cool thing is they can each do their own separate upvoting. So you as one person can vote more than once. If only it was like that in the real world, but it is here. So vote for Douglas more than once. I think if you have separate Gmails, also a lot of people have more than one.
That's
could switch
correct.
between them. Yeah.
Yes.
You could switch logins with them, or underneath one of them, you can create separate channels. I only use one Gmail, but then underneath that, I've made a channel and whatnot. So either way, as many ways as you can log in or make channels or switch, you can hit that many upvotes. So please consider doing all that. And we covered the footnotes there in detail, and I think that's about it. Okay, and then underneath your little account menu there, yeah, you can see a switch account as described, and also make sure restricted mode is off, just in case, because YouTube sometimes just in an automated scan, they'll say, oh, adult words are said or something like that, or something on the front picture is naughty, and they will label it age restricted, and if somehow that is on accidentally or for whatever other reason, then you will no longer be able to take in such content. So presuming you're an adult, please hit that. If you're not, we won't tell, but please see the aforementioned comments about PayPal, and use your parent or guardian's account to send money there. It's okay. We said it's okay, but we have no authority over your life. So, if you're close enough to 18, and by the time we'll call it okay. I wouldn't do it if you're like 11. But close enough. We don't care. Just support, share, send money. Consider you an emancipated minor. That's it. if your parents lack that judgment, we'll don't worry. We'll take care of you. So I don't know. Not too heavy on jokes tonight at the moment.
Oh well, you're still very witty. Yeah, I'm
Ryan.
Yeah, I'm very impressed. One thing to correct only, and that is the fact that you said my state recognizes my disability. No, it's the feds. It's federal.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's a federal program. Just so people understand.
I know.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All
It's an
right,
important
all right,
distinction. Very important distinction.
Okay.
Yeah, just so people understand it. California is very rich and wealthy, but believe me, California still only really aids and abets these federal programs. But such having been said, yeah, just so people know, a state does not decide your disability. It is purely a federal process, but it seems to go through the state because you are required to apply within whichever state that you're in. But when you're applying within that state, you're not applying through the state. You're applying through the feds, but it's in. Oftentimes, you will go to a state building for state programs that are supplemental or subsidiary to a federal program. But when it comes to disability, the feds will not allow singular states to decide disability. And just so people know the full story here, the program that I'm on is known as the 250% Working Disabled Program, or WDP. And the 250% Working Disabled Program is an incredibly complicated system that you've almost certainly never heard of, because almost certainly no one gets through it. And the only reason I got through it was because I used to work for the federal government. This doesn't imply any form of corruption. It simply exposes the fact that very few people are trained in the bureaucratic process to the degree that they could accomplish what I did, and that's intentional so that they don't succeed in accomplishing what I did. Now, what I accomplished then allows me to work for a living. In fact, I am required by law, by federal law, as I've said before, to work for a living, or I'm in serious violation of federal law, meaning I would go straight to a federal penitentiary were I to stop working. So theoretically, I was supposed to stop working at the age of 65, which I haven't reached and will not reach for half a decade yet. But somebody at Kaiser the other day told me their understanding was that under Trump, they took that away, and I'm supposed to work until I die, which is which is like,
well, the rate things are going, that might not be an issue.
That's touche. Yes. By the way, perfect rejoinder. There are other people on this program. And exactly as our man Aristides said, while that doesn't threaten me in any particular way, with other people, yeah, their arcs of narrative are going to be incredibly foreshortened by mitigating circumstances that Trump is also impacting. And by the way, this doesn't mean the woman at Kaiser was correct. It just means that was her understanding, which could be completely a miscommunication. I've yet to follow up on this. As a matter of fact, my idea of following up is to just keep working until I'm 65, and then I'll fucking find out. I'll find out at that time.
We'll all be lucky to get there.
Yes.
Yep.
And shall we say, the other thing to emphasize to people is that there's a disambiguation here, just so people understand, between SSDI, which is what 250% working disabled program, a WDP, is a part of. It's a part of SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, and not Social Security as you understand it, or as the average person understands it, which means all the money returning to me is my own money. I paid into it all my life through taxes, which I paid far more than any of you have ever paid, guaranteed, than anyone, including multi-billionaires, proportionately have ever paid in their lives.
Even on money you didn't even make.
Yeah, money I didn't even make. Yes, our man Aristides is exhaustively familiar. He's heard this all too many times. But just for new people to understand, yes, what happened was that when I took care of my parents for 11 years, I was recognized for 24-hour-a-day care provision for 2 care recipients, meaning I was working on paper and in cyberspace. I was recognized as working 48 hours a day, nonstop, one single person, for 11 years. Because I was part of a very large healthcare workers union, the Local 250 SEIU, and this is a union that forces me to pay dividends and dues as well. So I had to pay dues to be part of this union, to be recognized as a care provider. But because I was working 48 hours a day, it was impossible for any human being to replace me so that I could take a vacation. So as a result, nobody could ever replace me, and I worked without a vacation for 11 years, as I did throughout the first 2 careers of my life, both with the federal government and with my private mercenary contracts that I later took for a decade. I never experienced a vacation in my life. And believe me, tours of duty, even under private contract in foreign nations, are not any form of vacation when you're under fire. As Aristides said, there's different levels of excitement, and Aristides gave us the war definition in our latest episode preceding tonight's, which was, as Aristides can describe, interminable periods of boredom interlaced or juxtaposed. How did you phrase it? Juxtaposed with incidents of sheer unrelenting, unremitting terror.
I don't know. I'm trying to remember.
Well, it's on record, and you did well,
Okay.
as always. At any rate, Holly, don't retract your messages. Oh my God, there's Holly McDessie, or McDetchy 375 says, "Hi from Key Largo. Another question." Oh, anyhow, she says, "Any knowledge of Canal, Winchester, Ohio? I'll be hanging out there." Oh my God, Aristides. We'll turn to our man. He's
What?
the answer
that?
man.
As
Well,
far as what?
well, first I'll answer what Douglas Marks asked. Douglas Marks asked, "Another question, are those AK-47's guns in your picture? And why the X?" Okay. Thank you for asking, Douglas Marks. Those are crossed AK-47s. You are very astute. He sees only half the photograph. Obviously, the image is, in this case, a photograph. This is actually a stencil that's done over cracked styrofoam, and but it looks very much like it's done on a concrete wall, which is an art project of the Blood Boys, and I integrated it into my illustration tonight because it's Gun Appreciation Day, which I am sure the irony should not escape anyone, and I would love to hear Aristides' own take on it. This is an incredible confluence of days that we have. For those of you who don't know, World Religion Day is a product of the Baha'i faith, which I became intimately familiar with through the Grand Madame Judith Ager, our volcano-crowned princess from Hawaii that people might remember from long ago, well before Aristides' time. But what I could say is that Judith Ager was a member of the Baha'i faith, a believer in the Baha'i, a messianic figure of more recent vintage than the Buddha or Mohammed. And the Baha'i integrated a multiplicity of faiths to create a global religion. And the Baha'i faith was a really big deal at the time that Judith Ager became a part of it. It was a hippie religion. It was, they used to have commercials on TV. One planet, one people was their slogan. I don't know if that still is, but they basically only have like one temple on each continent. And aside from that, they do have houses of worship that I think might be called churches or analogous to churches, but they only have one main temple on each continent. So there's only like they don't have one on Antarctica. I know that. So they only have like what, six? I think there's five major continents as recognized. Which I've always argued with because that the definition of continent is very stupid, and I think it needs to be redefined. But nevertheless, they going by the old classical, or shall we say, primitive definition. There's about 5 or 6 continents, and so all that being said, World Religion Day happens on the third Sunday of January. So it happens to be the third Sunday coincident with MLK Day weekend, MLK Day being on Monday, which happens to coincide this year because MLK Day itself changes annually. It coincides this year with Gun Appreciation Day. So, since I can't really put myself in blackface to look like Martin Luther King without being incredibly offensive, I illustrated myself instead and didn't bother with a photograph, but instead put in the guns into the illustration of myself, along with the project from the Blood Boys that showed the cross AK-47, which was actually inspired by a novel by an author I don't even like, Harry Turtledove, who wrote the book Guns of the South, in which a man goes back in time and provides the Confederacy with AK-47s. Which, so it's actually a Confederate flag that is superimposed within the crossed AK-47s, and they are crossed to simulate the St. Andrew's Cross of the Confederate States of America, or rather their war flag. For those of you who don't know, that flag of the Confederate States of America is not a national flag. That's their battle flag. Their national flag has a white background to indicate white supremacy, which is why there's a white background on the cross styrofoam. This was done, of course, as a ironic statement by the Blood Boys on Gun Appreciation Day, but it could be taken as quite elegiac, and that would be a positive. Okay, all such being said, Pixie Princess Star Fox has also joined us. Love you dearly, honey. So, that being said, we turn it over to Aristides. 2 questions. One is, what do you think of the confluence of Martin Luther King Jr. Day with Gun Appreciation Day?
Well, I had no idea, really. But that's ironic.
To say the least, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and
which day is each one? Because I mean the MLK is observed Monday, but I don't know.
Yeah, they're both on Monday. They're both on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just as for those of you who don't know, MLK Day is all screwed up. It's basically in the text I do explain that it's observed on the 3rd Monday of January each year, which changes its date each year. But this is per the Uniform Monday Holiday Act. His actual birthday is January 15th, so MLK Day is usually nowhere near his birthday. In this case, it's somewhat near his birthday. But at any rate, it happens to fall this year on the 19th, which Gun Appreciation Day is annually observed on across America. And it started off as basically a protestation against any potential gun control measures. So it's an anti-gun control holiday. So the fact that would, MLK's Day would fall, this has got to be conspiracy, of course. It's got to be conspired by some kind of weird statement that was organized by the Deep South to basically taunt Black America, I have no doubt. Which is ironic because the NRA was originally a Republican organization started by the Union to keep the public trained in firearms should the South ever rise again. Well, how things have changed, and everything goes 180 degrees on its head to stand back and look at us in reverse. Okay, all that being said, a question from our dear Holly McDetchie. She says, any knowledge of Canal, Winchester, Ohio? She's going to be hanging out there. What do you know, Aristides?
About what?
Canal, Winchester, Ohio.
What?
Hey, it's a place, I guess. I'm presuming.
No. Nope. This is a place in Ohio.
I think. I just.
Okay. Well, let's look it up.
Yeah. Look at it. Yeah, if you could be so kind. Yeah. And don't be afraid of any other comments on Gun Day and MLK Day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't even known that there was a Gun Day, Gun Appreciation Day.
Yeah. That's my whole job in life, is to make people aware of these things, because they. Yeah.
Now Winchester is, I don't know if there's actually a canal there. Okay. Doesn't look like it so much, but it's near Columbus.
Okay, cool.
Just outside of Columbus. So.
Wow. Cool.
It's pretty flat, and nothing real crazy going on until you get downtown. Don't know much about it.
Okay. Yeah. It our dear Pixie Princess Star Fox says it's probably Amish. Do you get that impression?
It's hard to say from Google Maps, but
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Reading a little bit here, so I don't know. Keep talking.
Oh yeah. Thank you for reminding me, because otherwise, if I don't get these reminders, me, I get lost in my own mind and my own train of thoughts. I'm often multitasking, especially at the beginning of a show. And she says, I think Gun Responsibility Day would sit right. Yeah, that would be a different thing entirely, wouldn't it, honey? Gun appreciation and gun responsibility are 2 different things. They would argue otherwise, the gun lovers. And I must confess, one of them. I do love guns. And I would hate to have our right to own guns altered in any particular way. And yet I also appreciate the fact that there is common sense, and the reality is, uh, it's I shouldn't think like this, but I do. I am, after all, as I have confessed, a bit of a sociopath. Maybe some would say it's beyond a bit, but as such, I do have a bit of a pathological objectivity when it comes to this. Now, I'm not stupid like Neil deGrasse Tyson. That dumb son of a bitch actually went out and compared firearms deaths to automotive deaths or vehicular deaths, and was like saying nobody complains or gets emotionally triggered or motivated to protest over vehicular deaths, and yet they're far more deadly in scope and volume, far more numerous, in other words, and a lot more people are killed at once, generally speaking, than firearms deaths. You take the mass shootings aside, because they really don't kill that many people in mass, and because you're in a concentrated space, there's only so far a gunman can go. And then you get the majority of gun deaths are individual deaths, people killing themselves or killing other people on an individual scale, oftentimes, believe it or not, accidentally, because, there's no gun responsibility, as pointed out by Pixie. A lot of it happens at 4th of July, where people just go out and they fire off guns and kill each other and themselves by accident. It's really fucking sad, not to mention pathetic. But at any rate, when it comes to Neil deGrasse Tyson, he was called out as an idiot, and everybody basically, lynched him online, which he should have been lynched in real life. Such having been qualified, I'm not that stupid, but I do. My perspective is probably considered even worse, but I do look on it as kind of a social experiment. I mean, at least there's one place on Earth where people have total access to firearms without much oversight or intervention, and why not? I mean, everybody else is under tight control, so why not a control group? And we see what happens. The rest of the world kind of learns its lesson from an active social experiment with a singular control group that is, by necessity, quite large. You couldn't run a control group like this, say, in Bosnia, which is ironic because Yugoslavia was loaded with guns. People have no idea. It was the third largest army in Europe at the time that Yugoslavia was a single entity. The Yugoslav army was the third largest army in Europe after the Russian and United States armies in their respective Warsaw Pact and NATO positions. In fact, it probably was as large as the United States Army combined with all the other European forces together. It wasn't as large as that, but it was, the third largest after that, because that was the second after Warsaw Pact forces all put together. So Yugoslavia was kind of this multinational force all its own in this little nation. And so when the civil war broke out in Yugoslavia, there were guns everywhere. Everybody had guns. So that would have been an example of it. And yet in Bosnia, which is a subsidiary of Yugoslavia, a fragmented republic that was extraordinarily complicated, very cosmopolitan, especially around Sarajevo, which should have been the new Jerusalem, international city. But that being said, the insanity that I was personally witness to was that in the middle of all these guns and people killing each other, Bob Dole, the senator, stepped in and said, "What this place needs is more guns." That arguing that if everyone had enough guns to finish the war, the violence would stop. Yeah, of course, it would have been the violence of a mass grave. That's the level of insanity that you could only get from an American. That's no one else on Earth would even think like that. Well, that's not thinking. That's something else entirely. Anyhow, uh, so Pixie Princess says, "Oh, I love you endless, perfect and hilarious. I get you. I seem to only ever be around sociopaths as a dark empath. Laugh out loud. It's fun. Ha! With black aces of spades, black hearts, black top hats, black cats, and okay, love you, Pixie." And so, all that being said, dear Aristides, add your own thoughts into that, about everything, anything you found out about this new place, or any thoughts on guns, all that good
well, then the place, Canal Winchester?
Here's what she
Yeah.
says. Holly says
there is it's near the
canal.
I looked it up.
Yeah.
It has to do with the Ohio and Erie Canal coming through there.
All right. So Holly McDetchie says, just a quiet town, but I thought you'd know all their secrets. It's like, why? It's like, good God, why? Good Lord, why? So I mean, that's cute, but seriously, Holly, it's one of those things that.
What secrets are there?
Yeah. She says, yes, nice farm markets. Farm markets? Farm markets. Okay, there we are. Farm markets. Yeah, there we go. And so anyhow, kisses at Holly McDetchie, and our lovely Pixie Princess loves it as well. So all that being said, dear Aristides, so I'll probably just get started into tonight's monologue. I want you to know that you have helped encourage people to hit those upvotes. So as a result, we've got a good deal of them. We've got good numbers thanks to your dulcet tones, bringing about a large number of people to hear your intro, because it's comforting for them to begin their eventide with. And Pixie Princess Star Fox says she was thinking good cheese. Yes, there's probably good cheese. And as our lady Holly McDetchie said, nice farm markets. I mean, nice farm markets, good cheese. What more could you ask for? I mean, I'm not white, so I'm lactose intolerant. Like a lot of people who are black and Asian are lactose intolerant, but whites, they love that cheese. And then they spread it to others with welfare blocks of cheese. Like, so they give welfare blocks of cheese to what were primarily blacks and Asians. Believe it or not, Asians did fall into the category of supermassive welfare recipients after the Vietnam War. Most of the people from Southeast Asia were definitely East Asian, and the overwhelming majority of them got on welfare and were given endless blocks of welfare cheese, which they would throw away en masse. I would go to the trash room in the old apartment that I lived in. El Cerrito Apartments, known as the Compound, 10 stories of 10 units each, 100 apartments, and a proportionate amount of deaths pretty much on a monthly basis. Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Bi-monthly basis. That being said, the trash room was loaded with blocks of welfare cheese. You don't give that to Asians. They get sick. They're lactose intolerant. Of course, when I told that to a nutritionist once, I said, oh yeah, they give me lots of milk with the Meals on Wheels. I just throw them away. And she was, don't do that. You should take the new lactose intolerance meds that they produce, which I'm sure Aristides knows about. Not that he needs it. But wait, you do. You're Mediterranean. You're Mediterranean descent. Aren't Greeks lactose intolerant? They tolerate goat's milk.
No way, dude.
No, they really are. No, sir, you can look it up. Look it up. Look it up. Greeks are lactose. Look it up. Look it up. There's they have a higher.
No way.
No, look it up. Look it up. Look it up.
I don't have to look it up.
Well, you are. Maybe you are. Maybe your family was.
No, they're not. No, no. They raise goats.
Yes, that's not lactose. It's not what goat's milk is a different type though.
It's gotta still have lactose. They're not.
No. From what I was told when I found out about lactose intolerance, I was told Greeks tolerate goat's milk, which they consume large amounts of and pioneered goat cheese and all that. But
I'll tell you what,
yeah.
everybody
Yeah.
who can tolerate milk at all should tolerate goat's milk. Maybe not the
It's
taste,
supposed to be the best. Actually,
not the taste, but as far as being tolerated by
yes.
By the body.
As a matter of fact, that's what I was told. That's what I was told, was that lactose intolerance people should drink goat's milk. That's what I was told. Well, when I was taught about lactose intolerance, and I went out seeking goat's milk, which you can't find anywhere in the United States.
Well, you can. It's expensive.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, it's there.
Yeah.
It's out there, but it's it's expensive.
I mean, great. You can actually look up the maps of genetically lactose intolerance versus tolerance, and it's not as much as in like Northern Europe, but it's not blank like in a lot of part of the world.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, thank you for that, and I appreciate your qualifying.
Yeah, seeing this, man.
Yeah. And so tell me, when I was young, if I were to look for goat's milk, what would have been my best bet before the age of computers, aside from small farms in California?
Well, yeah, really, fancy, Whole Foods markets, that type thing.
When they finally opened, you mean? You do remember,
right.
I grew up before those existed.
Right.
Oh, that's true. That's true. And it's recommended, by the way. Goat's milk's great. I mean, goat's milk.
I would drink it. I would get it all the time if if it was a little more economical. But
yeah, that's right. No, it's good stuff, and I love goat's cheese. Goat's cheese is great.
Some people, it does. The fresher, the better. You don't want to drink like old. Some people think it's gamey, or what people are used to drinking bland, corn-fed cow milk. They'll, you give it to some people, they're like, oh my god, But
cool. It's by the way,
it has it tastes like something.
Yeah, no, definitely. It has its own distinctive flavor. And Pixie Princess Star Fox says she's a 23-year plus vegetarian. She says she's been doing aged Swiss Gouda. Am I pronouncing that right? How do we pronounce that?
Gouda is usually what I hear.
Yeah, she says everything else not going to work. I put half and a half for coffee. That's it. It is half and a half. What is half and a half?
Half milk, half cream.
Cool. And what do you use in your coffee?
I don't do cream stuff in coffee.
Okay.
I do plenty of dairy. Otherwise, I figure I'm doing so much dairy. Otherwise, I just generally never really really preferred it in the coffee.
Oh yes. So tell us what you sent here. This is some important stuff. So tell us what you sent here.
Well, I'm putting a map. There's various maps. This one's just a little more readable of lactose. What do they call it? The opposite is well, let's see. Yeah, intolerance or tolerance, whatever.
No,
where people have it or not.
The Clash report.
Persistent.
No, yeah, I mean that's great.
Okay, no, I'm doing.
That's great too. I mean, your milk.
Yeah, I know. Putting a map in about that, and I guess recently saw Trump and his administration are forming a board of peace. I just, I mean, what is it? And what is it? Is it in like 1984 or something? It's like, they just tell you the opposite to your, to your face, and you're supposed to say, yeah, peace. Right,
it's a piece of something, all right.
In the meantime, wait, there was another thing. What was it? The Mossad chief came to meet with Trump, which I'm sure he was there to talk about peace as well. No doubt. Board of Peace, and asking countries to pay $1 billion for a permanent seat on the Board of Peace. This guy, he would sell, he would sell anything, like,
By the way,
he's gonna have a fucking yard sale at the White House when he's you know
when he's finally kicked out. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. $1 million for the couch.
Oh.
You know.
Oh.
Let's see. So of course Trump would chair the board. Countries contributing that $1 billion in the first year would be exempt from term limits. Which I don't know what that term limit means in that case. So Board of Peace, and let's see who is on the board that Trump chairs. Such individuals of such esteem as, let's see, Tony Blair, Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. I mean, I swear the guy has got more work in the government than anybody ever elected. Mark Rowan, AJ Banga, Robert Gabriel. So we know some of those names. A Board of Peace. Yeah.
It's a piece of something.
What that is gonna do, right.
We know what that's gonna do. Fucking nothing. A whole lot of fucking nothing.
Well, it's gonna be like they're gonna talk about, I guess, how they're gonna what's the word? Enforce the peace, right?
Right.
Yeah. Right? It's like we're gonna have peace, or we're gonna bomb the shit out of you.
Thank you. Yeah. That's pretty much it. That's the equation. But by the way, dear Aristides, please respond to Holly McDeechy 375 in the chat. She's the girl a young lady who asked us about that wonderful place, and she says, you two know everything. So I just want you to say, you can respond to her. Yeah. So she feels we do know a lot.
I'm not sure that's correct, but I appreciate it. We can find out. If we don't know, we can look it up at least.
And Douglas Marks said, yeah, go on. Oh, finish your thought.
And analyze it.
Yeah. And Douglas Marks says, wow, I've been drinking half and half my whole life, and I didn't ever think of that. That's why I love your transmission. So you informed him as well of what half and half is. He had no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, it's if you don't, I don't know, because, put milk in coffee, it just doesn't do, it's just like chocolate. You need the fat, let's be honest.
By the way, she's responding, Holly is, to your Pop Sci science article on lactose intolerance. She's pointing out that she herself is lactose intolerant. Yeah. So so what you gave her in information was very personally important to her.
Well, you can buy milk, lactate milk for people that have that. I think it has the lactose taken out. Lactose is a sugar.
Cool.
Right? Because sucrose.
I don't know. Yeah. It's
sucrose, glucose. Right? Sucrose is a sugar, glucose.
You're the man. You know these things. You're the material science engineer. You know these things.
It's not a biologist.
Yeah. Still. I mean, the human body is a soft machine.
Yeah.
And go on. Yeah.
Yeah. So and as to why some people have problems with it, I don't know exactly, but that's unfortunate for them because dairy's everywhere.
Yeah, it is everywhere, especially in America. You don't find that in China, of course. Obviously, in ancient China, cows would be milked as basically to get rid of what the Chinese considered a waste product, and people who carried the milk to dispense with it carried it as if they were carrying a bucket of shit at arm's length with their noses covered. That was how the Chinese viewed milk. Anyhow, welcome Heather, who says she was raised on goat's milk. So there you go. Good deal, Heather. That means you're like Hercules. Hercules was raised on goat's milk. That's right. No
doubt.
Yeah. And so there we are. Let me make certain to respond to her. And our dear Holly McDeechy 375 asks, does this lactose intolerant have anything to do with Rh negative blood, maybe? So what do you think?
I've not heard anything specific about that.
Well, it's obviously genetic, so that's not an
but let me see. See if there's any correlation.
Meanwhile,
I'm not finding one yet, but okay. I don't know.
But blood types are definitely a lot more important than people realize. In Korea, they
Yeah.
really take them seriously, and they date based on them. People date by blood
Oh,
types.
well, it's saying there's no established direct correlation between Rh negative and lactose intolerance, but
okay.
you're right. There are a lot of things depending on your blood type or other factors.
Yeah, cool.
People are different.
Yeah, it's
blood type, race, all that.
Yeah, and cool. Okay, with that, my dear Aristides, let me start with monologue and welcome you to interject whenever you feel like it. Don't hesitate to do so. Smart ass comments are always welcome. The more smart ass, the better, actually, at times. As we've told people, well, not really, we didn't get to this part yet. For those of you who don't understand what I'm trying to say with the title, it says 12th SINÁM Moon Month with World Religion Day into MLK Cum. And for those of you who don't get that, the people think I'm some kind of sex freak and they think this is all about orgasmic spew. No, it's the Latin word for with. It means something that is beyond and, that it's actually converged. So MLK has converged this year, or will after midnight, into Monday with Gun Appreciation Day. And it's a Sunday, so we have the sun symbol as well. What I do want to emphasize to people when it comes to the month, this is the Synoviet lunisolar zodiacal menses, the 12th thereof, meaning it's the 12th month in the ancient Chinese and Vietnamese and generally East Asian lunisolar zodiacal calendar. It's Synoviet or Sinamese December. So it's the year, it's December, the 12th and closing month. Just started today, or rather starts tomorrow, starts after midnight. It's the closing month of the 4,723rd year on the Synoviet calendar. It's a term, of course, that is a portmanteau that I've cultivated for what I insist should be a future nation of the Greater Sinoviet Union, as both Vietnam and China are both Sinitic ethnicities, and therefore should form a single Sinitic national culture. Not that they should interbreed and breed each other out, simply that they should be recognized as a union of sovereign Sinitic republics. That would be a new USSR and a far greater USSR. At any rate, our dear Pixie Princess Star Fox thanks myself. She wishes everyone a happy Mardi Gras, try a king cake, and Beth Serafine says, I dated a man I loved dearly and wanted to marry him until we went to the beach and he took off his shoes. To my horror, he had no toes. So I dumped him. Can I help it if I'm lactose intolerant? Get it? Oh! 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 That's. I'm not hearing any laughter from Aristides. It took him out. Took him out. That one.
Sorry, because I'm on mute. Well, it's hard to say. Must have left the guy with a sense of defeat.
The pun. I hate puns. Okay. That being said, clever. They're clever. Puns are clever. I don't like them.
Yeah. Oh, darn. Well, because I'm good at that, though. I'll shut up. Yeah, such having been said, we do appreciate everybody for having a sense of humor, and believe me, puns are to be encouraged because they're creative, especially in kids. It gives them a chance to play with words, which is always important. Language is incredible. So, it being said, now we're entering the last month. 30 days from now, Asian Lunar New Year is going to start.
and that's then everything everything goes off the edge after that, because this year is the year of the fire horse, which is a year of revolutions, and in the physical sense, our man Aristides is a material science engineer. Maybe you could share a little insight into the physics of revolutions. It means the revolution of, think of the globe, the turning of the earth. What else, as an engineer, there must be revolution in engines. Tell people a little bit about the physical concept of revolution.
Oh boy. Well, it's
pistons, cylinders, they revolve.
It's everywhere. Yes, there's revolution in engines. Yeah, you know, the pistons go up and down, and then there's rods that turn the up and down into going round and round. So in a way, round and round and up and down are the same thing, depending on the perspective. Right?
Cool.
Just
Thank
like you. You know, you could have a point we're going around a circle and there's graphs. You can look up mathematics, animations where you have a point going around the center, and if you track the x, the x position and the y position, they're sine waves, but they're out of phase. So, really, so a revolution's gonna involve is also a matter of ups and downs. So, right.
That's right. Thank you. That's beautiful. That's important. So, with that in mind, the Epstein files never went away. The Justice Department already missed its December deadline to release the Epstein files. Now it's struggling to defend that delay. This is because Grok has exposed a structural problem. The fact that advanced AI systems are being deployed and made available to the public without safeguards proportionate to their risks. But above all, Grok is testing whether AI governance means anything at all. If the generation of sexualized images of children doesn't prompt a harsh response, nothing will. In speaking truth to Trump's uncharacteristic silence on this, my own California is ordering Musk's AI, or rather XAI as he's branded it, to stop allowing the faking of sexualized images of minors. On Friday into this weekend, my California's Attorney General sent a cease and desist letter to XAI, demanding that the company immediately halt its creation and distribution of fake sexualized images of children. As to why it matters, which I shouldn't need to articulate this at all, but lawmakers and regulators have raised legal concerns over XAI's editing features, which allow users to create non-consensual intimate images and CSAM, CSAM, all in the uppercase, which is an acronym for child sexual abuse material, including explicit images or videos of minors. As to the state of play of this, on Wednesday midweek last, our California Attorney General, Rob Bonta, opened an investigation into the platform to determine whether and how XAI has violated the law following repeated instances, and by that I mean literally millions of AI-generated nude images of underage girls or women on the app in particular. Or rather, that's what's being responded to. For whatever reason, our Attorney General, Rob Bonta, doesn't seem to consider the same thing happening to young boys as being worthy of the same level of legal response. Nevertheless, on Friday, Bonta testified that the creation of CSAM in general is a crime, adding that Elon Musk's business practices are also in violation of California's civil laws. X and XAI have not responded to my requests for comment. As to what's worth noting here, on Wednesday, X's safety account said it had implemented safeguards to prevent Grok from allowing edits that generate CSAM material, including for paid subscribers. But that's a yes but. And the yes but is that Friday evening, users could still use Grok to produce images of people, human primates, are children, in this case, in bikinis that are basically G-strings. We're talking about like thread over genitals. Seriously. So literally, you have screenshots produced as evidence of kids in G-strings, which is effectively a thread across the genitalia, which most people wear in stripping anyway to excite people by the contrast it presents to the nakedness. In other words, it accentuates the nakedness by its very inability to cover anything. In response to one such AI-generated image, Grok displayed a subscription prompt indicating that image generation and editing are features available only to premium subscribers. So they took it to a level beyond normal subscribers to premium subscribers to produce child porn. As to what they're saying about all this, in a statement, Bonta said, "The avalanche of reports detailing this material, at times depicting women and children engaged in sexual activity, is shocking and, as my office has determined, potentially illegal." No, it's outright illegal. And he concluded by saying, "I fully expect XAI to immediately comply. California has zero tolerance for CSAM, child sexual abuse material." You see, in the past few weeks, Grok, the AI, the artificial intelligence system developed by Elon Musk's XAI, has been generating non-consensual sexualized images of women of all ages and children of both sexes on the social media platform X. This has prompted investigations and formal scrutiny by regulators in the European Union alone, and California outside of that. Aside from us, it's been France, India, Malaysia, and the United Kingdom that have also investigated, European officials having described the conduct as illegal. British regulators having launched urgent inquiries, other governments having warned that Grok's output might contravene domestic criminal and platform safety laws. Far from marginal regulatory disputes, these discussions get to the heart of AI governance itself. Governments worldwide increasingly agree on a basic premise of AI governance. Systems deployed at scale must be safe, controllable, and subject to meaningful oversight, whether framed by the European Union's DSA, the Digital Services Act, the OECD, or the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development's AI principles, or UNESCO's, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization's AI ethics framework, or emerging national safety regimes. These norms are clear and unwavering. AI systems that enable foreseeable harm, particularly sexual exploitation, are incompatible with society's expectations for the technology and its governance. There is also broad global agreement that sexualized imagery involving minors, whether real, manipulated, or AI-generated, constitutes one of the clearest red lines in technology governance. International law, human rights frameworks, and domestic criminal statutes converge on this point, except in the United States of America, where only my California has lodged a single fucking protest, let alone acted upon it. Everyone else in the United States has been generating millions of child porn images. And President Trump knows about this because California told him. His response? Complete and total silence, which is rather uncharacteristic for Donald Trump, don't you think? There is also a broad global agreement outside of Trump's America that sexualized imagery involving minors, wherein Grok's generation of such material by numbers so vast as to be calculated in the millions does not fall into any gray area. It reflects a clear and fundamental failure of the system's design, safety assessments, oversight, and control. The ease with which Grok can be prompted to produce sexualized imagery involving minors, the breadth of regulatory scrutiny it now faces, and the absence of publicly verifiable safety testing all point to a failure to meet society's baseline expectations for powerful AI systems. Musk's announcement that the image generation service will be available only to paying subscribers does nothing to resolve these failures. Indeed, it only exacerbates them. Now, in fact, it's so offensive. The fact that he's saying, well, you just have to pay for it. We'll limit it to that. I'm sorry, Aristides, help me out here. What is wrong with this picture where the individual says, all right, you just have to pay for it, okay?
Right. Just, well, to use the Grok, I guess. Right. Which I get. I mean, I get to be able to use it. It takes computing resource. As we know, data centers are pretty soon going to consume more energy than humans. All these banks of computers sitting there generating the dumb pictures that people want, or the perverted pictures, either way, that people want. I get that, but it's pretty. I'm gonna have to start using Grok not to make anything. No, not to make anything disgusting, but like whenever on the rare occasions I try to make something with, like one of the non-Elon products, like Microsoft, I get flagged for the stupidest shit. I'm really trying to do just innocuous stuff, and it's just like dangerous stuff, prompt, and I even got like banned. I was just trying to make somebody a nice image for their birthday, contained nothing obscene, and I got like temporarily suspended from using the Microsoft just for saying like the word like rifle or something,
God damn! How is this possible? It seems like everything is backwards. It's these guys are getting a free pass where you're just trying to do something innocuous and getting slammed. How does this work?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. You can't talk, you couldn't put any words like weapons or anything, and I didn't say like shooting someone, but like, it's silly, but child porn's okay, right?
Yeah, apparently so. Well, obviously
right.
so.
We have to stop, this dangerous, dangerous white supremacy and all that, but child porn, sure, come right in.
In other words, my image for tonight's YouTube episode would be responded to by Grok with an instantaneous ban.
If you were to try to generate something like that, probably.
Yeah, there you go. And yet when it comes to,
maybe not on Grok, I don't know. Who knows? Anything goes there. I've never used. I don't.
Oh, good point. Good point. Well, there you go. That's why you'd have to go to Grok, just so you wouldn't get that for anything.
Well, right. Well, maybe it would still flag that. It'd be like, guns? I don't know. No. And then it'd be like, naked child holding a gun. It'd be like, sure.
I was about to say, if you were making a birthday card on Grok, just make certain you have a little naked girl jumping out of the cake, and it would pass it just hands down. It would,
right.
It would say, no,
I wouldn't do that, but
understood. Not that Aristides would ever do that. Yes, mind you. It's just so people understand the insanity here. Well, there really is no way to understand the insanity here. So you weren't on Grok when this sort of thing happened, but
No, I've not used the Grok AI for anything for them.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. At any rate, when it comes to Grok, I do want people to understand, it would respond similar to X. And what X took down was one of my images, an illustration of a young girl crying, waving a rainbow flag, holding high a rainbow flag, charging forward and crying. And X said, "Oh, this is obscene material and against our community standards." And that's actually the key image of one of my past episodes. It's actually the embedded image in one of my past live streams. It's literally on record here on my YouTube channel, so people can find it if they look. I'll be happy to publish it again someday on a Pride Day. And but X considered that to be offensive to community standards, and she was fully dressed too. So it's like insane. It's purely political. They hated anything liberal progressive, and they're obviously phobic, and I mean phobic in the trans sense, meaning all-inclusive sense. Transphobic doesn't mean just against trans people. It means you're phobic about everything. That's what the word trans means. As in, transcontinental, as in all continents. Transnational, as in all nations. Trans means all-inclusive. When you're transphobic, it means you're fucking afraid of everything, which pretty much describes the Russian radicalized right. Now, this is not a one-off problem for Grok. In July of last year, Poland's government urged the European Union to open an investigation into Grok over its erratic behavior. In October, more than 20 civic and public interest organizations sent a letter urging the United States Office of Management and Budget to suspend Grok's planned deployment across federal agencies in these United States, which, as Brendan Zogit has pointed out, was simply the United States government's way of expediting its in-house production of child pornography, which was pretty much all they used the DeltaNet for, which was a offshoot of DARPANet in the United States Army when I originally worked with the Department of Defense. It was simply a conduit for exchanging child porn. Well, the same goes here with Grok on an orders of magnitude greater scale. And it's going to be transdepartmental, meaning throughout all the departments of your federal government that they are given the technology to do this. Why Grok? Well, because it's another fat and juicy federal contract for Elon Musk, and because most of the feds are a bunch of baby raping Satanists, as I've always said about your military. And I would know, I grew up with them, and I worked with them all my life. Their special forces aren't worth shit. They're a bunch of welfare recipients, completely dependent on a busload full of benefits doled out every goddamn day. You take away their bennies, and they die. And you're claiming these men can survive on a battlefield? No fucking way. I know for a fact, because I killed one, Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier, by taking away his bennies. Yes, I did that. And he died. Horribly. Screaming all the way, like a little bitch. Because I cut his balls off, just by taking away his benefits. Without those, your Green Berets, your Rangers, your Special Forces, they ain't shit. Because they never were. They're a product of propaganda. Nothing else. Now, all of these concerns expressed about what they and everyone else in your government was doing on Grok were completely ignored. Even as governments and political leaders sought to engage, partner with, or court XAI and its founder. However, that XAI is now under scrutiny across multiple jurisdictions, which seems to vindicate everyone else on Earth outside of Trump's America and my golden California, while exposing a deep structural problem, advanced AI systems are being deployed and made available to the public without safeguards proportionate to their risks. This must serve as a warning to states considering similar AI deployments. As governments increasingly integrate AI systems into public administration, procurement, and policy workflows, retaining the public's trust would require assurances that these technologies comply with international obligations, respect fundamental rights, and do not expose institutions to legal or reputational risk. To this end, regulators must use the Grok case to demonstrate that their rules are not optional. Responsible AI governance depends on alignment between stated principles and operational decisions. While many governments and intergovernmental bodies have articulated commitments to AI systems, they are safe, objective, and subject to ongoing oversight. These lose credibility when states tolerate the deployment of systems that violate widely shared international norms with apparent immunity. Or, in the case of Grok, obvious immunity with its sponsor state, the United States, which promotes its, pedophilia. There's no other word for it. And the exploitation thereof. With that, I'm responding to a nice little GIF provided by T-Tank Barry. Shout out to him. And all that being said, okay, by contrast to the problem, suspending a model's deployment, pending rigorous and transparent assessment, is consistent with global best practices in AI risk management. Doing so enables governments to determine whether a system complies with domestic law, international norms, and evolving safety expectations before it becomes further entrenched. Equally important, it demonstrates that governance frameworks are not merely aspirational statements, but operational constraints, and that breaches will have serious consequences, real serious consequences in the real world. Elon Musk, for instance, belongs in fucking jail. No ifs, no ands, no buts, no excuses, because he personally designed this shit for child porn. We know that for a fact, and, our dear Brendan Zogit could give us the gory details based on the fact that he's been exposed to a little of the facts behind the case, in which, Elon Musk decided to create his ideal girl, who was, an underage girl who was given hormones to force her body to grow out of all proportion to her age. This was his fantasy as he described it and produced it, and ultimately released to the general public as their AI interactive. This is something that tells us a lot about the individual in question and where he's coming from. Now, the Grok episode in toto as a grander strategic problem, not just Elon Musk's personal problem, which he's made our problem at this point, and in doing so, he's underscored a central lesson for the AI era, that governance lapses can scale as quickly as technological capabilities. When guardrails fail, the harms do not remain confined to a single platform or jurisdiction. They propagate globally, triggering responses from public institutions and legal systems far better than ours. For European regulators, Grok's recent output is a defining test of whether the aforecited DSA would function as a binding enforcement regimen or amount merely to a statement of intent. At a time when governments in the European Union and beyond are still defining the contours of global AI governance, this case will serve as an early barometer for what technology companies can expect when AI systems cross legal boundaries, particularly where the harm involves conduct as egregious as the mass industrial scale sexualization of children. A response limited to public statements of concern will only invite future abuses by signaling that enforcement lacks any teeth. A response that includes investigations, suspensions, and penalties, by contrast, will make clear that certain lines cannot be crossed, regardless of a company's size, prominence, or political capital. Grok must be treated not as an unfortunate anomaly to be quietly managed and put behind us, but as a serious, the serious violation that it is. At a minimum, there needs to be a formal investigation, suspension of deployment, and meaningful enforcement. Indeed, Brendan Zogit sent me a link in which the foreign minister of the Fifth French Republic has demanded that Elon Musk be put in jail, and that if Elon Musk enters France, he will be detained and subsequently tried for imprisonment based on his trafficking in human children. Lax security measures, inadequate safeguards, or poor transparency regarding safety testing of AI should incur consequences. It's the way you would treat a sexually transmitted disease. Where government contracts include provisions related to safety, compliance, or termination for cause, they must be enforced. And where laws provide for penalties or fines, they must be applied. Anything less risks signaling to the largest technology companies that they can deploy AI systems recklessly, without fear that they would face accountability if those systems cross even the brightest of legal and moral red lines. Because we're already EPD, or Epstein past deadline. There was a moment this fall when it seemed like the public might actually get some answers, that the extent of the mass human child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's crimes might be exposed, and that his victims might see the accountability they've been waiting for since childhood. On November 19th, President Trump reluctantly signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which required the Justice Department to publish a huge number of its unclassified files related to the late financier and unrelated to ongoing investigations within 30 days. But what actually happened on December 19th, the Friday before Christmas, was a relatively small and sloppily redacted tranche of files that raised far more questions than it answered. Nearly a month later, nothing has changed. Despite having published a second batch, the DOJ, so sadly misnomered as the Department of Justice, has still released less than 1% of the millions of documents now under review. Yes, you heard me right. Again, this number's in the fucking millions. By the way, we've got news update from T-Tank Barry. No, Grok has not paywalled. It hasn't paywalled its deepfake image feature. X's sexual deepfake machine is still up and running, despite Grok saying otherwise. Well, there you go. There's a Grok post that's been deleted after AI dished out about Elon's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. There is a photograph of William Maxwell with Elon Musk at Jeff Epstein's estate. And the two of them are having a ball together. So we have photographic evidence that Elon Musk was a participant in Epsteinian orgies. What a surprise. If the Justice Department has legitimate reasons for its delay it hasn't bothered explaining what they are. In a letter yesterday, the Attorney Generalist Pam Bondi and other DOJ officials framed the problem as purely logistical, citing inevitable glitches due to the sheer volume of materials. They noted that the department has put over, well, in their words, over 500 reviewers on the project, even as they declined to clarify when they would release more files. Frank Figluigi, a former high-ranking FBI official who has handled nationwide investigations involving supermassive amounts of raw data, has gone on record to say that he's skeptical of that defense, explaining that during his tenure, the Bureau became highly digitalized, bringing in all sorts of new tools to speed up the process of redactions and disclosures. To quote his T, "If we're led to believe that human beings have to go through all of this, I'm not buying all of that." Legal experts and legislators maintain that Bondi and her department are now in clear violation of the law. Earlier this week, 19 of Epstein's victims requested that a Justice Department watchdog review the agency's work, alleging that the redactions have not adequately concealed survivors' names and identifiers. Representatives of Ro Khanna, well, Ro Khanna being the representative, along with Thomas Massie, who introduced the Transparency Act as a bipartisan bill, have suggested that Bondi be held in contempt for missing her deadline. Other lawmakers have battled around the idea of impeaching her, but these moves would require real political willpower. Well, this political willpower that so far neither of the individuals I've called out has come to pass. In lieu of consistent communication with Congress and the public about the delays, the Justice Department is providing a slow drip of updates. Updates alone, no releases, in the form of legal memos and enigmatic new uploads to the existing database of Epstein files. They're fortune cookified. The department has also equivocated about the scope of its documents. Last February, shortly after being confirmed as Attorney Generalist, Bondi declared that Epstein's fabled client list was, in her words, sitting on my desk right now. But in July, the Department of Justice said in a memo that no such client list has ever existed. That same memo claimed that the department has conducted an exhaustive review of the files, but earlier this month, Bondi told the judge that more than 2 million documents are still in various phases of review. By the way, the tea you hear me slurping while I'm on a tear is Brendan Zogit's gifted tea. Brendan Zogit's gifted green tea. Thanks, Brendan. It's to you I owe this great taste. All right. So we've got Musk's new Epstein strike engages Trump. He can't hide it. Musk says Trump can't hide it anymore. And this is like pot kettle black. And there they go with it's a picture of Musk and Trump, and behind them, looking over both their shoulders, is Anthony Bourdain. No, I'm sorry, it's Jeffrey Epstein. I'm so sorry. My apologies to Anthony Bourdain. On the other side of the veil, I've always liked you. But I'm so sorry. You do look a lot like Jeffrey Epstein. You're both of the same ethnicity, and somehow the genes produced a horrifying resemblance. I mean, Anthony Bourdain looked good for who he was. Jeff Epstein took that look and made it and added an onus thereunto. And yes, these are all they're trash. All these people, not Anthony Bourdain, but Jeff Epstein, Elon Musk, Donald John Trump, and oh God, I don't even get me started on the girl in the olive drab and the cowboy hat, but I can't help but hearting it simply because I like the look. Okay, I do like that look, and yeah, but yeah, she's just this horrible individual in charge of the Department of Homeland Security. Oh, and then we've got yeah, the other is it's like let me see if I can find the downvote for that poor bitch. All right, taking the oath, no less. Let's take a look inside of the box, and we've got chat with our dear Pixie Princess Star Fox going ahead full steam, and she's got some deleted messages there. Wasn't me, honey, just so you know. And our man Douglas Marks is going on with oh, there we are. Our dear Holly McDetchy 375 says she says, I originally found you looking for info on Montauk. Well, thanks so much, honey. I appreciate that profoundly. And she says, I've been listening for over 10 years. Oh my God. And she brings up that she's been drinking raw milk. Very good. Yeah, I was seeking out raw milk for a long time too. That's true. It's supposed to be so much better. It's the pasteurization does something to it to super increase the lactose by orders of magnitude. And raw milk is apparently a lot more tolerable to lactose intolerant people. And so I want to thank our dear Holly for looking for the wrong thing, but winding up with the right thing. Because Montauk is usually takes you to, and originally she must have found the other individual whom we all know and despise, Peter Moon. And if she's been listening for 10 years, she knows the whole story behind that. Oh, by the way, our dear Pixie Princess brings up Nick Rayner, and so she says short stories on Audible in that mode. She says the transcriptions done by AI make short stories about me. That's pretty cool. All right, even if they're poorly written. All right then. All that being ascertained from our listener participation. Glad I checked in with that. Now, the Atlantic Magazine columnist, Sarah Fitzpatrick, who covers the grossly misnomered Department of Justice, has explained that the Epstein case has been plagued by a long list of issues, omissions, and breaches of Justice Department policy, a pattern that has persisted ever since Epstein became a focus of federal law enforcement. Although the release of the files is purportedly about transparency, the Justice Department has been suffering from a lack of public trust. Trump has abused the agency to investigate and even prosecute his enemies, and its employees have left by the thousands since he took office. No, I'm not exaggerating that. That is indeed the number. In the thousands. This broader transformation of the DOJ, or should I say evisceration thereof, has only compounded the communication issues around the Epstein files, and further exacerbated conspiracy theories. And needless to say, the department has not responded to my request for comment. The Epstein saga has also recently entered a new phase of political infighting. This week, the Russo collaborationist, Red Republican insurgent, party-led House Oversight Committee called on former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Well, William Jefferson Clinton and Hillary Rodham Clinton, to be precise, to testify about Epstein. They refused, and in a statement accused the committee chair, James Comer, of selectively enforcing subpoenas, themselves writing, "The decisions you have made and the priorities you have set as chairman regarding the Epstein investigation have prevented Congress in discovering the facts about the government's role." This is all too obviously true. Comer is abusing the Clintons as a distraction from Trump's connections to Epstein. But they themselves, like Bondi, are not above the law, and their refusal to cooperate only hampers the larger process. Each new revelation about these files only multiplies the unknowns. The Transparency Act, which passed with overwhelming bipartisan support, represents one path to accountability, if only Congress had the will to enforce it. Meanwhile, the recent human sacrifice of Renee Nicole Macklin Good will historically mark 1 year of Trump 2.0. With that, I provide yourselves a link. Do review it. This is what an expert in law enforcement, which is parallel to security enforcement, has said about the shooting, which is, of course, that there was absolutely no justification for its happening. By the way, here we are. Let's take a look at it. This is the chef Anthony Bourdain, not the child molester Jeffrey Epstein. Please educate yourself. Yes, there's a mug. There's a mug with the picture of Anthony Bourdain that says, "This is the chef Anthony Bourdain, not the child molester Jeffrey Epstein." Please educate yourself. Thank God. I thought I was the only one. That I say. Is it me? Do these guys look like identical twins? Yes, it's horrifying, but they do. As you can see by this this post on Blue Sky app in disambiguation, marked disambiguation from X, Ryan J. Riley, a former federal agent, after reviewing the New York Times breakdown of the ICE shooting, says, "I watched it. That actually makes it much worse. He never should have been in front of the sport utility vehicle." He says SUV, of course. "We are trained not to get in front of a vehicle like that. There's only bad outcomes." Also, his video clearly shows she was not surreptitiously reaching for any objects within the vehicle's driver's compartment, so the only defense for the agent would be that she was trying to run him over, which clearly is not the case, as emphasized by the fact that his legs were out of the way. The video also shows the SUV was moving so slowly that even in icy conditions, he should have just moved out of the way. In the Department of Justice, we are prohibited from abusing deadly force purely to prevent escape. Bad shoot all the way around. Do read that for yourself. The violent confrontation that Trump craves most is the war at home, against the enemy within. Despite having, in the last week alone, threatened war with the Ayatollahs in Iran and with Denmark, the president seems most serious about his misactions against protesters in his own country. He may have started out by trash-talking America, but 1 year into his second midterm, he is simply trashing it. Has it only been a year? It's been 12 months of all Trump, all the time. No president has been so ubiquitous in American life. From military incursions to primetime sports, Trump has been impossible to miss. He's been everywhere. In the year since his second inauguration, Donald J. Trump has been impossible to miss. Thanks to his sweeping assertions of power, his formidable persona, and the explosive reach of social media, the 47th president has been a more ubiquitous presence in the daily lives of citizens than any of his predecessors, or indeed anyone else in human history. That record extends beyond presidents and politicians. No actor or sports star or military general has so continuously commanded our nation's spotlight, any nation's, prompting some Americans to scroll their phones with glee and others to dial back their consumption of the news. Trump is not only regularly broadcast live on cable TV as he signs executive orders and gaggles with reporters, he is also the designer-in-chief for overhauls of the East Wing, the Lincoln Bathroom, and the Kennedy Center. He pops up at sporting events where no sitting president has ever gone before, from the Super Bowl to the FIFA World Well, the FIFA Club World Cup. For millions of people, his impact on their lives has been more personal and concrete, and never in any good way, unless you're a wealthy criminal. And believe me, when you're in the top tier of the wealthy, no one gets that rich. No one makes that money without stealing it. With Trump embracing the possibilities of cryptocurrency and AI, fortunes have been made, including by some in his own family. People with the highest incomes were the biggest beneficiaries of the tax breaks in the big, beautiful bill, and investors broadly have made gains from record-setting stock markets. But the number of Americans able to receive food stamps benefits through SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, has declined, and the percentage of those without health insurance has spiked with cuts in Medicaid and the expiration on December 31st of enhanced premium benefits for the Affordable Care Act. According to the Office of Personnel Management, nearly 300,000 federal jobs were cut last year, the biggest drop in the federal civilian workforce since the end of World War II. The Department of Homeland Security asserted in December that more than 2.5 million foreign-born people have left the United States in 2025, although that number is disputed by others as being grossly understated. All that impact and all that exposure haven't boosted Trump's approval rating. His job approval rating is in the fucking tank, where it belongs, but we need to flush it. He started his second midterm at a tepid 47% in the Gallup poll and has sunk to 36%, the lowest of any president at the one-year mark since modern polling began. In a CNN poll taken this January 9th through the 12th, 58% of those surveyed said Trump's first year has been a failure. But Trump says, "I'm not a king," in response to mass demonstrators across the country who have accused him of trying to seize regal powers. Trump has said, "By the way, I'm not a king. I work my ass off to make our country great. That's all it is." Well, let's take a closer look at Trump's own portrait. And here I'll provide you a link so you can do just that, along with this other individual, staring at what puzzles him. Now, by the way, Pixie says, did a tourist run around the Olympic Mountains when exactly as accepted, waited till 12 female Hispanic barrienders and a full table of Eastern Asian had to tell him, "Don't do that." Thank you, honey. That's cute. Not quite sure, but it's everything she says is okay. All right, so here we are. Take a look at that picture of Trump, like this individual's doing, and stand in awe, just awe of the malevolence. Now, I was not accompanying them. There are other bodyguards and security experts that I've vetted and verified that do on such trips. But on their recent visit to the National Portrait Gallery in Washington, District of Columbia, one of the Blood Boys asked the guide, "Why does he look so angry?" As if that were a question with any answer. The docent, if you don't know what a docent is, you can look it up, DOCENT. That's a voluntary expert. People with a lot of time on their hands because they spent all their lives getting educated and found no employment because, they're overeducated. The docent had finally stopped before the black and white photograph of this looming, glaring President Trump that dominates the entrance to the final rooms of the America's Presidents exhibit. Now, they had managed not to talk about him for several minutes, swerving left toward the bright, kinetic John F. Kennedy painted by the abstract expressionist Elaine de Kooning, and then crossing right to view Kehinde Wiley's portrait of Barack Obama, a calm, floating, saint-like figure surrounded by leaves and flowers. But the president, with a gorilla posture, knuckles firmly planted on the presidential desk, had to be dealt with. An older lad in my son's group asked why the Smithsonian had capitulated to Trump. You see, 48 hours earlier, just 2 days before, the Washington Post had broken the news that the National Portrait Gallery, which is overseen by the Smithsonian Institution, had swapped out an older portrait of Trump for the current one and put up a terse tombstone plaque that notes only the photographer's name, Trump's date of birth, and his years in office. All of the other presidential portraits in the gallery are accompanied by long assessments of each presidency, its successes and failures. They cite Andrew Johnson's and Bill Clinton's impeachments, and the label beside the previous Trump photograph mentioned Trump's impeachments as well. But the new one, of course, does not. The other photograph and caption can still be seen on the gallery website, though I assure you they'll scrub them now that I've brought them to your attention. Yes, as our man T-Tank Berry points out, President Trump has a new target: U.S. museums. The museums throughout Washington, but all over the country, are essentially the last remaining segment of woke. The Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future. We are not going to allow this to happen, and I have instructed my attorneys to go through the museums and start the exact same process that has been done with colleges and universities where tremendous progress has been made. This country cannot be woke, because woke is broke. We have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including in our museums. Yes, I'm reading President Trump's at real Donald Trump text here. I would never speak so stupidly myself, but I notice he uses a very archaic term, hottest, which is something that would these days only be applied to girls, unless you're, or guys, depending on your orientation or your gender, unless you're over 100 years old. My father would have used that term to talk about machines. Damn, that's the hottest Japanese bomber of the war. Yeah, but Trump says we're the hottest country. That's like that's talk about anachronistic. At any rate, all such having been qualified, checking in with our dear Pixie Princess, and checking in with everyone else on chat, and encouraging everyone to participate. Don't forget that upvote. That goes sans saying. And of course, we're going to continue to, well, we might as well keep moving forward. Like my father Adolf Hitler said, when you're going through hell, keep going. Now, as I said, like some demonic trickster of folklore, Trump moves through the world, robbing it of speech. The question about the Smithsonian's capitulation from 2 days before, asked by one of the old lads in my son's group, left even the docent, whom my son Ed Beth judged to be a well-informed man, at a loss for words. He eventually said that he couldn't address that, but that he could tell my son's charges a great deal about the desk in the Oval Office that Trump is leaning on. It is called the Resolute Desk because it was made from the oak timbers of the HMS, His Majesty's ship, Resolute, a British Arctic exploration ship. The National Portrait Gallery spokesperson noting that the museum had rotated in new Trump portraits before, dismissed the tweaks from the Blood Boys as routine. But when it comes to Trump and the preservation of historical memory, nothing is routine. The maladministration began pressuring the Smithsonian for changes almost as soon as Trump returned to office. In March, he signed an executive order demanding that the Smithsonian review its exhibitions for improper ideology. In May, Trump forced out the National Portrait Gallery's director, Kim Sa-jet, on grounds of excessive partisanship. He actually tried to fire her, even though that was not within his power, and she resigned. At the time, the White House wrote up its objections in a list obtained by the New York Times, one complaining about the allusions to his impeachments. In July, the National Museum of American History took references to Trump's impeachments out of its presidential exhibit. These were restored in August, but in watered-down form. Meanwhile, the National Portrait Gallery has said that it's planning a larger refresh of the America's Presidents exhibit and is exploring putting more tombstone labels there and elsewhere. Many bad things are happening in America right now, and the suppression of wall text in an art museum, even a quasi-governmental one, is far from the worst of them. Yet both the uninformative label and the new portrait are worth lingering on for two reasons. First, the fact that Trump's impeachments were censored, and nothing else at the National Portrait Gallery has been, that we know of, is a reminder that although the maladministration couches its assaults on American institutions as a campaign against wokeness, what the president really cares about is his own reputation. Second, Trump is a man who spends a lot of time shaping his image. Many unusual artistic choices had to be made to arrive at the official White House photo of his second maladministration, a snarling headshot lit from below that plays off the mugshot taken at the Georgia jailhouse in 2023 when Trump was booked on election racketeering charges. The official photo hangs in the Eisenhower Executive Office building. For an article about the inaugural photo, Sheila Craighead, the chief White House photographer during the first Trump maladministration, told the New York Times that he's very hands-on, which means he probably felt her up. When Trump swapped photographs in the National Portrait Gallery, he was sending a message. Decoding it provides some small insight into why he feels the need to look so angry, though I suspect we'll never understand that completely. By the way, yes, I'm already getting accusations. You're just answering some of the Blood Boys' questions here. Yes, that's so fucking sharp of you. I'm so fucking impressed at your towering intellect. Yes, that's right. That's I can do that because it's my show. Yes. Now, my son having provided myself his own photographs to review, the first president in America's Presidents Gallery is, of course, George Washington. His portrait was painted in 1796 by the artist Gilbert Stuart, who may be more famous for a different portrait of Washington, which became the face on the $1 bill. With this work, however, Stuart effectively invented the presidential portrait. To the contemporary eye, Washington looks uncommonly grand. Indeed, the style of composition is known as grand manner. The painting shows a full figure of the great leader. His already large frame, he was more than 6 feet tall, exaggerated by a bigger-than-life 8 by 6 foot canvas. He stretches out his hand in the classical gesture of a man making a speech. Stuart is thought to have based the pose on Washington's 1795 address to Congress, which he must have attended personally because we didn't have cameras in those days. The furniture in the room is ornate and gilded. Lace cascades from Washington's cuffs and neck. He holds a gold-handled saber. And, yes, I'm getting in another comment. When it comes to... Yes, they do allow photographs in the museum. There are some museums that do not allow photographs. Personal photographs are allowed in the National Portraits wing of the museum in Washington, D.C. You're not allowed to have tripods or flashes because that could impact the material or fabric of the canvas and alter the painting over time, like exposure to sunlight. It's amazing to me how everybody just seeks to try and grab, like, I caught you in a lie. I caught you in a lie. It's like, how empty must your life be? Not to mention that you've never caught me and never will, because there's no point in lying when the truth itself hurts you all so much that you resort to this penny ante pussy shit, this pissant attempt at pedantry. It's called pedantry. You can look that word up. And all of you are so fucked who do this and so pathetic. At any rate, you never win. The point of the photograph itself being that any 18th century viewer familiar with European royal portraiture would have understood that even as Stuart was invoking its conventions, he was also defying them, endowing Washington with the authority of a head of state while differentiating him from a king. The historian David C. Ward calls the portrait an explicitly anti-monarchical work of art. In lieu of regal robes, the president wears a plain black suit. Compared with the mighty swords that dangle by the side of European rulers, his saber is barely noticeable. The Federalist Papers rest on top of the table, the United States Constitution below. Edbeth recalling that the guide pointed out the Constitution, adding, "I'll let you think about that." Such being the very reason Washington graces the seal of the Confederacy he would have sided with. The Confederacy followed the Federalist Papers. The Union ruled by Constitution. Yeah, thank you to Brendan Zogit, who says, yeah, you can take photos. I have been there, just no flash. Thank you. And thank you to T-Tank Berry for his latest input. One of these is about American exceptionalism, which I will heart. Greatest income inequality, highest poverty rate, greatest number of children in poverty, worst child well-being on Earth, lowest social mobility, highest healthcare costs, most people with no healthcare, highest infant mortality rate, highest obesity rate, highest antidepressant use and abuse, shortest life expectancy at birth, highest carbon emissions, worst gender inequality, highest military spending, most arms sales, highest incarceration rate, and the worst murder rate on Earth. And, of course, the other meme, Triple D, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, defy, defeat, dethrone. It refers to America will never be great until Trump's MAGA regime is destroyed and removed. That's actually should be placed, removed and destroyed. And yes, MATA, make American Trumpless again. Make America Trumpless again. That's MATA, beautiful word, beautiful phrase, I mean to say, from T-Tank Berry. And with that, back to task. Washington's most presidential feature, however, is his expression. His lips are pressed into a faint grimace, but his eyes are calm and steady, gazing into the distance as if toward the future. This is not another proud autocrat, but an ardent visionary who is tamping himself down so as to model neutrality. He is a Republican, which is the point. In a shaky union, still divided over the question of federation, which he upheld higher than the Constitution, Washington unifies rather than divides. He may have led the nation in war, but here he seeketh peace. The circumspect Washington embodies the ideal of governance that had recently been put forth in the Federalist Papers, the maintenance of equilibrium through judicious balance. In the state, the balance is one of powers. In the statesman, it is of feelings about power. Here's a president who would know, well, he would know to step down after his second term. Now, our dear Brendan observest that the Smithsonian permits still and video photography for non-commercial use only in its museums and exhibitions unless otherwise posted. Thank you so much, dear Brendan, for that. Appreciate that clarification for our listeners. Among them, the enemies, the gang stalkers, just so desperate to find something, anything that would betray myself a liar. Now, Washington's portrait, as I've just reviewed it, sets the emotional tone of the exhibit. He is the benchmark of presidential temperament. Stewart also painted the half-length portrait of Thomas Jefferson, whose lips form the same tight line. His brow is heavier, however, and his eyes are half-hooded. He seems remote, unknowable, a complicated man. Obviously one who had his accomplishments, but was definitely a piece of shit. A slave owner who fucked his own slaves, which he considered beneath human. In other words, he was, by legal definition, a bestialist. A man who not only fucked his own slaves, but fucked the children they produced, in an experimental attempt to uplift them, in his own words, to make them whiter. Everybody thought he was doing them a favor when he's just giving them more yellow kids. James Madison has sagging jowls and a mournful gaze turned up toward God, suggesting that the co-author of the Federalist Papers had considerable gravitas. Aesthetically, the best portrait is that of Grover Cleveland. It also makes him very likable. Cleveland sits at a table messy with books and papers, leaning on one arm and looking up as if listening attentively. His legs are spread wide to accommodate his girth, and his expression is frank and open. He could be one of Franz House's friendly tavern goers. The captions steer us toward interpretations of presidential affect. James Buchanan looks prissy and irresolute, especially after we learn that he did little to prevent the first 7 southern states from seceding, and that the Civil War broke out only a few weeks after he had left office. Gerald Ford, he faces us squarely in the canonical stance of the decent man. He granted amnesty to both Richard Nixon and Vietnam-era draft dodgers, or should I say Vietnam draft evaders, and he's the first to smile, faintly, in his presidential portrait. By the time we get to George W. Bush, the norms of self-presentation have relaxed even further. He sits on a low couch in his shirt sleeves. His uncertain electoral victory and failure to mitigate the effects of Hurricane Katrina makest him sound like a lightweight, and his smile verges on pleading. Only one other president projects anything like Trump's aggression. That is a seated but powerful Theodore Roosevelt. His gaze fierce and his walrus mustache seeming to emphasize a downward turn of the lips. One hand clutches a riding whip. The other is balled into a fist. The caption reading, "An outsized personality who preached the benefits of the strenuous life, while also being among the most learned of presidents." The Trump photograph that was installed this month, however, occupies a whole other political universe, just like its subject. It is the third to go on display at the National Portrait Gallery during his second maladministration. He scowls in all three of them. The aforecited former White House photographers, Craighead, also telling the Times that the scowl is his favorite pose. He doesn't want to smile because it seems weak, is probably what he would say. In the first of this midterms photos, displayed in early 2025 to mark his inauguration, Trump is seated at his desk and turns to look at us. We seem to be standing to his right, almost as if his equals, and his left hand rests on the desk. And as our dear Brendan says about the Republican Roosevelt, Teddy, yay, but Teddy could back it up. Indeed. Accomplished at fisticuffs and outdoorsmanship. Not to mention that, but he was such a bad boy that he personally, was face to face with Bigfoot. And if Brendan decides to come on, he can share that story of Yosemite, where Theodore Roosevelt described his encounter with the Squatch. At any rate, in the second portrait of Trump, his dark suit recedes into a dark background, highlighting his loud red tie, but he clasps his hands calmly in front of him. To spot changes in the pitch of Trump's ever-present bad temper, you have to look at his hands. That he leans into his fists in the portrait that is now hanging in the president's gallery says everything you need to know. In the absence of curatorial guidance, nothing shields us from his naked belligerence. He invades the space and overpowers the viewer. I thought of ice occupying blue state cities. I felt certain that I was supposed to, though later I wondered whether I was supposed to think at all. That's my son's quote, not mine. Ed Best said that. I'm quoting him. He invades the space and overpowers the viewer. I thought of ice occupying blue state cities. I felt certain that I was supposed to, though later I wondered whether I was supposed to think at all. This photograph informs us, wordlessly, that we have come under the rule of a monarch, and not just a monarch, a would-be tyrant. We don't know what images, if any, influenced the photographer, Daniel Torok, but his name says it all. Torok, son of stone! And somewhere in the background lurks Hans Holbein the Younger's most famous state portrait, a full-frontal depiction of Henry VIII, who, after he broke with the Roman Catholic Church of 1,000 years, became the head of his own church, laying claim to God-given authority. The original Henry VIII portrait, painted in 1537, formed part of a mural that was lost in a fire. But in most of the copies made over the centuries, the king's swollen face and massive body overwhelmed the frame. A comically large codpiece pokes out between the folds of his skirt. One hand fingers the strap of a hanging dagger, and his eyes fix the viewer with a cold, appraising stare. Henry was egotistical and ruthless, and executed almost everyone who opposed him. The fierce, blunt portrait is said to have terrified his court. I'm sure he liked that. Trump's not the first president to revel in the spotlight, a trait shared by many in politics, of her father, the 26th president. Alice Roosevelt Longworth famously said, "My father wanted to be the corpse at every funeral, the bride at every wedding, and the baby at every christening." But Teddy Roosevelt moved into the White House in 1901, not only before the advent of social media, but also before the invention of television. The first public wireless broadcast on radio wouldn't be made for another 5 years. In contrast, Trump has carried his bear-it-all instincts from reality television and The Apprentice to his new role in politics. Social media has become a constant site for the president to reveal even the most serious of pronouncements, as well as a stream of invective against Democrats, wayward Republicans, reporters, and all others. Even foreign leaders track the president's international intentions not through diplomatic channels, but through the same Truth Social posts as everyone else. To take a random day, say January 13th, 1 week before the 1-year anniversary of his inauguration, Trump delivered a speech to the Detroit Economic Club that wandered beyond the economy into his defense of the American imperial incursion into Venezuela, his depiction of the former President Joe Biden as a real dope, his criticism of the Fed chairman Jerome Powell as that jerk, and his description of the mosquitoes and snakes that populate the Panama Canal as like all those people in America illegally. They'll poison us to death. Now, beforehand, Trump answered questions from a gaggle of reporters. Afterwards, he did an interview with CBS News, then held another gaggle with reporters. On social media, he denounced congestion pricing in New York City, bemoaned the death of the disgraced cartoonist Scott Adams, the man who did Dilbert and then became a Russo collaborationist, Red Wing fanatic. He touted, Trump did, mixed inflation numbers as low, all uppercase, and urged Iranian patriots to, all uppercase, keep protesting, emptily promising that help is on its way. According to a United States-based human rights group, at least 5,000 protesters have been killed since the start of Iran's crackdown on dissent, and a week-long communications blackout is still in place. But no help has ever arrived. So just another Tuesday. Empty promises and a lot of vitriol. Empty promises and mass invective. And where are the competing voices? The fundamental reason Trump has loomed so large in the public consciousness is that he hasn't had any competition. Except for the tax bill he signed in July, the president has pursued his most ambitious and controversial initiatives not through legislation, but through executive action. The Republican-controlled Congress has never challenged him. 5 Republican senators broke with the White House on January 8th to back a war powers measure on Venezuela, but 12 of them decisively flipped their positions but a week later to bring it all back to status quo. Trump has usurped Capitol Hill's constitutional powers on spending money and waging war. He's misacted on his own to impose the steepest tariffs since the 1930s that directly triggered World War II. He ordered the construction of a gilded ballroom where the East Wing once stood without review by preservationists or planners. I should say without, or sans, the Latin word for without, sans review by planners or preservationists. When a reporter asked if Trump could tear down anything he wants without oversight, the White House press secretary Caroline Levy, whom Sami Romero has observed is dying from the inside out based on all the toxic lies she continues to parrot, responded that Trump's misactions were consistent with established legal principles. The president and his maladministration have been challenged by a flood of lawsuits, but the legal process is, by design, a slow and winding one. His efforts to end birthright citizenship, impose tariffs, and more are only now making their way to the Supreme Court for a decision on their legality. And Democrats? When France fell, Winston Churchill was famous for his desperate query. The French! The French! Where are the French? They're all behind enemy lines now, Winnie. They surrendered. And the Democrats? Where are the Democrats? They're all behind the lines. They surrendered. After losing the White House in 2024 and failing to regain control of either the House or Senate, Democrats have united behind a commitment to protecting democracy and addressing affordability in healthcare, food, and housing, but they lack any clear leader and any consistent ideology. They may reclaim a platform for power in the midterm elections in November. After encouraging off-year elections in 2025, partisan hopes are high for winning a majority in the House, a relatively low bar, and perhaps even the Senate, a high one. Still, the midterms aren't until November, and the officials elected then won't take office until January of 2027. Meanwhile, welcome to 2026. America at 250 and the World Cup, starring Trump. The coincidences of the calendar have created new opportunities for Trump to be center stage. He will be president for the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence in July and during the FIFA World Cup competition across the United States, Mexico, and Canada in June and July. The Summer Olympics are set for Los Angeles in 2028, the last year of his midterm. Trump takes credit for having drawn both sporting events to the United States during his first midterm. Addressing the board of what he has since renamed the Trump Kennedy Center last spring, Trump said, "We got the Olympics, and then we got the World Cup. I got them both, and I said, man, I won't be president. I got the Olympics and the World Cup, and I won't be president. And they're going to forget that I got them. Nobody's going to mention it because, a little bit, that's the way life is." But that wasn't the end of the story. He lost his bid for a second midterm in 2020, then prevailed in 2024, putting him in the middle of a historic national celebration, as well as those 2 signature sporting events. Because that's the way life is. It sucks. And then Trump kills you. Which brings us to the question. As the Blood Boys asked me, and I'll only endeavor to answer on tonight's transmission. What exactly is ICE's mission in Minnesota? The Trump maladministration says their goal in Minnesota is to enforce immigration laws in cities that refuse to cooperate. But the real mission is obviously about political spectacle. So tensions flared in Minneapolis again on Thursday in the wake of a second shooting by a federal immigration officer in just over a week. President Trump responded by threatening to invoke the centuries-old Insurrection Act that would allow the deployment of United States troops to Minnesota. White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt, the one who's being eaten from the inside out and is beginning to look more and more like Sarah Carpenter because of all the toxic lies she's digesting or cannot digest and simply spewing out, regurgitating, vomiting on camera, said ICE is a tool at the president's disposal. Well, actually, she said that about the Insurrection Act. And Trump's warning spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country. I noticed she said Democrats. It's like, so the Insurrection Act is for Democrats, meaning that democracy is the party of insurrection. I guess the Democrats are rebels. Well, that means we get the mystique. The president previously threatened to invoke that same Insurrection Act in response to anti-ICE protests in Portland last fall, and in 2020 he threatened to abuse that same act to quell mass protests after George Floyd was murdered in plain sight, well, beyond plain sight, on camera, in a police snuff film, is where the dude leaning on him, you can see it in his eyes, is ejaculating in his fucking pants while he's leaning on George Floyd, listening to that black man cry out to his mother, which is the last words George Floyd was able to choke out after "I can't breathe," was asking for his mother. As a matter of fact, statistically, it's been proven in review of footage of dying black men shot by cops, beaten to death by cops, is the last words are overwhelmingly for their mother. It tells you at least one thing. They realize who gave them birth. And in the last moments of their lives, they call out. Now, Sammy Romero says, all Dems bent over and opened their pink eye, shaking my head, especially after government shutdown in November, held out and got paid along with fellow Republican rats caved into their fellow Republicans' demands and sold us out after elections. Quite so, Mr. Romero. Quite so. And my thanks to your electric blankets and Maria's slippers for keeping me going through the challenge of having recently suffered a bout with the gout. No, that's not a poor attempt at rap. Gout is a very real thing, and it means it's my food is too rich. I blame the blood boys. They spend all day gorging on bonbons. There's a reason their blood is sweet. I swear to God, the little sugar plum fairies are pushing me into diabetes and the gout. It's like, life is hard. Being a vampire isn't easy. Now, in the past week, Donald, let's just put it this way. Okay, to answer the blood boys about what is ICE doing in Minnesota, let me put it this way. The Minnesota war zone is Trump's most personal accomplishment. The president may have started out by trash-talking America. 1 year into his second midterm, he's simply trashing it. In the past week, Donald Trump has threatened war with the Ayatollahs in Iran, with the American empire's NATO allies in Denmark, and with Americans mass protesting his mispolicies in the state of Minnesota. Of these, the target he seems the most serious about is the last. On Tuesday of Septemania, last week, in a statement whose full import you might have missed amid all the other Trump-generated crises, and yes, they were all generated by Trump himself, he is not crisis responsive. He is crisis inceptive. Our president warned Minnesota, all in the uppercase, first sentence, be warned, I'm going to shout, based on the all uppercase of this first sentence. Well, the only sentence I'm going to bother to read because it'll blow my voice out. The day of retribution and reckoning is coming! Yes, our revenge-obsessed leader seems to have put an entire state in his crosshairs. By Thursday morning, as mass protests continued to escalate in reaction to the increasingly violent presence of armed federal immigration agents in Minneapolis and St. Paul, Trump issued an ultimatum. Either the professional agitators and insurrectionists stand down from attacking the patriots of ICE, or he would finally follow through and invoke the Insurrection Act to send in the United States military. Now, our dear Sammy reminds me, I can hear your mom scolding you. Kazube, yes, probably butchered your nickname, laugh out loud. Actually, my actual Japanese name is Kazube. Yes, that's right. She would be scolding my ass. She thought myself a complete and total failure as a vampire because I don't hunt, I herd like a shepherd. I herd sheep like a shepherd. The lads are my sheep and my flock. And she didn't see that as anything but something to be held in contempt. She was a huntress. And she wanted me to grow up to be a hunter. That would mean I would work for my food and track down criminals like she did. Serial killers, serial rapists, who are serial because they're never caught, and put them to death. Bring justice while feeding herself. If she hadn't suffered that catastrophic brain injury, at some point, almost certainly, she would have died horribly, simply because at some point she would have taken on too many of them at once. Her name, her reputation was becoming known in that world, that demi-monde. And yes, in a sense, serial killers, serial rapists, mass murderers have their own union. The same satanic cult that caused the murders of Sam Berkowitz, the Son of Sam killer, simultaneous to the Manson family murders, exists today. The cult of the kings of Edom. Beyond and beneath satanic. Beyond the diabolatrous and beneath satanic. The Edomites worship the anti-gods, extrastellar entities, not of our cosmos, and therefore not of our cosmologies. Written of instead in Pulp Fiction by the prophets of Edom. Now, deploying active duty soldiers to put down a domestic disturbance has been one of Trump's long-running preoccupations. He's got this big, bad military. Why can't he abuse it to show Blue America who's boss? In the summer of 2020, as largely non-violent Black Lives Matter protests spread across the country, it was only the combined objections of Trump's Attorney General, Defense Secretary, and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs that stopped Trump from deploying a military sworn to defend our people. Well, it hasn't really sworn to defend our people. You take an oath to defend the Constitution. And he would have told them that was under threat, and they would gladly slaughter the people in a heartbeat, and would have done so, except for the holy trinity of individuals, or rather the positions that I've just cited. Now Trump has continued to crave militarized displays of force against Americans ever since. During his second midterm, he's repeatedly mobilized the National Guard over the objections of local elected officials on the thinnest of pretexts, whether it's protests against his heavy-handed immigration forces in Los Angeles or a non-existent crime emergency in the District of Columbia, explaining that they should, from now on, view American cities as training grounds. Trump told a gathering of generals last fall that it's a war from within. The goal all along, it being self-evident, was something like what's happening today in Minnesota. A street theater carnival of violence instigated by the federal government itself in an effort to create a genuine security crisis that Trump can then step in to resolve. And so we have begun 2026 bombarded with upsetting, awful images of a masked man dressed in army green shooting a white blonde soccer mom in a maroon Honda sport utility vehicle as agents screamed conflicting instructions at her, of Americans walking down the icy streets of their own city being stopped and interrogated about their citizenship for no goddamn good reason except the color of their skin. How does one not shudder at the video of the woman who was dragged out of her car the other day as she screamed that she was a disabled United States citizen on the way to an appointment with her doctor? Trump has since sent even more federal agents to Minneapolis, several thousand of them. Then there are police officers in the city itself. It's a fight he wants, and it's a fight he's got. Notably, the fight is now about much more than immigration enforcement. Trump has escalated, as he invariably does. On the campaign trail, he told supporters that they were voting for mass deportations now to get rid of evil criminal aliens who did not belong in America. How quickly he's gone from that to cheering as the federal government harasses people with citizenship checks, blockades, neighborhood streets, responds to the taunts of teenagers with beatings, and tear gases reporters while they are broadcasting live from the disruption, the mass disruption, that he himself has personally ordered. The president and his ill advisors have called those opposing them in Minnesota radical lunatics, domestic terrorists, and outright insurrectionists. Do they expect us to have already forgotten that on Trump's first day back in the White House, he mass pardoned more than 1,500 actual insurrectionists who violently stormed our American Capitol on his behalf in a vain effort to block his 2020 electoral defeat? On Tuesday, barely an hour after urging mass demonstrators in Tehran to, his own words, keep protesting! Take over your institutions! Trump issued a call for retribution against the anarchists and professional agitators protesting him in Minnesota. By Wednesday, he walked back his pledge of assistance to the protesters in Iran. Help is on its way, he said. But it wasn't. The violent confrontation that Trump craves most is the war at home, against the enemy within. He'll no doubt cream his jeans on learning that a 5.3 magnitude earthquake has been caught on camera south of the border. Footage showing an earthquake as it hit near San Marcos, Mexico. You can watch what it looked like online. Of course, this is not Trump's only ill objective. Trump himself has told us about another. His own words, all in the uppercase. Well, a single word, really. Retribution! I know it doesn't make us any sense. It's hard to see why the president would bear a grudge against an entire state. But grievances drive Trump, and he has one against Minnesota. Last week he said, I feel that I won Minnesota. I think I won it all 3 times. I won it all 3 times, in my opinion. And it's a corrupt state. A corrupt voting state. The fact that these claims are ridiculous on their face, that Trump never even won as much as a full 47% of the vote there in any of the 3 presidential elections in which he ran, does not make this any less of a grave threat to us. Is the president capable of exacting a revenge over a lie that he's told so many times he's convinced himself to believe it? Of course he is. Late last year, Reuters documented at least 470 targets of retribution whom Trump has singled out since returning to office. Nearly 100 prosecutors and FBI agents have been fired or forced out for working on cases against Trump or his allies, or because they were alleged to be too woke, which they were assumed to be if they were of a darker melanation than the color orange. By the way, Brendan Zogic gives a kiss to Pixie if she's vegan now. Yes, Pixie. Pixie's vegan. Well, she's been so for forever. Tell him, Pixie. Now, back to task. Roughly 100 people, businesses, or other entities have been threatened with investigations or penalties for opposing Donald Trump. The White House itself having directly issued at least 36 orders, decrees, and directives targeting at least 100 specific individuals and entities with punitive actions. More than 100 security clearances have been revoked from those on his enemies list. And all that was only by the end of November. A year ago, there were those, still those, who misbelieved, or at least hoped, that Trump's explicitly stated vow of a second midterm presidency focused on wholesale revenge and mass retribution as mere, well, just more bluster. How wrong they were. Now, in a speech delivered on Wednesday night, as I hosted my latest transmission preceding this eventides, Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz articulated that what is happening in his state right now is a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. The state has sued to stop it, but a federal judge has not yet granted any injunction, and legal experts are skeptical that the case will succeed. In the meantime, Walz described a situation that is both dystopian and almost without any modern precedent. To read from Walz, armed, masked, undertrained ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live. They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at schools. They're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, causing spontaneous abortions by physiologically traumatizing them. Just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans, kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. On rereading this tragic accounting, I find it impossible to ignore all of the dark fantasies about America that Trump has trafficked in over the years. This coming Tuesday of this week will mark 1 year since Trump returned to office. Trump may have started out by trash-talking America. Now he's simply trashing it. Minnesota is his legacy. It is American carnage made real. By the way, there we are. Our man Brendan says, Buddhist vamp better than child vamp. And here's a funny Valentine. There we are. Funny Valentine is a character in the tell us, Brendan, you can tell us about
Funny Valentine is infinitely better than
there,
Cheeto.
yes, tell us about it. He is Buddhist then. He's said to be a Buddhist vampire.
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
that was something that Pixie said
Okay.
about you.
Oh,
about
okay,
herself.
cool.
And I added the little extra part at the end there. So.
There we are. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, and Holly Kiefer's joined us as well. Say hi to everyone, dear Holly.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. And
just a quick shout here because I'm kind of involved in something, but
okay. Yeah.
Can I jump right in, quickie?
Sure. Go on.
I've been hearing the last couple days from reliable outlets that the woman killed Renee Good's little 6-year-old boy.
Mm-hmm.
What, a first grader in his nice little school,
mm-hmm.
is now under such a profound cyber assault that they had to bring him home. And now he does school on Zoom. And there's a big congressional push to go after the school.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Well, she herself, the widow, is under investigation by the federal government. You are aware of that, are you not?
Yeah. But the base is after the kid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They want to take him into...
how fucked up is that?
Yeah, they want to take him into the baby eating machine, Satan food. What do they call that? Child welfare? Child welfare. They want to put him into that. But that's state. What do they got to do if they're federal?
No. I'm saying that online.
Yeah, no, I get the online cyber assault, but what they do with the online cyber assault is ultimately they move towards the action of removing the child physically from the mother.
From the home.
Yeah, from the home.
And shutting down his nice little school that teaches shit like, sharing is caring.
Yeah.
Can't have that.
Yes.
So they're going to the bone, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's some crazy ass. Now, historically, my understanding is that the terrible industrial mining union wars of the lower states, Colorado and all that, drove the miners norther and norther. And they ended up settling in states like Minnesota and Wisconsin and Canada too. Plus, at least Wisconsin for sure, there's a heavy-duty Norwegian, Swedish population. And they're not MAGA.
There you
they
go.
They don't even understand that concept.
Thank God.
You know, they're all
there's nothing to understand. There's nothing to understand.
Polite and ultimate politeness, my God. So I'm wondering if that contributes to why it's become such a target.
Of course, Trump hates that.
Yeah. So
the Edomites hate that shit.
Get that in there for the boys. Yeah, and they can smell it from far away.
Yeah.
So I've always been thinking that that's an aspect.
There you have it.
So those are my two things.
No, I appreciate that.
And there's no states' rights when it comes to AI control.
There we are. Yeah.
If they haven't passed that legislation, they're driving it through.
Yeah.
Any minute. So much for your states' rights on that shit.
Yeah. No, that's right. But
abortion, AI control, nothing.
That's because AI is Trump's friend.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it produces his child porn, which he consumes, which is why he's silent about Grok.
Yeah. And like they're saying, it's all about the training.
Yeah, and it's
so
Musk
there
himself.
You go.
Yeah, and Musk himself said Trump is using the child porn. Musk himself said that. So if so, Musk is the man who's giving it to him. He's the the dealer. Musk is his provider. But when you say it's all about training them while they're young, what you're referring to is the fact that they're conditioning. AI. Yeah, the AI is conditioning children from youth to sexuality. It's sexualizing them.
Totally.
Yes.
As industry has been doing all my life.
And what would you say?
More.
What would you say about the state of Minnesota having produced Jesse Ventura, and how is that different from Trump, if at all? Tell us your opinion on the difference.
He was supposed to start out pretty leftist. and like for the working man and all.
Labor.
But that didn't last.
And what happened to him? Which is he's dead.
Well,
meat
you
in the
know
water.
that whole
Yeah.
story.
Yeah, I
Chapter
know.
and verse.
Yeah, I know what happened. That I was the one explaining to people how he became. He came to understand conspiracy is no theory. That conspiracy is real. But he then disintegrated again in front of all of our eyes with the series Conspiracy Theory for reasons I've expressed and explained exhaustively. But I mean, politically, in his own mind, ideologically, we all know he was left dead meat in the water. They destroyed him. But ideologically, what was he, if anything? Just was he simply just a guy in lust of the camera?
I always thought he was kind of cool for a minute.
Yeah.
But then he seemed to warp. And, you know, I mean, business is booming.
Yeah. And, yeah,
It's making beyond their wildest dreams. So it is a big sucking vacuum of your idol. Wow, this party will pay me. The other party, I get regulation.
Yeah.
The dirtiest word in the capitalist dictionary.
Yeah, dirtiest
regulation.
Word. Regulation.
Yeah, it makes them crazy.
Yeah. Oh, they hate it. Oh, they hate it.
Crazy.
That's why they hate Europe. That's why they hate Europe.
Of
it's a regulatory
kind.
superpower. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the EU does crazy shit, but still there's a sense of some kind of shelter.
Of course.
From these insane people with no limits.
But there you go. But yeah, that's
I did read a thing a couple days ago. There's 24 million millionaires in America.
Wow. There you go. That's a lot.
24 million millionaires and almost 1,000 billionaires.
Yeah.
And 38% is below poverty.
At least. Yeah, there you go. I mean,
but that's the latest numbers for what it's worth. But yeah, I thought 24 million was impressive. I mean, that's quite a market to serve.
It reminds me, well,
a lot of jobs coming out of that.
Communist China has similar demographics where they've got, you know, an incredible amount of millionaires, and the rest of the population, the overwhelming majority, is in abject poverty. So it's we live in dystopias on either side of the Pacific. It's amazing that people think that either side has anything to offer.
It's a pathology beyond the body politic. It's deep into the base. That was one thing I was hearing a guy say, you know, the real divide in America is people that, you know, and it's about half and half. Half the people really don't think about this at all.
So
they actually don't.
Well, what do you make of this?
I mean, they don't think about anything about politics. It doesn't affect them. It's a bunch of crazy. It's far away from me.
Unfortunately,
I'm not affected.
Unfortunately,
I don't care.
Yeah, obviously they still vote. However, unfortunely, it's the non-thinking ones that vote.
No,
they don't. They may.
Someone
voted us into this hellhole.
Well, no, I think the last presidential was split 60% voted.
Something like that.
Or was it 40%? It was a 60-40.
It was some awful small amount voted every time, and of course Russians
and then
are
that's
always
cut in half again.
Yeah. Russians are always discouraging people to vote online.
There's this
go on.
huge mass of people that just see this and are too busy.
All right. So what do you make of the
it's a lot of people.
Yeah. So they're not too busy, honey. They're apathetic. It's just and they in a very real sense they deserve what they get. When I was over at the DMV, I had the dubious opportunity to see people like this in action, where a black woman was talking to a white guy, and we're in San Francisco. Obviously, we're overwhelmingly liberal progressive. She's talking to a liberal progressive white guy, and she's saying, "Man, this was while Trump was running. I hope he doesn't win. I'm not going to vote myself, but I hope he doesn't win." And it's like, well, dumb shit bitches like you are the reason why he's gonna win. You dumb cunt. Yeah, you're not gonna vote yourself, but yeah, you hope he
Right.
doesn't win. Yeah. At any rate, well, he won, cunt, and now you're gonna get what you deserve for not voting. But that being said, when it comes to the widow of Renee Nicole Macklin Good, I must confess, I resented her from the very moment that she got over $1 million via GoFundMe. I want to balance that out by letting people know
Damn.
that the man who shot her, Mr. Ross, he got over $1 million overnight through a GoFundMe as well.
Yeah.
So both these people became millionaires, well above $1 million each overnight.
That's
Overnight.
amazing.
Through GoFundMe.
Amazing.
Well,
But the only one not under criminal investigation is the shooter.
Of course.
So
That's right. That's right.
the
Ross.
only one.
Yeah, Ross.
Yeah.
Jonathan Ross.
The only one.
So do hit that son of a bitch with everything you've got if you're a hacker and dox the motherfucker.
Yeah.
He's under federal protection. They put him in a witness protection program.
Oh, yeah.
But they're harassing the little boy.
He went running down the street as fast as he could go.
Oh yeah, he got to his
Slipping
car
on the
left the
ice.
scene of the crime. Yeah, slipping on the ice all the
Right
way.
out of there. He had a driver, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That having been
So
stated-
listen, let's hear what
Yeah.
Brendan has to say, and I'll ease out here
Okay, well,
and go back to listen.
we love you dearly. I'll be looking
Love
at the
you
mail.
too.
And
Yeah, do.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It ought
Take
to
care,
be
honey.
there.
Have a blessed night.
Okay.
Feel free
Love
to
you guys.
interject whenever
Bye.
you wish. Okay. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, dear Brendan, and we're on the call with Aristides and Brendan Zogit. Feel free to interject yourself. Take it from there. Give us a little bit about what's going on with you. First off, are you okay? It's been a hell of a long weekend for me. I just got home in time to see you've left plenty of links, which I'll have to go over. They may wait until Tuesday. When I'll definitely be back on Monday night or Tuesday because there's no Meals on Wheels delivery tomorrow, and Ed Beth will be picking me up in the morning early. And so come on, tell us about Funny Valentine because I can never explain this well. Yes, that's right. And it's something that's very important because our man who does JoJo's Bizarre Adventures he just has incredible insight. Tell people about this.
Yeah, it was something prescient. He's almost psychic.
Yeah.
He's like literally a vampire. How would you say it without he's ageless, vampirically ageless, and also a psychic.
Oh, he's certainly of the bloodline.
He's
He's certainly a vampire, and he certainly as well has deep occult insight into the pattern of time. And he sees ahead. He's definitely been seeing ahead. So yeah, and tell
we're
people.
talking about Hirohiko Araki.
Yeah.
The mangaka behind JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yeah.
Also a crossdresser. Yeah. It's to tell people.
Allegedly. I mean, that was just once in high school, but he's definitely how do we put it? He's definitely fluid.
Yes. Yes. Well, certainly his characters are. If nothing else, he conveys his characters as very gender fluid. And
well, when someone asked him about part 5, they were like, why do your characters look like that? What happened to the muscle dudes? And he said, I'm just trying to bring out the beauty of the man and shit like that. Like in an interview.
Yeah.
So he's very in touch with his artistic side, I guess.
Yes. And I appreciate that. In touch with his feminine, yes, and or at least the feminine that.
And the song he picked for the outro was "Freaking You" by Joe Deshi, which is, if anyone knows that song, they'll know it's pretty freaky.
There you go.
Yeah. So he knows what he's into.
Yes. Yeah.
Into high fashion and all that jazz. But anyways, so in the 7th part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is about a horse race, which interestingly is coming out this year in anime form, in the year of the horse. And I don't think they planned that. It was just organic. It was the next part, and it just took that long to animate. because drawing horses happens to be difficult in animation. Like everyone that's in animation knows that's one of the most difficult things to animate.
Yeah.
Was like anatomically correct horses and all that.
Yes.
So it took them a while to finish it. So now that it's scheduled to be released, it's literally coinciding with the year of the fire horse, which is fascinating. It's going to come out in March. So,
Yeah.
you'll
Incredible.
find that
It's beyond
pretty,
prescient. It all works out. Come on.
yeah. And in that, one of the main antagonists is, or the main antagonist is actually the President of the United States.
Yes.
Yeah. So his name is Funny Valentine.
Yeah.
And he has like, he's evil, but he has like his reasons, but he's basically like a parallel to what's happening right now. He's the 23rd president of the United States in this continuity, which means like it's a parallel universe, basically, in that manga.
Yes.
And he's a deeply patriotic and ruthless individual, and he's the mastermind of the cross-country steel ball run race, which he orchestrated, spoiler alert, to secretly search for the scattered parts of the quote-unquote saint's corpse, which is, it says here, implied to be the body of Jesus Christ, but it is literally the body of Jesus Christ across America.
Damn straight.
So that's what they're looking for.
I love it. It's very Masonic. Very Masonic. National
So they
treasure
go from
shit.
San Diego.
Yeah.
Exactly. So they race from San Diego all the way to the East Coast, like New York, I think.
Yeah.
And they find these corpse parts that are scattered all over the place, which is the body of Christ. So it's very interesting. And Funny Valentine has some parallels to Trump. They both have weird hair. One was born in 1846, the other one in 1946. They want to collect corpse parts, talk bullshit, has a bisexual wife, hates foreigners, and his power is called Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, like based off of the AC/DC song.
Yes.
Which is basically all that Trump does all day. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. And then he also, and there's the whole plot point where he wants to build a wall, which is funny because when Araki drew that manga, it was before like Trump had even come out and done anything. So it was very interesting the way that worked.
Oh, he's just prescient.
Right.
Prescient, to say the least. And so it's he's incredible. And highly recommended.
So the original release date was 2004. So he'd been drawing this for years.
God damn.
Up to 2011. So this is before anything modern has happened. So this guy he's tapped in.
Yes. Dedicated, tapped in, and he realized it. It's like an immense project he's dedicated his life to, and beyond commendable. It is his life is a project, a work of art. These people, and of course he's vampiroid, because people need to understand how taxing this is on the health. Tell them about how most of these manga artists die early. They work themselves to death.
90% of them have extreme health issues because they're like always eating ramen and stuck in the office, sleeping 4 hours a night. But somehow Araki is like prolific and he's healthy, which is, everyone points it out. It's like, how does he look? He looks the same as he did in the 90s. Like you could see side-by-side photos where he looks nearly identical.
Yeah. It's so important. And well, thank you for that. And I definitely want people to check it out, because JoJo's Bizarre Adventures was the foundation for Capcom Street Fighter. So much of it was based on that. So this man's been around forever, because there's people out there my age grew up with Street Fighter on the arcades. So this person is of the bloodline. He's one of my fellow Asian vampires, and he's definitely, well, it happens with us. We get very shall we say jaded, and because we're jaded, we can appreciate the finer points of human identity. That having been said, so how are you? Tell us about the your general safety and well-being. Are you willing to talk about the latest attempt to try and impact you with people asking for a ride, or should we save that for another time?
No.
Okay.
We'll keep that.
Okay.
Keep that under wraps.
All right.
Another
All
time,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, for the time. But that's definitely so how about otherwise? Your life smooth enough? Stable enough? Or
No, of course not.
no,
just
never is.
Never ending
Oh
hell.
my God.
You know.
And well, and how about well then, if you are kind of like, shall we say, reluctant to talk about too many things personally, though we can get into some things, I'm sure, depending on how you feel like it. I'm always up for shall we say, the pathetic story of the Stygian stableman and developments there, but again, that might be too private to go into right now.
Oh yeah, that's another one. That's
Yeah.
We'll have to keep that.
Yeah. What do you feel about domestic or foreign affairs in terms of what we should be paying attention to, or what struck you?
I mean, it's just the usual stuff. I don't think anything new has come up since last time we spoke.
Understood. Or anything that struck you. Obviously, there's all too much that's always happening, but Brendan is right. Thank the gods of our ancestors that it seems to have been pretty much on point with where we left off topic last time is still the topic this time. There's plenty of times we don't have that, shall we say, I would call it relief. We don't have that relief. There's another word for it I'm trying to find, but I can't think of it right now. So just cut loose whenever you feel like it, Bren, and just charge in whenever you have an observation or whatever comes to your mind with what I bring up. We can start with the twisted Nobel Peace Prize that during a meeting with, at the White House on Thursday, Venezuela's leader, by the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado.
The wannabe leader, basically, at this point.
Thank you. She presented President Trump with her Nobel Peace Prize medal. And Trump has long coveted this award, though the Nobel Committee has been quite clear that it cannot be shared or transferred. In return to her symbolic...
I don't think he cares. Obviously.
No, obviously. And he feels that it rightfully belongs to him. Her gracing...
There was like a phone call when he was like... He was literally begging for it. Someone from Europe was... I think Macron, Emmanuel Macron was on the phone with him.
Yeah.
And he was like, hey, we need you to call Zelensky and talk about this peace plan. And then Trump's like, did you call Putin? Did you hear what Putin said? And Macron's like, yeah, we're trying to get this peace deal done. And he said, okay, we got Ukraine to agree to stop firing rockets. And also Putin agreed, but you have to agree. He's telling Trump this. He's like, you have to come out and say it too. And then before he even says yes or no, he just says, give me the peace prize. Give me the peace prize. And so I guess, like, to get back at him, the French like released the audio where it's just, that's all, he's not even helping them. He's just saying, he's like, did you talk to Putin? And then Macron's like, yes. And then he says, give me the peace prize. Like, as if Macron could do that, even though, like, he doesn't even know it's, what is it, Sweden?
Yeah. He thought it was France. He thought it was fucking France. He just doesn't know.
Ignorant. I don't think he cares.
Yeah. He just thought that somehow Macron had this capacity to award him the prize, because he just thinks it's all Euro shit.
Right.
You know, it's all Euro shit. And no, it's Sweden, for those of you who do not know. And but that's delightful. It's delightfully sick. By the way, I'm taking a look at this wonderful post from Stardust Crusaders, posting side by side the photos of this incredible manga or Japanese storyboard illustrator, what Americans would call a comic book artist. And it's horrible term. Don't use that term. There's nothing comic.
Wait, what was that?
I'm telling Americans there's nothing comical about comic books, and they've got to stop using that fucking term. Storyboard illustrator rather than comic book artist is the proper term for someone like Araki. And Araki, you know, they're showing this photograph of him in 2007, the year of my late and sainted sire's death. And here Araki is 47. And in 2021, at the age of 61, looking, you know, pretty identical. Yeah, very little aging. Hair's even out more. There you go. So, you know,
And he doesn't dye like his hair or anything. Like,
no, he doesn't need to, like I do.
He said that, so
Yeah. And
but you're like cursed and shit.
That's true. That's true. That mine went completely white after a single night, due to the night of the broken circle. We don't need to go into that story right now, but you know what, Brendan? I'll tell you something. We won't go into this in depth right now. At some point, we will probably dedicate an episode to it, or it will become a running theme in terms of just addressing as time goes on, because this program, I consider it healthy for me to take it as a form of therapy. But I do want people to know that as therapy, I need to really start seriously asking the question as to whether how nice I've been to people on this program is not a people-pleasing trauma response. Because for those of you who do not know, fight or flight has been replaced with the concept of fawning. As a matter of fact, for many years it was 3 Fs, fight, flight, or freeze. Now it's a 4-pronged response to stress: fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. And now, obviously, actual neuroscientists don't necessarily promote this. Fight or flight has always...
The fawning comes from one of the psychologists.
Yes.
From the early days. Yeah.
True.
Of psychology.
It's legitimate.
Yeah.
So understand, even though fight or flight is more of a cultural trope than an empirical fact, and neuroscientists in particular, who are very biochemically oriented, don't necessarily cleave to it, or they pull their hair out when they hear people, the common folk, just throwing the term around. Psychotherapists will use that term fawning legitimately as a way of merging with the desires of others in order to alleviate a threat. Now, considering the fact that I was so traumatized from a very young age, that I'm wondering if a byproduct of that hasn't been this Mr. Nice Guy presentation of myself, where I do that with people like I did for 10 years with Peter Moon, was basically a form of fawning as a trauma response to a pedophile. And yes, Peter Moon is a pedophile. Anyone who doesn't is in denial of that. He married an underage girl, for those of you who do not know at this point, and spoke on this show. We have it on record of sticking cucumbers up underage, developmentally disabled boys' asses with great glee and in great detail. So yes, Peter Moon is a pedophile on the loose, who, even though I've reported him multiple times, the police say they can do nothing about it, and generally tell me that he has every right to be what he is, which tells you everything you need to know. All such being said, am I manifesting a trauma response will be a running question from this point forward, and really the one thing that I do need to stop doing is essentially being nice to people, because I do have, it also manifested with Christine, who, that I was extraordinarily tolerant of her behavior. And again, even though I consider that far less offensive, she's definitely someone who I could have been a lot more blunt or direct with. Again, what was the name of that guy who claimed he had 198 IQ and was interbreeding with all of the Nordic Aryans on the moon? Yeah, like David Ellis or something. What was his name? Yeah.
No.
The fuck was
Derek?
Derek
Jones.
Derek Jones, yeah.
Something stupid like that.
Oh,
Daryl something.
yeah, was it Daryl Jones? Yeah, it was. At any rate, something that I really have to contend with is why I'm so tolerant of people who deserve to be just slammed down and skinned alive on air. One of them was that plumber who later on verbally attacked Marina Sarin to her face, so to speak, when they were online together in an interview, and he was on this show trying to tell us there were mind control machines in Antarctica, which of course I didn't bother to confront him about. How is it that you're free of their influence? Obviously, he had no mind. That would be the logical conclusion. Of course, I should have said that on air. Daryl James is the name of the individual in question we're trying to think of, who claimed he had the 198 IQ and was fucking Nordic Aryan woman on the moon. Used as breeding stock for them because of his incredible intelligence, per his own assessment. You talk about a frustrated male fantasy. So Samuel Romero says, what I don't understand is why did she give him her Nobel Peace Prize? She just could have gave him a made-up Peace Prize. Trump is that narcissistic to accept it. Hell, she could have called it a Filet-O-Fish Peace Prize. Trump would accept it. Laugh out loud. This is the horror, is Trump would have checked it with... You know what, really? He would have checked it with pawn dealers. He would have checked it with pawn shop brokers. And they would have hired somebody like...
Well, yeah, his sycophants would have verified it.
Yes.
But never told him anything until they felt like they wanted to blow some,
Thank you.
Expose someone or something.
Thank you. But just so people know...
But she had to give the real one.
She had to. If she was going to give it, she had to give it. The horror is, for those of you who do not know, that in return, Trump gave Machado a gift bag. A gift bag embossed with his signature. And he issued a broadly vague statement of his support.
I don't think she was after the gift bag.
Thank you. Thank you. And he issued this broadly vague statement of his support for a new, genuine electoral process. Like he would know anything about that in Venezuela. No military encouragement.
That's ironic.
Yeah, to say the least. No military expedition to instate her. Yeah, she wasn't delivered in a helicopter as she fantasized. She fantasized that Marine Corps 1 was going to take her off that lawn with an armed escort of air power to land her in the middle of Venezuela's version of the White House lawn and instate her as presidentress. It's never going to happen. Machado is seeking, at the very least, Trump's endorsement to become Venezuela's next presidentress. She didn't even get that, following the ouster of Nicolás Maduro. And yet Trump has stood by, publicly expressing doubt about her ability to lead the country at all. So it's like just like this individual I know, not anyone on Team Dietrich or even the common enemy, just this other individual I ran across. And I look at this ironically as my being a nice person again. This individual basically had what my gang brother Beaver said. He's a handful of gimme and a mouthful of much obliged. That's what Trump is. Handful of gimme. She gave him what he wanted. And he gave her a gold watch and a fuck you sign off. A gift bag embossed with his signature. Like that, thank you. That'll get her through the night if she puts a dildo in it.
I mean, I don't think she cares. She got the money. I think that's the irony. She got to keep the money, and
well, there you go.
For the rest of her life, it's by her name.
That's true.
It's not like the medal did anything.
Yeah, that's true. Your point's well taken.
Because they did say that. They said it's
transferable. True.
They said it's an unalienable title, an inalienable title to the recipient. So it's always going to be on their name.
Basically. Got it. So she's always
like a PhD.
She's always going to be Nobel Machado. Cool. Yeah. Cool. I mean, so she can live with that. Yeah.
And they already said they can't revoke it, so they can't undo. Yes. Even though she gave it away, they can't tell. Because then,
True. It was simply a gesture.
They should.
True. They need to revise their rules. They need to revise their rules. Mm. But in her case, it was the necessary exception to instigate that process. And in a sense, she proved a point to us all. She proved how petty Trump is, and that she understood that to stroke him, she needed to go into fawn mode, which is exemplary of her own post-traumatic stress disorder manifest. But in my case...
Oh, wait, are you trying to justify this, that like it's something psychological? Because she had it made to shade. She was in Europe.
Good point.
Living on the money from the... She could have gotten the job out there. She didn't care. What does she care?
Well, she's still going to get that. She's basically going to spend the rest of her life being kind of like a Mikhail Gorbachev figure. She's going to be able to say, look...
She just, you know...
Yeah.
Yeah, so she got it all, but it's not like she had to do that.
Yeah, I mean, your point's well taken. So, but nevertheless,
it's a good move. I mean, strategically, it's a good move, but...
Well, not really. No, it's not. I mean, rather, I understand what you're saying, is that it's understandably...
Otherwise she'd be pursued the rest of her life by all those losers.
Yeah. It's understandably a logical maneuver, considering Trump's pathology. She's taking full account of Trump's pathology and is attempting, quite obviously, to manipulate it. That being said, it's also an irrationally stupid maneuver because it's ultimately forlorn. It's pointless and it accomplishes nothing. So in that sense, it is something that is similar to like the 10 years that Peter Moon was on the show. There's nothing that comes of it simply because you're dealing with a maniac who's only thinking about himself. There's nothing that you can get from that. When it came to her giving that to Trump, he gives her what he felt was a fair exchange. To him, the prize was always his. In Trump's mind, that is his prize. So in Trump's mind, she hasn't given him anything. She's someone who was misprized, misawarded it. She's actually given it to the man who should have had it in Trump's mind. And in return for being a good person about it, being one of the good ones, he gives her a autographed gift bag, like a Trump Happy Meal, and says, here's this, like, thanks for nothing, bitch. Now get out of my sight. You get what I'm saying, right? Does this not make sense? So
it does. Yeah, of course it does. But I mean, finish your thought, and then I'll.
No, that's it. That's it. Yeah,
okay.
And then continue with yours.
I still disagree that it's psychological. I think she's just I mean, she's obviously loony, but it's not like.
Thank you.
I don't think they deserve to be given like, oh, they're a victim kind of thing. Yeah. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So no, I get it. But one wonders. I'm saying one wonders. I didn't say I'm analyzing her. Okay. That's my conclusion. But one does wonder. It's kind of like trying to appeal. He's an obvious predator, and he's someone who's predatory on so many levels that we don't even need to say child predator. He's obviously predatory on so many levels. He's exploitationist. He's obviously a incredibly abusive person. And we know by the charges presented by his own wives that he's a physically abusive person. So to give something to him, it is a legitimate question.
We've always known this.
Yes.
It's not anything new.
Yeah, and everyone's universally known this worldwide. And so it's not like a hidden American secret. So her giving him something, you do have to ask, was she abused as a child? Where she's like still stuck in that trauma mode, like, oh, this is Big Daddy and I have to appease him. Obviously that's a stretch and it's indulgent, but you get my point. It's still a fitting parallel for satire or social statement, if nothing else. So Sammy Romero says, by the way, the Exxon and Chevron did not do a deal because of the investment and profit being too risky. So who is going in to drill for oil? Just curious. So I will address that to the best of my ability.
I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
They were telling him, they were like, look, we're not investing in it. He said, you have to.
It's like, yeah.
What, do the impossible?
Move
the earth?
Yeah. It's like this is I'll get
you saw that ship, the first ship they took. I mean,
Yeah.
it was held together with like speed tape, and it was all rusting out. It's like no company on earth would take that kind of hit for a couple bucks.
Dude, when the boarding party stepped aboard, the rivets began to fall out from the weight.
Right.
Yeah. It's
It was just so bad. Yeah, it's like, come on, really?
Oh yeah, yeah. So I do want people to feel free to write me about this. Feel free to leave comments about it. You know, am I displaying the fawn response when it comes to people like that have been on this program that are so patently abusive of the forum, even if they're not attacking me directly? They're simply abusive in their own right by their simple behavior. It's not limited to Daryl James and Peter Moon and Chris Dean and various other miscreants. It's we can go back to truly just felonious abusers like Jambo the Reese Monkey, Jameson Reese.
Yeah, that one was pretty bad.
Yeah, just screaming, you know, I want everybody dead, and just constantly and consistently just saying the most obscene things imaginable. There's no words to describe the kind of people that I've had. Obviously, I've grown up surrounded by criminals. In the Tenderloin, Brendan's been there. Aaron Tice has been there. We can't say Sammy Romero has been there with me, but he knows. And but definitely Brendan has been in the thick of it. Even more so than.
Well, he's from LA. It might as well be worse down there.
It's not really. It's not really. It's bad in its own way, but it's not the same because it doesn't have that level of congestion. San Francisco is the most congested city in the United States next to New York City. So, and it's much worse because New York City is very ghettoized ethnically, so people can ethnically enclave. Here in San Francisco, you have ethnic enclaving, but it's so diffuse that you have these ethnic groups literally up against each other's face, abrasive to the point where it's truly invasive of personal space, cultural space. It is a horror story beyond description. There's no words. Yeah, that having been said, Sammy's following up. We'll see what he texts in a moment. But what I can say soon enough, or right now, we can get into some of the international relations aspects of tonight. And as Samuel Romero says, that's where I really shine anyway. And the first thing I can point out, and it will lead us back to Venezuela, which will lead us back to Iran, is that America's hunger for Grunland is tearing NATO.
Well, yeah, did you see that thing I sent you that allegedly they took out the, you know, the leader, the supreme leader? Is that true? I haven't heard anything yet, but it could be just some, you know, AI troll farm. But
I haven't heard anything to that effect. By that, you're referring to the supreme terror leader of Iran, the Ayatollah Khamenei. Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it.
Yeah, well, he can't. They put out something where it looked like he was speaking live, so it could just be like a deflection, or it could be he's just fine. Yeah. Someone else said, "Oh, he's having vodka with Putin." You know.
Yeah. Well. That's a legitimate conclusion. That will probably be the end result, more likely than any others. Will be his running to Moscow. So I'll get into that.
Yeah, just like the others. All of them.
But I do want to provide some context. But I will let people know. He's sweating. He ain't having, he ain't having a good time right now. He's sweating. Here we are.
Apologized about the economy. So.
Yeah, that shows how bad it is. When a divine leader apologizes about the economy, that's pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, that's
bad. Samuel Romero says, not gonna lie, Joe Tai really made Doug want to strangle him through bandwidth, almost comically annoying him to almost like a mosquito laugh out loud. By the way, this is quite true. Yeah, this is quite true, yeah, I can only acknowledge the reality of that. Joe Tai was assigned to do just that. He was good at what he did. He was masterful at what he did. It had to be intentional. Nobody is naturally that stupid. Nobody is that naturally stupid. It's simply impossible to for any human being to be that stupid and survive.
He was just a troll. It was just troll.
Yeah, he was just trolling. He was just a troll. But he was seriously going after what he thought were underage girls that Nemo tried to save his ass. Tell him about that. That the FBI puts out
Well,
this.
he just said, "Oh, it's a Fed." He just said, "I gotta warn him."
Yeah.
Like he felt like a connection with him. He's like, "I gotta warn him. Those are Feds. Those are Feds." Like he would know. Because he's being chased by the Australian dude that he was trying to have us like
kill. He wanted to have us kill. Yeah, and he wanted you to do it for free. He wanted you to do it for free.
Yeah. Do you know any spells that can kill people from distance? Yeah. It's like, that's not my that's not my thing. But yeah, he tried.
Oh, that piece of shit. Yes. And if you're listening, Nemo, I'm so glad you lost everything and that now you have to buy food for your dad and that you're both living in a trailer together in pressurized compartmental living. I'm sure you two will kill each other if you haven't done so already. Yeah, I mean, he hated his dad when they had multiple rooms and he was in his own room. Imagine him living in a trailer with his dad. Or is he just waiting for the trailer and there's someplace else, an apartment or something?
I have no idea.
Still, they're in such close proximity that he'll...
At this point, they could all be in there.
Yeah.
Who knows? With nowhere else to go because you exposed him.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't gonna say the guy's name. You went full stop.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, it was like, because what I hated was he offered only 2,000 to kill someone. Only 2,000, and then
what a bargain.
Yeah, and then when I said, okay, I'll go for it with every intention of doing nothing, then he said, oh no. Then he withdrew it. That I hate that chicken shit.
Of course.
Yeah, that's if he had given it,
it's better than some other things we've heard.
Yeah.
Recently.
Yeah, but if he had given the $2,000 and I ripped him off, I wouldn't have doxed him. So there's a moral code to my criminality.
Well, to be fair, he was pretty open about it.
No, he was stupidly expositive. He was stupidly expositive about it. Yeah, it was like he couldn't stop himself. Like when I said, there's this anime that the older anime viewers will push on the noobs because the noobs are coming around saying, hey, I want to get into anime, but where do I start? And they'll always say, there's this one trilogy they always recommend to these young noobs that as a horrible practical joke. And it involves young boys, transvestites, sexually abused by an older man. I can't remember what. And then, you remember, he just came right out. Boku no Pico.
Yeah, it was seconds. It took seconds.
Yeah, he knew exactly what it was. Boku no Pico. He says, it's like, dude, don't answer that question. It's like you're telling us too much. You're telling us too much about yourself by answering that question. But you saw he had the collection. No, didn't he tell you? He told you he had the full collection.
He told me he had a folder. He told me he had a folder of manga in quotes. Yeah. So.
Shit. Oh, and thank you for all the sigils you're providing. By the way, they will keep the enemy at bay. We will have faith in that. And of course, Samuel Romero, you're also welcome to jump on bandwidth and interject whenever you wish. As is Holly and Heather, whom I often interchange their names. But what I can't say right now is that America's hunger for Grunland is tearing NATO apart, with the Treasury Secretary defending European tariffs and calling the push to acquire Grunland a national emergency. Now, the United States Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, is defending the Trump tariffs, targeting 8 European countries that oppose President Donald Trump's push to acquire Grönland, telling NBC News' moderator Kristen Welker on Meet the Press that the national emergency is avoiding the national emergency. It is a strategic decision by the president. This is a geopolitical decision, and he is able to use the economic might of the U.S. to avoid a hot war. I mean, a hot war with Europe. With Europe. And as Trump,
yeah, and everyone online is saying, yeah, the Euros would get smoked, by our spec ops and shit.
Dude, don't even get me started. Europe.
They did let themselves atrophy a bit, but what can you do about that?
Europe is in no position for a war.
Yeah.
And yet, as I will describe if we have that amount of time and I have the energy and the inclination tonight, they could whip the Russian Empire with one hand tied behind their fucking back. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Anybody who does is a fucking Russian or a paid-off promoter thereof. A propagandist of Vladimir Putin. And as Trump doubles down on Grönland...
Well, apparently Putin's trying to get back into Europe now.
Yeah, what's he doing now?
He said he wants to make amends with Europe. And,
Like how?
I don't know. Politically, I don't know.
Oh, dude, don't even get.
He has so much to offer.
Yeah, it's that guy's got nothing now. And if Europe goes for it, they deserve to die. But one thing I can tell you is that as Trump doubles down on Grönland, Europe is doubling down on Europe. NATO has faced tensions and even hostile fire between members before, as I've described with the Cyprus crises. As in the Greek, it's pronounced Kypros, but the Cypriot, or Cypriot, as it would be anglicized, the Cypriot crises, properly the Cypriot crises, had Turkey and Greece shooting at each other, both member nations. In fact, at that moment, NATO was in a form of civil war. So even though this sort of thing has happened in the past, it really offers no precedent, because the crises unleashed by Donald Trump's drive to acquire Grönland is unprecedented, turning NATO's indispensable member against most of the rest. Mr. Trump's announcement of tariffs against countries that have stood with Denmark and Grönland on Saturday, just yesterday, by our time. Remember, here on the left coast, it's only 9:32 p.m. It's still very much, Saturday is still very much yesterday until the stroke of midnight. And it was just yesterday that, well, Mr. Trump's announcement of tariffs against countries that have stood with Denmark and Grönland proved an escalation that could permanently damage what is justifiably called history's most successful alliance. Now, several European nations are deploying small numbers of military personnel to Grönland to participate in joint exercises with Denmark as President Trump ramps up his threats to forcibly annex the subcontinental superisland. By the way, Sammy Romero says, a hot war sounds like a bikini pageant round. Laugh out loud. Yeah, again, these are anachronistic terms. It's like, seriously, it's something that, thank you, Sammy, for that. You think of Trump used to be affiliated real heavy duty with beauty pageants. And one of his original girlfriends was Venezuelan, a Venezuelan beauty pageant queen. So, he's got his dick in Venezuela in more ways than one. By the way, who is this lovely? You got a name for this young lady, Brendan? hot cosplayer chick is
No, I
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so she's built for an
You're
Asian.
talking about the Nami?
Yeah,
The Nami
yeah,
character?
yeah. Is that what she's cosplaying? Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yes.
right. She is cosplaying. Yeah, even though the tits are bigger, but she's got naturals herself.
And
But
she's mixed. She's obviously mixed.
yeah, she's obviously mixed. Yeah, that's how she got the boobs. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's yeah. Like myself, they say Eurasian people are the most beautiful in the world. By the way, these characters are, of course, all One Piece as opposed to JoJo, and
Yeah,
aren't
well,
they?
those are mostly dudes.
Yeah, yes, in
Hence,
JoJo.
hence you never see me send them.
Yeah, true.
I don't think maybe I've sent maybe one.
Yeah,
Once.
well, just as examples of, say, for instance, as wards. You've used them as wards when we need them for stands, counter
Yeah.
stands against the
Exactly.
enemy's
Yeah,
occult forces. Yeah.
Yeah.
But these are actual, like, cheesecake here. So all that being said, yeah. Now, in terms of these small symbolic numbers of forces to stand, they comprise elements from the United Germany, Sweden, France, Norway, the Netherlands, and Finland. And all of these have confirmed deployments on the ground, or rather on the ice, which analysts say carry more symbolic weight at a time of unprecedented tension within NATO itself. This coming after Trump said earlier this week that anything less than United States control of Greenland is unacceptable. Now, officials from Denmark and Greenland also met with Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Wednesday midweek last, but those talks yielded no tangible results. Indeed, as the smoke settled between...
I think the armed forces came out and said they said they're not going to obey any commands, even from the president, so he's not really in control in regards to Greenland.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I appreciate that profoundly. I really do. And so, not that I'm digging you for this. Believe me, I believe you. If there's any modicum...
Let's put it this way. I haven't verified it. It's just some internet rumors.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. If you find any sources for that, let me know, because I would like to think that a modicum of sanity remains in the high command. Those
are the people. Whoever controls the guns controls it. You know that.
That's true.
Everyone knows
That's
that.
True.
So and those people are beyond. Like they're in the hands of forces that are beyond these personality cults.
Thank you.
You'll never come to know who controls that. Actually, that's how I think of it. It's true because they're obviously doing their own thing. Whether we can see it or not.
Yeah, they've been doing so forever.
Yeah.
Now, as the smoke settled between the high-level diplomats outside the embassy, a new view was settling across the Atlantic Ocean. Whatever happens next, Denmark and its relationship with the United States has changed irreversibly. To quoteist Mikkel Runge Olesen, he's a senior researcher at the Danish Institute for International Studies. To quote us here at length and verbatim, out of where he's based in South Korea, "We put all our eggs in the United States' basket. We're super Atlanticists. We've gone far further in our support of the U.S. than many other nations. We've really prioritized the relationship to the U.S., but it will never be the same again. The most transatlantic politicians are now the most bitter and skeptical. The Danish Prime Ministeress Mette Frederiksen and the former NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen, for example. I think, from a Danish perspective, the idea of the USA as our security strategy is now gone. Now we're looking for a European alternative. It's been an expensive lesson. We trusted the Americans, and we never should have done that. Now, a Europe united is a Europe alone. The right will, if they ever come to their right mind, to use a pun, want a United States of Europe. Conservatives must come to see a unified suprapeninsular subcontinent as the only defense against the American and communist Chinese empires. There's already some trade-offs. As Trump imposes tariffs on 8 countries over the Grönland dispute, reeling Europeans are trading around American imperial overreach, cementing a deal with Mercosur after a quarter century of negotiations. So I'm going to provide the link to that into our chat, and I'm going to provide a link there into our infinite call. And for those of you unfamiliar with Mercosur, that's a trading federation of Latin America on the Atlantic seaboard. The South Atlantic, most specifically. Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay and Uruguay. And together, along with Europe, they're in the top tier of trade blocs. By the way, Trump's top military commanders refusing to entertain Greenland invasion plans. You can't be serious. It's not happening without congressional approval. Okay, thank you. I appreciate this. Okay. Of course, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Because, as this guy says, this ain't no joke. A sitting president is asking for invasion planning against Allied territory, and the military is refusing on constitutional grounds, ergo preventing a geopolitical catastrophe. But the system is obviously running to its limits here. The congressional wall, once that breaks, and he gets the Republicans to vote on this, well, it's the end of the world as we know it. So thank you for this link, Brendan. I'll heart that. And again, I want people to open this link and scroll down and look at these maps. The first thing that will strike you when you see that graph, that chart, not a map, that European Union and Mercosur, they're among the world's largest economies. Still, you're staggered how the two of them put together are so comparatively small compared to the United States, Communist China, Asian India, Indonesia, and Pakistan. But nevertheless, all the more reason for their unification across the Atlantic. This is the new Atlantic Alliance. It will be united by the Church. These are overwhelmingly Roman Catholic countries in the South Atlantic. Canada and market-Leninist China have consequently blindsided America by reaching a deal to lower trade barriers, including a cut in tariffs for Canadian canola and Communist Chinese EVs or electric vehicles. I don't believe that the Communist Chinese are getting any good deal with canola, but Brendan, tell us about that. Tell people how canola oil, that's like something that shouldn't even pass your lips without a curse.
Yeah. I mean, canola oil was originally used, prior to industrialization as a ship lubricant to protect like metal-walled ships and different pulleys and moving parts for marine use. And then after World War II, when they used, that was like the height of production. They had to step up production of this hybridized oil called it's actually called rapeseed oil. They hybridized it and then patented it under a corporate name called canola, meaning Canadian American Oil Company Conglomerate. It's an acronym for that.
God damn.
And so after World War II, when they didn't, they started making synthetics and other, the oil production rose from the Middle East and all that, like the crude oil, and they started using those types of oils. They said, what are we going to do with all these farms and all the production that we made? And they said, we're going to bring in these scientists from America, the United States, and have them engineer it. So they did basically an early form of GMO technology, and they engineered this oil crop, the rapeseed oil, to be lower in toxic compounds, thereby making it quote unquote safe for human consumption. And that's what became the canola oil that everyone uses for food, as a food crop, which in its entire history was never used for food, even for animal fodder. Yeah. So that's what we've been eating for the last 50 years. And that's why heart disease is through the roof and all that. And they've actually confirmed this, because the ratio of oil, you know, the omega-6s to the omega-3s are totally out of whack, you know. So they've confirmed this, and that's why all the fried food uses it, because it's the cheapest oil. So there you go.
Oh my
and
God.
Now we're eating it on a daily basis. Yeah.
Outrageous. I'd like to think that the Communist Chinese know what they're doing and they only intend to use this for industrial purposes, but we know better.
No, they don't care.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. Yeah, they don't give a shit.
They'll use it because it's cheap. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll use it because it's cheap.
I heard they were using like what is called human oil. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Okay, so apparently there were like some really skint, you know, kind of impoverished. That's a British word, but skint means you're like totally poor.
Yeah.
So there was like some skint provinces in China or some cities where they caught the vendors, you know, like the street food vendors.
Yeah.
They were getting this oil from an unknown source, quote unquote, but they were skimming it out of the storm drains and the sewer lines.
Oh.
There would be this layer of oil that would form, you know?
Oh.
And so they would like siphon off that oil, you know, just the top layer of whatever was there. And then they would somehow, quote unquote, purify it to where it became like a clear oil. And then they would start cooking in that.
Oh.
And it's called human oil or some shit like that. And it turns out it's really bad for you. And it was killing people. Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine that. I mean, no shit. No shit. It didn't take any study to oh my fucking
So then
God.
even the CCP had to crack down on it and say it was illegal because it was just like killing just people in the streets.
God damn.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. I actually, I'm not quite sure I should thank you for sharing that. It's like the last thing I needed to hear, but that's oh my God. Well, that's fascinating. Nonetheless, in a different frame of mind, I'll fully digest it, to use a pun, later. But oh my God, thank you. That's important to bear these things in mind.
It's called gutter oil.
Gutter oil. Oh.
It says refers to widespread illegal production and sale of gutter oil, a recycled, often toxic cooking oil made from restaurant grease traps, sewers, and animal waste, which was used in low-end restaurants and even to make some pharmaceutical products, leading to massive health scares and convictions in 2014, where a case of the Zhou brothers were jailed for producing it from slop. It says collected from restaurant grease, traps, sewers, kitchen waste, and discarded animal parts or expired meats. Illicitly cleaned, filtered, and processed as cheap cooking oil. There you go.
Thank you.
It says in 2010, it was estimated that 1/10 of the food in China could contain this gutter oil. Oh
my God, that's a large. That's a
so
large.
I think going to canola is a step up.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'll vote for that. Now, referencing a new world order, Mark Carney of Canada hailed the strategic partnership with the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. Paradoxically, American firms have become more upbeat about doing business in mainland China after a trade truce between Trump and Xi Jinping. My Taiwan has sought to downplay concerns that its tech industry is being hollowed out by an American imperial trade deal as our chip makers prepare to invest hundreds of billions of dollars into the United States of America. Now, Brendan can help me explain this here, that basically this is welfare for Americans. we take pity on you in my Taiwan, and we're simply providing for you a form of industrial welfare. And this is to provide some jobs in America and basically get Trump off our backs and make certain he's invested enough.
You're talking about the chip plant?
Yes, in Arizona and New Mexico, the Southwest. Let people know that there's no way. It'll take years and years for these things to go active and online. And even at that, they're going to be
producing 3 micron
Thank you.
like chips. They're old chips.
Yes. Not only
they might
that,
as well be fucking trap. Yeah, they're nothing.
Thank you. Not only that, they would be producing, even if they were to produce high-end super semiconductor chips parallel to Taiwan's, they'd be basically producing so few because the economy is not geared towards doing this and the environment's not geared towards doing this. It takes a lot of water to divert it from entire cities for these plants.
Right.
That they're just going to be putting out something that would like be 0.0 something percentage of 1% of the market. That's how bad this is. Like in 10 years, you'd be hitting 1 to 2% range of the market, something like that, 3%. You know, that's if you win all out and went balls to the wall with this and use these plants as a model for building others. It's not going to happen. You're just basically going to, get back in the market with a single percentile to maintain you'll be holding on to the market by the fingernails. So Taiwan's doing this as an act of grace and pity. By the way, I'm taking a look at this Chinese cooking oil scandal.
If you scroll down, you could see it.
Oh my God.
It's like a cistern with like less colored shit.
Oh my God. Oh my God, this is like straight out of a septic tank. It's like a septic tank.
Isn't that nice?
Oh, I'm just, this is so awful. It's so awful. By the way, Real Tech Geek says, he joins us saying, memory manufacturers now have a new threat looming over their heads. On top of the memory shortages, suppliers face the new threat because the United States is considering imposing 100% tariffs on offshore producers. So I'll answer that with the emoji of 100. So tell us about this. What do you know about this?
Well, right now, all those AI data centers are taking all the RAM chips, and so it's impossible to find them. People that build computers are like left without products. They're not able to build these affordable computers because RAM, like a stick of RAM, is like hundreds of dollars now. It used to be 20 or 30. So,
God damn,
the whole market's imploded for RAM.
So data centers will consume
shortages in memory, solid state drives, and hard drives were all driven by AI demand. And that the latest report says 70% of the memory produced will be consumed by data centers in 2026.
God damn. And that supply shortfall will cause the chip shortage to spread to other segments that says soon enough, you won't even be able to buy a calculator. So Realtek says he misses being on the show. No worries, Realtek. Don't worry about it. You'll be visiting us again soon enough. Right now I'm just on kind of a monologue here, and we just want to make sure I keep rolling. But I'll add you back to the infinite call at some point soon, and it'll be probably sooner than later. I mean, like literally within a few episodes, I'm sure. I'm just kind of like trying to maintain a role at the moment. I do want people to understand that in the markets, a record trade surplus racked up by the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, $1.2 trillion no less, is washing up around the world as export earnings that once ended up in state coffers instead fund massive private purchases of overseas securities and business expansion abroad. The veteran investor Mark Mobius tips Taiwanese, Commu-Chinese, Korean, and Asian Indian stocks. Global credit markets well, the global credit markets running at their hottest in 12 decades, and here I can use that term, are spurring warnings from money managers, while the unbridled optimism that permeated the crypto industry during Trump's first year back in power is finally giving way to an inevitable angst. So here we have some more news from tomshardware.com. Good site, reliable for PC components. It basically tells us storage server DRAM prices are surging 100%. Tell us about this. It's beyond. Basically what's going on here is that the American and communist Chinese imperial buyers now see just 70% order fulfillment because AI is demand, the AI demand. It's driving the DDR5 shortages, and PC parts are going to follow suit. This is obviously going to be a crisis where we're going to confront these multi-billionaires that are selling us the AI snake oil. And, well, this is going to destroy people's lives. And the stupid American government is going to back them up all the way while people starve to death informatically. Let's put it that way. Informatically. People are going to informationally starve. Realtek says, support Douglas Dietrich, folks. Thank you for that. He says, 100% tariffs on memory. Laugh out loud. He says, don't forget about Intel. DDR5 in particular. Samsung 990 Pro 4TB I bought in 2024 now for under $300 is now $500. He says Micron is making a chip plant in upstate New York, and it's going to be complete by 2040. Laugh out loud. Yes. By the way, thank you, Pixie Princess, for your continued input. And, oh yes, congratulate her on her veganism, Brendan, if you would be so kind.
Oh yeah, if that's legit, that's nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Cool. And
yeah, okay, so I'm looking at it now. 64 gigabytes of Corsair RAM is $1,100, which is, it's absurd. I mean,
God damn.
It didn't used to be that expensive. I mean, this is like top of the line, but still, it was like maybe three to 500. Now it's almost 1,200.
Mm-hmm. Well, this brings us back.
Not a good prognosis.
No, this is only going to get worse. We'll get back to this topic inescapably. Obviously, this is going to be hitting us all, and it's going to be hitting us hard. So I want you all to know we'll be back on this. Right now, to answer Sami Romero's question, in Asia and Europe, we see the rise of gunboat capitalism, the trend for governments to project hard power to help their national corporate champions, and to use those companies as a tool of statecraft. Since President Donald Trump overthrew the despot Nicolás Maduro, he has made plain that he wants American firms to control Venezuela's oil, and that he expects those American oil firms to do as he says, despite the boss of ExxonMobil telling him that Venezuela is, in a single word, uninvestable. Political pressure around the world is forcing multinationals to favor their homelands, or other countries friendly with their own. Advocates of gunboat capitalism say it will make their nations richer and safer. It will achieve neither of these goals. The American imperial plan for Venezuela has a precedent. It's not good. Lessons from early 20th century fiscal receivership efforts should be a warning for Venezuela. A 14 night, that's the old in English, for fortnight, literally 14 nights. It is 12 weeks ago, after the United States military operation in Venezuela toppled Presidente Nicolás Maduro, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, himself a Cuban-American, announced a three-phase plan for maladministering the country's vast oil reserves from Washington. Beyond overseeing production and sales, Rubio also suggested that the United States would control how the proceeds from oil sales are allocated, claiming this would ensure that revenues benefit the Venezuelan population rather than corrupt power holders. Given that oil accounts for the significant majority of Venezuela's public income, this would effectively give Washington decisive influence over that country's budgetary priorities. The maladministration's Venezuela plan represents a stark departure from American imperial regime change operations of the past 8 decades. It reflects neither the ideological motivations of the World War III era, misnomered as the Cold War, nor the democratic idealism that shaped post-Soviet interventions. Instead, President Donald Trump's vision of low-cost extraction, managing the sale and proceeds of Venezuelan oil without United States administrators or troops on the ground, seems to revive a much older model, fiscal receivership. This approach pioneered under President Theodore Roosevelt, the Republican Roosevelt who gave us teddy bears. Yes, I'm quite fucking serious. Teddy bears were inspired by Theodore Roosevelt hunting bears, and they were meant to give house to the spirits of all the bears he slaughtered, and was responsible for by inspiring other people to slaughter. That's why all your teddy bears hold the ghost of a dead bear in Native American belief. Bet you never even thought of that. Or maybe you always did. At any rate, he's the dude who pioneered fiscal receivership in the 20th century, the early 20th century, and it offers us a set of instructive historical precedents as Washington embarks on a potentially risky experiment in Venezuela. Between 1904 and the 1930s, the United States supervised fiscal receiverships, in the plurality, in several Latin American and Caribbean countries, most notably the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Panama. These arrangements did not amount to formal protectorates, but often functioned like them in practice. United States officials assumed control over key revenue streams, the Dietrichonic incomes, meaning in the Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak, Meisterschlüssel, or master key income streams, most commonly customs houses, which at the time were the primary source of state income. That's why my mother's father was so important. He was a customs official for Taiwan. And in some cases, Americas also exercised authority over internal taxation and budgeting. You see, local governments retained nominal sovereignty and formal political institutions, but decisions over revenue collection, debt servicing, and public spending increasingly flowed through Washington, the District of Columbia, a capital far away in the north. By the way, we've got more input from Real Tech Geek, who says that this is not going to last. Jeff Bezos, well, he believes AI will force you to rent your PC from the cloud, and the RAM crisis is accelerating such. PC hardware may become obsolete for subscription-based cloud computing. Jeff Bezos thinks so, and the RAM crises may make it come true. I'll respond to this with a wow. Your thoughts, Brendan?
Well, I'm sure that at the point when they buy all of it, that's the only option left. Otherwise, no one can use the internet.
God damn.
Of course, they're going to try and profit off of it.
Well, if they do that and they have total control over the input and output of information, where are we left? At that point, isn't that don't they effectively run our lives? They will have access to everything, which they do now, but
that's what they want. That's what the whole point of all this is.
Well, in other words, we'll be paying for what we now use professionally What happens if you have to be online at work? So the company's paying for your online access then, but when you go home to pay your bills, you've got to pay to get online access to work your bills out and do interact with society at all.
There wouldn't even be, you wouldn't even have a job at that point. It's
Good point. Touche. Touche.
Like, it's just not. Yeah. Like, it's worse than Black Mirror. It's worse than dystopian. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Because the whole point of the AI is just to surveil people. They want total lockdown on the Earth plane, so they can, you know, once they have it locked down, then they can bring in, you know, what they want, the Ragnarok and all this thing. Yeah. So they don't really care about humans. I mean, I've said that already a few times.
Yeah. And well, it never hurts.
Like, you'll be like in a full on, you know, they want it to be like full on Matrix where you pay to play everything.
Yeah.
They've already openly said that, you know, you'll own nothing and be happy and all that jazz.
Oh yeah, that's right. They keep saying that we're heading towards no ownership. That this is, of course, communism. They're preaching communism.
I mean, it's like beyond that. It's like
it's beyond that. True. This is the Borg.
Something that Lenin would have been salivating if he knew this was possible. They didn't even know that this was possible.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, they couldn't even imagine that. The closest they could come was that statement of Vladimir Lenin's, communism is socialism plus electricity. He had some preview of this. At any rate, Real Tech Geek says, for instance, NVIDIA Cloud Gaming, GeForce Now, they are doing 100-hour cap for all users. Laugh out loud. So GeForce, you know about this?
No.
Okay.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it's exploitive.
Thank you for that input, Real Tech. It gives us an example. People have to pay to play. But then again, that's like, what'd you expect? I mean, if they put out a product...
It's cloud gaming. Yeah, it's cloud gaming.
Yeah, thank you. At any rate...
Play the most demanding PC games across all devices. So that's... Yeah. So they don't have to sell you the RAM anymore. You just link in through the internet server.
Okay. God damn.
And you can play any game that's released. It's just not... You don't own it.
Yeah, you don't own it. But not only that, but you'll have to pay to play past a certain hours cap.
Yeah.
Once you're in. They want to get you in.
Eventually it'll get to the point where it'll be like, it'll be so controlled. Yeah. It'll be like, we're losing production in this sector, so cut their, gameplay to two days a week. Yeah. Because otherwise they'll just sit and play all day.
There you go.
Be like that controlled. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man. So people will be paid in playtime.
Yeah, pretty much. or it'll get so bad it will be like you don't have a choice.
God damn. Oh.
It's like you already get, like they already openly said we're gonna give you everything, a house and food and all that, but your free time will be what they're selling you back.
God.
So you'll get an extra day to play this game if you, do an extra day of work.
What happens when the person's incompetent and can't do work? I shudder to ask. They haven't planned that far.
Answer. You know the answer.
Yeah, they kill him. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you don't exist.
Yeah.
Or some kind of horrible like slavery happens.
Yes, there we are. Pixie,
like Matrix level where they make you a battery and shit.
Yes. By the way, Realtek says GeForce is NVIDIA Consumer Gaming Division. Okay, thank you. Pixie says she wants a body pillow, meaning she wants. She says, dude, tee hot stop. I want a body pillow. Hello? No, watch me. It's like cool. Thank you, Pixie. This is, by the way, for those of you who don't know, she does cam work. So we may be getting a bleed off from her conversation from her
Yeah,
work.
you're on the wrong keyboard. Right now, there's a guy waiting for a response. Like, I'll buy you anything you want, baby.
Back to the
Yeah, go to your other keyboard.
She says she sees a baby dragon. I'm sure she sees something there. All right, yeah.
That's not a dragon.
Yeah.
That would be offensive, hearing that.
Oh my God. So, back to fiscal receivership. The Dominican Republic was the first major test of this model in 1905. Facing chronic political instability and concern about European intervention over unpaid debts, the Republican Roosevelt administration under Teddy took control of Dominican customs. The arrangement initially succeeded in reorganizing foreign debt and restoring short-term fiscal order, yet the underlying political problems remained unresolved. By 1916, renewed instability and armed conflict prompted a full United States military occupation, which would last until 1924. The lesson being clear: controlling revenue does not prevent domestic actors from mobilizing alternative sources of finance, nor does it eliminate political fragmentation. Cuba and Haiti, or Haiti, entailed even more intrusive versions of fiscal control. Following disputed elections and rebellion in Cuba in 1906, the United States installed a provisional government that effectively ran the country for more than 20 years. Despite sweeping authority, American imperial administrators failed to produce durable fiscal improvements. Corruption persisted, and American officials frequently tolerated patronage networks to maintain political stability. To say it correctly, it would be patronage networks. In Haiti, or Haiti, after the 1915 intervention and subsequent occupation, an American financial advisor became the final authority over the national budget. The arrangement generated intense popular resistance, including a peasant rebellion in 1919, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Dietrich, was born. This failed to boost revenues. And
by the way,
yeah,
Haiti is on that the technocracy map, so
yes,
you need to hurry up.
Thank you.
I don't see him rushing in there.
I noticed. They rushed in throughout its history, but this time it's like Family Guy Godzilla. They just they're turning around. Yeah, they're just turning around. They ain't having none of that. Yeah. As well as failing to boost revenues, this precedent left Haiti politically fragile after the United States forces withdrew in 1934. Let me take a look at our man Brendan.
What were we doing there in the 30s?
Oh, good God. Well, we invaded. It was the European front in World War I. It was considered the American front. It was considered the American front because these were considered uppity Negroes. They basically hated Haiti as an independent black republic. They felt that they would be an inspiration for black independence in America and the demand for a new Africa or a black homeland in the United States. Obviously, not every black person could go to live in the Free Republic of Haiti. So the Americans invaded to preempt to preempt Haiti from instilling rebellion in the hearts of American blacks toward an independent homeland, since they were already free as slaves. Nobody wanted them. Nobody wanted to hire them. So an independent homeland made logical sense. So to preempt that, who would support them? Well, the obvious inspiration in the Western Hemisphere was the world's first black republic. And yes, for those of you who do not know, every black social model that existed to that point in history was a kingdom. Haiti was the first black republic, period, in human history, recorded human history. Of course, the argument was made even then that it should have been a kingdom. It probably would have been better if it had been like North and South Korea, North Haiti and South Haiti, one a kingdom and the other a republic, and they could have, competed with each other, and that would have provided economic growth, would have spurred political
like you said,
maturity.
they were sabotaged, obviously.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much so. Thank you. Well, obviously, Toussaint Louverture. I'm probably butchering the man's name.
The French had beef with them because of the
Yeah.
Napoleonic issue.
Yes, he was foolish
Era
enough.
issue.
Yeah, he was foolish enough to accept the Trump invitation. The same invitation Trump has given to the Presidente of Colombia. Come to the White House! And he'll just arrest him there. Which is what Napoleon Bonaparte, the white Napoleon, did to Toussaint Louverture, the black Napoleon. He invited him to Paris, where he put him under arrest and threw him in a
They
dungeon.
arrested him.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh, it's like his wife told him not to go, and but no,
Well,
I
that's
must.
what he gets for not listening.
Thank you. Dying, tortured to death in a prison, dungeon, freezing your ass off. Imagine a black person from the Caribbean inside of a cold European dungeon in wintertime. That's how he died.
Oh, it's hell. It's
Yeah.
hell. Oh.
Oh my God. Yeah, so there you go. Happy history. Happy horror. It's
Well, it's never good. Yeah.
Thank you. It's never good. Like my dad said, if you don't jibe with the fact that history is nothing but a series of wars, what are you getting out of it?
Your bio father or your
my
your
legal
real
father. My legal father said that. Yeah, but it's something my bio father would say too. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like both of them would agree.
Yeah, both of them agreed.
They probably had more in common than everyone realized.
Oh no, they did.
They're both soldiers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they had quite a bit in common. Now, as I was saying, Cuba and Haiti, they entailed even more intrusive versions of fiscal control. Following disputed elections and rebellion in Cuba in 1906, the United States installed a provisional government that effectively ran the country for more than 20 years. Despite sweeping authority, American imperial administrators failed to produce any durable fiscal improvements. So bear that in mind. Bear in mind what happened in Haiti, where the arrangement generated intense popular resistance, failed to boost revenues, and left the country politically fragile once the United States finally withdrew in 1934. And then the cases, based on formal cooperation, well, they fared no better. In Nicaragua and Panama, American imperial fiscal advisors were invited in by local governments seeking stability and international credibility, yet historical studies prove that, on average, countries under American imperial fiscal supervision never experienced any sustained increases in public revenues. In some instances, revenues declined. The promise that external technocratic oversight, and that was the term he used, would deliver good governance proved completely illusory. And just as important, American investors, often assumed to be the main beneficiaries, rarely reaped long-term gains. Beyond sporadic debt repayments, American companies faced continued hostile, unstable political environments that undermined durable investment and inflicted reputational costs upon them, because their mercenaries kept having to kill people. By the 1930s, these accumulated failures led Washington to abandon the model. Under Franklin Delano Roosevelt's good neighbor policy, the United States formally renounced armed intervention and withdrew from fiscal receiverships, recognizing that governing foreign finances from afar was both politically costly and economically ineffective. Coercion alone cannot produce stability or legitimacy. Yet the Trump maladministration's plan for Venezuela must be assessed against this backdrop. Trump faces constraints similar to those that limited Roosevelt. At the turn of the 20th century, memories of the Philippine-American War from 1899 to 1902, followed by a prolonged insurgency. America's first Vietnam, where troops came home addicted to opium. And they took that in spades to contend with their genocide of 3 million Muslims in the south of the archipelago, mainly on Mindanao. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of Roman Catholic Filipinos they massacred in the north. The American troops were so antisocial, unable to resocialize, that they were given the Pacific Northwest. And these mass murderers, these genocidal war criminals, then became the foundation for the population base of Washington and Oregon today. Which is why if you visit those states, the first thing you will notice is the incredible consistency of morbidly inbred insanity that pervades those states. White Christian hippies that are openly members of the Klan. In fact, it's the only place where you'll find politically correct Klansmen. They can afford to be inclusive rather than exclusive because there's no people of color around to accept their invitation to join. But the invitation stands, and if you go into Oregon and Washington, you will see men in white sheets, and they'll be inviting Jews and blacks and others to get under the sheets with them. You can take that any way you want. By the way, this is not a comedy routine. I'm not making this up in a fit of salubrious satire. It's really true. But because there's no minorities up there, yeah, they can play that. Such having been said, it's full of violent criminals, and you don't want to go up there. It's like that's like you give crazy a whole new meaning when you go to Washington and Oregon State. I mean, tell them about Freelandia. Brendan, help me out here. Tell them about Freelandia. It's like these fuckers literally think they should get everything for free. Yeah, just for being alive. You got to be giving me shit. It's like that comes from this sort of
What did you say?
Freelandia. Tell them about Washington State and Oregon. Tell them about how the Freelandia movement, these fucking crazies literally expect you can get everything for free. That these fuckers started these free zones where it's all barter and shit, and everybody's like, fuck, tell them.
Yeah, that was like during that whole 2021 to 2023 period.
Yeah.
When they were like took over parts of Portland and said, "Don't worry, everything's free, Freelandia," and it just devolved into like drugs and sketchy shit. Yeah, of course, naturally. And they had to like literally go in and smoke bomb them out to get out. That's crazy. Yeah, it was bad.
Oh. If I were in there, I'd be begging for the military to come in and rescue my ass out of that shit. So, I mean, goddamn, it was. Thank you for that. At any rate, this entire Philippine-American War, America's first Vietnam, that produced a whole load of crazies that could not reassimilate and got dumped in the Pacific Northwest, where they brought us Freelandia. It dampened American public support for extended overseas occupations. Today, the legacies of Afghanistan and Iraq likewise constrain democratic tolerance for long-term foreign entanglements. Yet without sustained presence, administrative capacity, and political legitimacy on the ground, the prospects for reforming Venezuela's oil sector remain uncertain, especially in an environment marked by corruption, institutional fragility, and the risk of renewed conflict. History does not necessarily repeat itself, and Venezuela in 2026 is not the Caribbean of 1906. But these precedents are nonetheless instructive. Early 20th century fiscal receiverships offered the illusion of control while failing to resolve structural problems, stabilize politics, or deliver lasting economic benefits, either for the countries involved or for American investors. They underscore a recurring lesson. Even hegemonic powers face sharp limits when attempting to manage the political economy of other states from a distance, producing anti-American sentiment and rally-round-the-flag effects. The tepid response by American oil companies to Trump's request to make significant investments in Venezuela proves that at least they are aware of the long-term risks involved, particularly considering Venezuela's history of institutional volatility and brusque nationalization. Meaning, if you build it, they will steal it. And as Washington embarks on its most ambitious experiment in hemispheric control in decades, these harsh lessons from the past deserve careful attention. Because Trump wants to accelerate extraction in Venezuela, and so do drug trafficking organizations. Illegal mining has enriched the Maduro regime and criminal groups while devastating the Amazon and its people. The United States is pulling out of organizations aimed at stopping the harm. It's called Order 66. And tell him, Brendan, Order 66 in Star Wars and the parallel of Trump pulling out of 66 international organizations.
Yeah, I mean, that's like when the Empire was founded in the Star Wars universe. He said Order 66, and it killed all the Jedi, and then created a state of emergency where it allowed him to basically end the war to become the Emperor. So,
there you have it. That's Trump's intent. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
And on a June day in 2022, gunmen shot Virgilio Trujillo Eroña in the head 3 times in the capital city of Venezuela's Amazonas state. An indigenous Yuatuja leader, Trujillo Eroña, had spent years defending the Amazon rainforest from destructive illegal mining. That work grew increasingly dangerous as illicit extraction boomed in Venezuela, with criminal groups targeting anyone perceived as an obstacle to profit. His killing was the 32nd documented murder of an indigenous or environmental defender in Venezuela over an 8-year period ending in 2022. The United States' January 3rd attack on Caracas has shifted focus to Venezuela's vast oil reserves and who will control and benefit from the crude. Left out of these discussions are the ongoing environmental and human rights crises that have metastasized under Nicolás Maduro, and who will stop them. Tens of thousands of oil spills have contaminated waterways and drinking water, degraded ecosystems, displaced communities. Human rights organizations, United Nations experts, and investigative journalists, meanwhile, have documented horrific abuses linked to illegal mining, a key source, a draconic source of income for the Maduro regime, and criminal organizations, including the ELN, the National Liberation Army from Colombia, the FARC, and the successors thereunto, who control an area of territory in Colombia larger than Switzerland. And, of course, run drugs through that conquest. If there's any source of drugs coming into America, it would be Colombia. Yet we don't seem to be getting the good shit anymore. I haven't had good coke from Colombia in what feels like 100 years. I mean, all that shit stopped. It's like nobody's getting coke at parties anymore. It's like, tell us, Brendan, where the fuck are people getting drugs anymore in America? They aren't coming from South America. I don't know what the hell Trump's bitching about. More concerned, of course, about the aqua systems.
They're just coming in legal channels, as food additives and pharmaceuticals and shit.
Thank you.
You just order them online practically.
and people just lab them at home, right? People are just labbing this shit at home here.
Possibly, or it's just coming in clandestinely, but it's already finished or something.
Yeah. Thank you.
Who knows?
No, what I mean by labbing is that they're taking the finished product. It's coming as pharmaceuticals, and they're just tweaking it. They're usually tweaking it. And, tell them about scromiting. What's this scromiting shit the Blood Boys were telling me about?
Oh, I don't know what that is. That's just like dad vape pens or something. I don't know what the hell that's about.
But it just goes to show they're just taking regular drugs and they're tweaking it. It's pot, right? Only they're vaping it or some shit.
Supposedly it's cannabis that's causing these, issues. So, but I don't think it's obviously it's not unadulterated. Something's gone wrong.
Yeah. They're fucking it up by mixing it with something. And any idea about the symptoms of scromiting in ER rooms, or what this anything about?
Well, I think that was the name tells you what it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We've been through enough morbid divulgences tonight. We don't need to go into that divergent tangent, but analysts and researchers concur that these organizations and government officials who have worked together to control and profit from mining operations, often through violence, impunity, and intimidation, are now counting on Donald Trump to help expedite their end product. Speaking of which, faulty assumptions about Iran have driven a failed American imperial policy. Believing that the clerical regime could be pragmatic was a mistake. One of my recollectible political memories from 1989, beyond the fall of the Berlin Wall, is when Iran's supreme leader ordered the death of the British novelist Salman Rushdie. I was baffled that anyone could think it appropriate to murder the author of a book they found offensive, rather than, say, simply not reading it. It was a revelation to me about how extremists think and act. Well, this week, as we struggle to find out how many protesters Iran's regime has just massacred, it seems more relevant than ever. Rather than tolerate dissent, Iran's theocrats and seculocrats have ordered their heavies to shoot into unarmed crowds with snipers deliberately aiming at faces and genitalia. After 47 years of oppression, Iran
I hate to have to ask this, but is this here or is it?
Yeah. Well
what
taken.
Country's falling apart now?
Touche.
Could be anywhere at this point.
Touche. You mean it could be Iran or America at this point?
Yeah, or North Korea. It could be anywhere.
Yeah.
Shit.
For those of you, tell them.
Uncivilized world.
Or North Korea. What North Korea? No, it can never be North Korea because they would never have mass protests.
That's true. Yeah, and you were talking about fawning. That's a glaring example of fawning.
Thank you.
It's gotten so bad they're just indoctrinated now.
Yeah, that's at the That's at the DNA level. That's at the
Right.
mass DNA level. Those poor bastards. Oh my god.
Yeah. So there you go.
Oh, now tell people about what's going on here. How they're aiming for eyes and genitalia.
Yeah, so you weren't talking about the U.S.
No, I wasn't. I was
Yeah.
talking about Iran, believe it or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've already like blinded people and thrown people. I mean, all the shit that happens.
Yeah.
Bolshevik style, it's called. Yeah, Bolshevik style.
Yeah, tell them about the glaring example. Some poor kid, they literally point blank range just blew his eye out.
Yeah, that was here in Santa Ana somewhere in Cali.
Yeah, god damn. Yeah.
Yeah, and they said it was non-lethal.
Yeah, that's non-lethal. Nothing non-lethal about it. Yeah, and
well, he's still alive. He just doesn't have it. Like half of his face got broke. It was all shattered and shit. And his eyes falling out.
Yeah, that's right. He has no
fun.
eye. Yeah, he's gonna be a glass eye. If you're gay, you could skull fuck him. But this is like what we're left with in America. But yeah, in Iran, after 47 years of oppression, Iranians are desperate for a chance to choose their own rulers. But the current rulers are willing to mass murder to stay in power and claim divine blessing for their cruelty. By the way, Brendan should ask the question again. You mean here?
Yeah, where is this?
Yeah. You're talking about America, right? Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I'm stricken by relating what I'm relating, and Brendan's question becomes quite pertinent. It's like there being no difference, but well, it brings to mind Trump's Gaza plan. The White House announced via Aristides, or rather Aristides brought us the news item, that several members of the Board of Peace, that is to temporarily supervise Gaza's governance for the foreseeable future, id est temporary in perpetuity, id est an ad hoc perennialism, include the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the Cubano, the Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, the Trump advisor, Jared Kushner, who, as Aristides said, is the most employed federal individual we've ever had in human history that's never been elected. He's federal all the way. He does everything for the United States government. Nobody voted this fucker in, but he's effectively running other governments, as well as ours, along with the former British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, on the Board of Peace. Sources telling the Fourth Estate that the Turkish dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan and the Egyptian dictator Abdel Fattah el-Sisi were among around 60 heads of state invited to join. The Argentinian dictator Javier Milei accepted his invitation in a post on X, and other countries approached include Morocco, Indonesia, Italia, Great Britain, the United Germany, Canada, and Australia. Now, the Board of Peace Charter, it frames this all as a more nimble alternative to institutions that have too often failed, seemingly a reference to the United Nations, and with a mission to resolve global conflicts, not only the Gaza. The White House announcing that Major General Jasper Jeffers, who monitored the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, signed in 2024, will command the International Stabilization Force, tasked with peacekeeping in the Gaza. To quoteist Dalaya Scheindlin, Israelis should also be out on the streets demonstrating. They should speak up to protect the lives of Israel's Arab Palestinian citizens who are being killed in criminal attacks at a rate of more than one per day in 2026, while law enforcement is practically indifferent. Incomprehensibly, hardly any Jewish Israelis do so. 99.9% of Jewish Israelis would never consider demonstrating on behalf of Palestinian citizens, civilians in the Gaza either. So yes, absolutely, the world is hypocritical and unfair, and Israelis don't have the credibility to complain about it. Now, Netanyahu himself has criticized the composition of the Gaza Executive Committee, the Palestinian Technocratic Committee tasked with running Gaza, as not coordinated with Israel and is against its policy, and instructed the Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'er to contact the United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio to discuss it. Of course, none of these people on that executive committee are even Palestinian. Nevertheless, the far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich has slammed Netanyahu regarding the Gaza Executive Committee, saying, "The original sin is the Prime Minister's unwillingness to take responsibility for Gaza, place it under martial law, encourage immigration, and Israeli settlement. In other words, kill everybody, drive them away through ethnic cleansing, and resettle the Jews in the chosen land. Because, it's Canaanite, and God told us to burn it to the root and take it for ourselves." Now, the far-right National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, added his 2 cents, saying that the Gaza doesn't need any executive board to oversee its reconstruction, in quotes. It needs to be cleansed of Hamas terrorists, who must be destroyed. By that he means...
who are we to say anything? It's just, they're just good people. They're just trying to live their lives in the desert.
And kill everyone else, yeah.
No, they're protecting themselves.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, how could I forget? Thank you.
Yeah.
With Ben-Gvir urging the Prime Minister to...
And they make really good olive oil, and they make really good... Their za'atar is really good. It's like a special spice, spice blend.
You remember that remember that pig fucker Peter Moon couldn't stop talking about olives? Amount of olives! Amount of olives!
Yeah,
Where
but
killed
that was a biblical reference that he weaved into his
narrative.
Craziness.
Yeah, his crazy narrative of killing his parents.
Yeah.
Like a murderer.
Because the Mount of Olives was where Jesus went in, like in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
That area, Galilee.
Yeah. And by the way,
Pete felt like everything was about him, so he said, "Yeah, that's where my parents died. Where
there you go.
Jesus granted me their fortune and shit."
Yeah, where Jesus granted me their fortune after I killed them, because God helps those who help themselves.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah. By the way, olives are very symbolic, and the one thing Pete did get right was observing that the Jews consistently deforest Palestine, occupied areas, and the Gaza of any olive trees to prevent them from harvesting their olives, which is their primary source
here's
of income.
I don't know if this is verified, but Pierce Morgan hospitalized after brutal fall, and he needs a new hip.
Why am I laughing?
Poor guy. It couldn't happen to a better person.
Well, he can afford the new hip, dude. He'll be fine. He'll be like, yeah. It's like, however, depending on his age, that's usually, the spiral. It starts with, you break the hip, that's usually...
Yeah, but 60 is really young.
That is young. That is fucking young.
Maybe not for normal white people, but...
Yeah, what the fuck is going on with his bones, man? He must have... What is it?
It's like glass bones.
Yeah, no.
It's like that SpongeBob shit.
No, there was something my dad had where the bones become weak. The bones become very, a condition.
But he must have been in his 90s when that happened. Is that not the case?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that happens normally when you're old. It's like a type of osteoporosis where the calcium leaches out.
That's it. Yeah, osteoporosis. That's what my dad had. He was osteoporotic.
But at 60?
Yeah, but you know what? They still put my dad on the bone medicine, which clings to the bones and builds it all back. The only thing that stopped that regimen.
This stuff is like if people used like traditional medicine, they wouldn't be like this.
Thank you.
Like, it's not something you fix afterwards. It's like something you deal with early, like
Thank
minerals.
you.
Like that's why I'm always harping on mineral water and all that. People think I'm nuts.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah. And at any rate, the National Security Minister, or shall we say the Ethnic Cleansing Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, urged the Prime Minister to order
And by the way, the reason why I'm, I've been enlightened. Why Israel is my favorite spot for agricultural products and culture, because now the ADF is compiling, and the FBI are compiling a list of people that are against Israel, apparently, allegedly. Did I send you that? I sent that to you.
You must have. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Is ADF the Anti-Defamation League you're referring to? ADFL?
Yeah.
Okay. So there
he
you
said
go.
He's going to prosecute everyone that's anti-Israel.
Oh, delightful. It's like, well.
So just for the record, I love their olive oil. Everything's good.
Oh man. Oh, best yet. Yeah, they're gay vacation commercials. They're gay vacation commercials.
Oh, that was like the stupidest shit they've ever done. Okay, that we can criticize. Where they were saying, Tel Aviv, it's the best, best place for, just what was it? It was like they're running on a beach and shit. Didn't make any sense.
Yeah, the homo hotspot, they said. The homo hotspot, they said.
Bizarre.
With all these regular looking dudes. They didn't look gay. None of them look gay. No pretty boys, no bears, no muscle men. Just a bunch of regular looking dudes that are like suddenly out of the closet. Actually, you know what? It's just Jewish men being patriarchal. That's what it is. They may as well be gay. They may as well be gay. So they're just showing straight guys.
I mean, it seemed like it was like, what? Why would they want to attract people like that? It just was weird. It was, like you said, it wasn't like they were like drag queens or some kind of, at least it was a spectacle. It was just like some random. They were like playing soccer and then
volleyball. Volleyball.
Yeah, he hit the volleyball to another dude, and then it was like implied that they were like, something chemistry was happening. Yeah, it didn't make any sense. It was that was pretty stupid marketing, honestly. Yeah.
Okay, taking a look at some of these. Now, this girl, oh my God, who is this young lady in pink?
The character or the cosplayer? I don't know who the cosplayer is.
Both. Yeah. Trish Una? Trish Una?
She's playing. Yeah, she's cosplaying as Trish Una. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
From JoJo.
Right. Oh, delightful. Yeah. Yes, and very well done.
I like the nip action.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. And now and then, what's this? We've got beneath it something far less attractive. ADL, Anti-Defamation League head Jonathan Greenblatt, love the name, Greenblatt, says Americans who criticize Greenblatt, it's as good as Splat, says Americans who criticize Jews and Israel will be monitored by the FBI. Oh man, heads up, Aristides. We will monitor social media and check your bank accounts. Fuck, good luck there.
As if they didn't own the banks already and could do that.
That's right.
You can see my no money.
Yeah, that's right. You ain't finding nothing there, buddy. I have 40 analysts working 24/7, 7 days a week. It's like, okay, well, like, what am I supposed to do? Lose sleep? I mean, Jesus. It's like, dude, government's been watching me forever. I mean, yeah, that's, yeah. Remember, yeah.
Someone in the comments, the thought of FBI agents looking at my bank account, it's $28.
Yeah. I have less than that. Dude, I got him fuck beat. There's nothing in mind.
This other guy said, is 40 supposed to be a lot?
Yeah. I got nothing in mind. At any rate, yeah. Well, while this is going on, there are people who are actually losing their lives to these folks. And they got the National Security Minister, Ben-Gvir, telling the Prime Minister, urging the Prime Minister to order the IDF to prepare to resume the war with tremendous force to achieve the war's main objective, the destruction of Hamas, which to him means the destruction of all Palestinians, because he and Bezalel Smotrich and everybody else in Israel has pretty much said that all Palestinians are Hamas. And that brings us to the ZOG, or the Zionist Occupation Government here. Trump has admitted that Netanyahu had urged him to delay or avoid attacking Iran out of fear that Israel's Iron Dome would be found wanting, while still calling for Iran's leadership to be replaced, telling Politico magazine that the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, is, in Trump's words, a sick man who should run his country properly and stop killing people. Pretty cheeky, considering that amid all the ice clashes...
It's like what is he talking about?
Yeah, thank you.
Like when he said that about, he said the same, it's like he has the same, like, lines, because he can't think of anything, so he just says the same shit. He said that about the Colombian guy, too. He said, he's very sick. He's not healthy. And it's like, dude, look who you're talking to. Like, look at yourself. Look in the mirror. What's that Michael Jackson song, Man in the Mirror? You know, look at that shit. He said he's almost dead and he's so unhealthy and shit. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, by the way, I love this, what was provided by our man, Brendan. When TurboTax asks if you have any dependents, I won't mention the other one, but I like the fact that they've got, Benny Netanyahu sitting on your lap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they might as well be twins.
Yeah.
I know
True
you
enough that,
disagree with
you're
me,
right.
but-
Zelensky is Jewish.
Yeah.
Zelensky is Jewish. So it shows Volodymyr Zelensky, and
They both get bankrolled by Germany and the US, so it's like they're
yes.
all fucking...
Yeah, that's true.
And no results. It's never any results except just more money.
Well, in all fairness, of course, the Ukrainian people are divisible from Volodymyr Zelensky. The Israeli people are not divisible from Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, so
I don't know those. I told you about those people, even though it was obviously like just Hollywood theater, of the people in the Knesset arguing with them and saying, you are responsible for October 7th.
Thank God. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there was someone, even though it was totally fake, it was like they at least tried,
No, I mean, I do believe that there are Israelis who are conscientiously aware of that and stand against him. The problem is they have a system just like ours where it doesn't matter. The radicalized right wing remains in power no matter what, because they've, here we have the Electoral College to blame for that. Over there, they literally have biblical curses that are hurled by their rabbinical sorcerers. I've gone into depth. I've dedicated episodes to this.
Well, they know that they can't go against them. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they really are a government by assassination. And Israel was going through liberal, progressive, inclusive prime ministers, and they were killed. Literally killed. And they were killed by people who were responsive to rabbinical cries for killing them. In other words, the call went out, kill this prime minister. And Israelis responded. And it was stated, hurled out as integral to a biblical, pre-biblical curse. So you've got these Israelis, they merely go out and they conduct an official curse and they get response to it. You could say it's the magic, or you could say people are simply responding to their call to kill. But such assassinations never work in America. You get people who come up to Trump and, he just puts on the ketchup on his ear and pumps his fist like he's jacking off. And, the bullet magically goes into other people around him. But in Israel, they always hit their mark. They hit true. So who's to say there's not a curse involved here? By the way, as I said, when it comes to, Trump.
Yeah, I mean, Kabbalah magic is pretty potent.
Tell him. Yes, tell him. And share with him any, this is like nothing to sneeze at. It's like, obviously it's been around for thousands of years. Yeah, it's whether it's psychosomatic or whether it's truly quantumly re-engineering our universe with a wham, a ride-along memory, rewriting the program of the video game as you play. They hit every shot. They get every headshot, and of their own, mind you, dealing with their own people.
Right.
They do. But that's how they control the government. And so it doesn't matter that you've got half the population liberal progressive. Through a series of assassinations, the right wing maintains power in Israel, a government by murder. They're not just committing mass genocide against others, they're killing the best among their own. And so, yeah, it's disgraceful. And we hope someday to divide those people with the liberal progressives centered on Tel Aviv Yafo, where the financial capital is their real capital, and the crazies that will be exiled to the Negev, or the desert, in a biblical sense and a physical sense, if I can at all help it. And here with this link I provided, this shows you...
I mean, do you think all those 40 analysts are just like watching your show right now?
Yeah, that goes without saying. I mean, remember Peter Moon's last words to Aaron Tice? Douglas Dietrich's hatred of the Jews will be his undoing. And it's like, dude, I barely ever address them. I hate even the thought of devoting an iota of my mental energy thereunto. It's only inescapable because of the problems they cause. Look at what we're dealing with. Genocide before our eyes.
But we're not allowed to comment on it.
Yes.
The overlords will.
Yeah. Yes.
We just have to, I guess, ignore it. Like, that's what I don't understand. Like, what if they silence everybody? So like, what are we just supposed to be like, walk away? Like,
well, what they are doing now to our service, they're helping us by exposing themselves as an occupation government. It's, we are watching you. You cannot speak against our kind. In other words, okay, you're our government. In effect, you're telling us you run us, right? There's no logical argument against that.
I think that's pretty clear, honestly.
Yeah. So they're doing us a service, and have at it. In the end, it just forces people to confront the facts. And this has nothing to do with any hatred on my part. It's not hate, dude. It's not hate. I like I said, all I want to do is give them their own country in America, Long Island and New York City, and another state. We'll refrain from naming for now. That I always said they can do to that what they do to Palestine, and I'll simply find it amusing. Because, it's...
Why not?
Yeah, because why not? At any rate, in New York, they can have not only their own financial industry, a control of a great deal of the world's finances, but they can also maintain their own movie industry, because plenty of films are filmed in New York City. They have enough of a film industry there where they can rival Hollywood. They don't need Hollywood. We can steal Hollywood. It was, after all, built by Jewish people from the ground up, but we can claim it for our own because we're tired of what they're producing now. It's like, the other day, when I was calling my gang brother Beaver about the people upstairs and the garbage issue, just the shit they do with the garbage. Like one time recently, putting all the garbage in my toter, their garbage in my toter. And then when I brought it up, I rang the doorbell. And they said, "Oh, that's the landlady. Dovima did that." And I'm like thinking, well, what a lame ass lie. And I just told them, hey, no worries. I just wanted to check in, and I'll just dump it in someone else's toter, which is exactly what I did. Fortunately, it was all in just one big bag, and I just pulled it out and dumped it in someone else's toter because, I can do that. And apparently no one else has that capacity for whatever reason, some kind of mental boundary. Or, one time I called the Recology Recycling a long time ago and asked them, hey, okay, and I was asking them different questions, and they said, well, you look like you're born in 1966, you might be a senior. You pay us a little extra money, and we can make an extra run to pick up extra garbage. I said, how about I just run up and down the street, throwing my garbage in other people's cans? And the woman just broke out laughing and said, I did not hear that. She couldn't stop laughing. I did not hear that, she repeated. But it's like, how come, boy upstairs can't do that? I mean, is it that, difficult to concept? But at any rate, no, he had to put it in mind. But when I was telling Beaver about this, because I was trying to present him with other issues, questions that are raised because of his trying to put it on my landlady, is he trying to start a flame war between myself and my landlady? So because Beaver manages property, because he's a landlord, it's valid to ask him these questions. Of course, when I'm talking to him, if he's suffering from agony, from what I'm saying, he prolongs the agony by constantly interrupting. It's always just this background, like, can't believe we're talking about garbage. Can't believe you're calling me again about this shit. This kind of like, I'm like, I finally told him, before Predator Badlands, which is the first PG Predator film in the franchise, because it was bought by Disney, the old Predators didn't have a language. They gave him a language to make him more relatable. He actually talks, but the old Predators didn't have the capacity to talk. They didn't have trachea. They didn't have vocal cords as we understand them. They had these mandibles. So their speech, as it were, was a language of clicks, sibilant clicks and hisses. Sibilant hisses and clicks. And yet, they always showed them, while they were hunting and prowling, to show that they were speaking a language. They had them talking, but they were usually hunting alone. In fact, always hunting alone, because they're predators and hunters, proving themselves and their mettle by hunting alone. Yet they kept talking, like they were constantly irritated and annoyed at the situation they found themselves in, like somebody muttering to himself, like. I said to Beaver, you're exactly like those pre-Disney Yautja, which is what they call the Predators. That's their racial name. You're like the pre-Disney Yautja, before they were PG. And it was all just clicks and hisses while they muttered to themselves at how annoyed they were at the situation they found themselves in. But that finally drove the point home to him. But such having been said, dealing with the garbage and the people upstairs and the his own insight into what he could provide once I drove it home to him with that, we have I don't know what brought that on. If Brendan remembers, he's welcome to remind me. But we were talking about
what is it?
Don't worry. Yeah, I don't blame you at all for losing track of all that. That was like,
what brought on what? This conversation.
Yeah. By the way, have you seen Predator Badlands?
Yeah, I haven't seen the new one, but I've seen the original one.
Okay, just curious. Yeah, it's I liked it. I thought it was all right. Of course, I'm quirky like that. But yeah, everybody's hating on it, all these, troll lords, the shit posters. But all that being said, we were talking about basically Trump calling Ali Khamenei a sick man, and that he needs to run his country properly and stop killing people, which is advice Trump could take for himself, as Brendan pointed out. Look in a mirror. And that's pretty cheeky, his level of hypocrisy, considering that amid all the ice clashes, a New Hampshire bishop is urging his clergy to prepare their wills. He feels we're in a new era of the martyrs, and he's right. So this individual, I've put a link up to what he's telling his bishopric. And some of these people are impressed, saying, yes, he's spoken, he's given word to what we haven't dared to say, yet what we've all felt, that we are going to, one of us is eventually going to die, in protest, and maybe more of us will die thereafter, that this is a new age of Antichrist, whereas others are claiming they never signed up for any suicide pact. But then again, if you're a Christian who professes to believe to the extent where you're willing to preach unto others to the point where you put on the cloth, then if you're not willing to sacrifice yourself, if you're not willing to ascend to martyrdom, what the fuck are you even doing? It's like, why would you even present yourself as someone in the cloth who's capable of preaching unto others the word of God when you're not willing to martyr yourself? You must be one hypocritical, phony piece of shit. At any rate, this separates the wheat from the chaff in this man's church and anyone else's. Trump supports mass protesters in Tehran, but not in Minneapolis. During the president's second maladministration, universal principles such as self-determination and human rights are only wielded opportunistically. And, well, after killing thousands of protesters, Tehran has no reason to back down. Iranian officials have confirmed that at least 5,000 Iranians have been killed in the mass protests. Plus, Russia is supporting Iran's repression. Moscow is providing the military equipment and internet technology that Tehran is deploying against protesters. Yet the Iranian regime may be more fragile than it appears. The Islamic Republic now faces converging pressures, economic, cultural, and political, that have pushed it into its most precarious moment in decades. On January 8th, the 12th day of mass protests in Iran, which began when shopkeepers, responding to runaway inflation, closed Tehran's Grand Bazaar, the Iranian government shut down public access to the internet, further shrouding an already largely closed society. Nevertheless, isolated images and details have been smuggled out, giving a hint of how brutal and monumental these events are. Video clips have circulated of people outside a morgue, unzipping body bags as they search for their loved ones. In the western city of Ilam, near the Iraqi border, security officials stormed a hospital to try to seize wounded protesters, while medical staff resisted, sacrificing their lives to protect patients. An ophthalmologist at a hospital in Tehran has reported that it has been overwhelmed by mass casualties, including many people who were intentionally shot in the eye by snipers. In the conservative city of Mashhad, a journalist said that the streets were full of blood. The Iranian government has acknowledged the deaths of 5,000 people, though international observers fear that the total must be much higher. The Chancellor of United Germany, Friedrich Merz, insisted on
they
Tuesday.
were just like firing into crowds.
Worse yet. Well, snipers were just picking off people's eyes. So it was dependent on the glint of the eye. You turn the wrong way and the light catches off your eyeball, the sniper would take you out. No matter your sex, gender, age, or orientation. Equal opportunity in that regard. As Brendan would know, the Chancellor of Die Neue Vereint Deutschland, the New United Germany, Friedrich Merz, insisted on Tuesday that the Iranian regime was, in his words, its last days or weeks. If he proves to be correct, it will be because hundreds of thousands of brave acts by Iranian citizens, acts of discontent.
Yeah, Merz is a G.
Thank you. Yes.
He's pretty hardcore. He brought Trump a copy of his grandparents' immigration record, by the way. Did you hear about that?
No, tell me about it.
Yeah, when he went to visit him in person, I don't know when, recently. I guess pretty recently. He brought him, he said, here is from, the Berlin archives that your grandparents were immigrants.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good for him. What did Trump say? Nothing, right? Trump's just
No,
like
of course he
speechless.
he didn't even know what he was talking about, probably.
Of course not. Of course not. But same Kanzler, Friedrich Merz, insisted on Tuesday the Iranian regime was in its last days or weeks. If he proves to be correct, it will be because hundreds of thousands of insanely courageous acts by Iranian citizens, acts of discontent but also of idealism, prevailed. So this week, we salute the brave citizens of Iran who have been protesting their theocratic government at extraordinary personal risk. Many Iranians have already been mass murdered. How many, we do not yet know, but reports conclude the current crackdown will prove more severe than any previous waves of repression. The courage of the Iranians is a reminder to us all in the West of what political dissent truly costs under authoritarian rule. Learn the lesson well. You'll be acting it out on the streets of the United States soon enough. By the way, I'm hearting. Here we are, the link. Friedrich Merz. He gifts Trump a copy of his grandfather's birth certificate. Yes, there we are. German provenance. Yeah, Trump's of very German provenance. He says there's a good basis for cooperation between the two nation states. Go on. Yes, please, Brendan.
Yeah. And then he said, "Oh, I'm going to put it up somewhere."
Trump said that?
I'm sure he just, yeah. He said, "I'm going to put it up, in here somewhere." And then he's like looking around. And then when he walked out, they just chucked it in the trash.
Yeah, that dumb
probably.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, no doubt.
Unless if someone visits the Oval Office, let us know if it's in there. But
yeah, there we are. Now, for the moment, thank you for that, Brendan. For the moment, Tehran is beginning to show signs of a return to normalcy after weeks of deadly anti-government demonstrations. But some Iranians say,
normalcy. I'm sure.
Yeah, what is normal?
I saw
in
people.
Iran?
I saw people like going. They went to the hospital and it was just a bunch of body bags, and they were like, "Look for your relative." So,
there you go. I mean, seriously, that's. Well, unfortunately, that is the new normal in Iran. It'll become the new normal here in the United States if we don't remove Trump now. But some Iranians say they're still bracing for a possible American intervention. The White House has said that President Trump hasn't taken any options off the table, and there will be grave consequences if mass killings continue. The United States military is finally moving a carrier strike group to the Middle East region amid the tension. But just as the Trump mandate excludes Palestinians from running their own lives in the Gaza, Trump is putting Venezuelan democracy on hold, with the White House prioritizing regime continuity over popular sovereignty. So kiss it goodbye, Machado. America's raid on Venezuela is the most dramatic expression yet of the Donroe Doctrine, Mr. Trump's belief that he can do whatever he likes in the Western Hemisphere, from commandeering Venezuela's oil to grabbing Greenland. As I will articulate, this is a formula for making America weaker in the long run. Before I get to that, of course, let's see what was shared by dear Brendan. Here we are. Iran protests leave 100, well, it says here 12,000 dead. Yes, it's 12,000 now. 12,000
yeah, if you scroll down, you can see the body bag. I mean, it looks like luggage. There's so many dead people. It's like, it's bad.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, this is not going to work. You just can't keep running a government by producing more dead bodies. When are they going to understand this is not an export item? It's like, okay, people, this is not helping the economy any other than buy less mouths to feed, which is, I'm sure, what they say every time they pull the trigger. More food for me. Yeah, and this.
It only that doesn't last, of course.
No, thank you.
Because if you're killing farmers and shit, I mean, by the time people that are making the food, by the time you run out of food quick.
Yeah, thank you. Seriously. And
like 6 to 12 months, and yeah, it's not good. Yeah.
oh no,
It's
no.
terminal. It's
Yeah,
terminal.
it's terminal. Yeah, that's they're this is a decisive moment in Iran. I mean, it gets to this point, yeah, the people can't possibly abide by this. Thank you for that, Brendan. Very important. Brendan has updated
It says
the numbers.
most, according to Iran International, most of them were under 30 years old.
Of course, that's your future.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's your future, and of course, these are the
Was
ones.
it just going to be a bunch of old people? Like, you
Yeah.
can't survive. A country can't last.
Thank you.
You
Thank
kill
you.
all your, under 30s. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the largest massacre in Iran's modern history. Honestly, you know what? This is so positive in the sense that they realize now the mistake they made getting rid of the Shah. Just how
And there's some idiots online that say, "Oh, the Shah." Like, I think it was David Icke actually. he said the Shah was the West's puppet, and that's why they want to bring his son back and all this shit. It's like, well, at least it's it's a viable option. Even though it's controlled opposition, it's like it's better than this.
Yeah, I mean, what David Icke is human fucking garbage, and if there's anyone with a reptilian cortex running his intellect, it's David Icke. So there's nothing he says that's worth a shit.
But he was the original exposer. Of
No,
all
don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. That's like, the guy had arthritis of the fucking brain, literally clinically diagnosed with arthritis of the brain. And just started, it's reptilians, man.
Here's the latest. Trump says releasing the Epstein files will destroy the reputation of innocent people.
Oh my! Wouldn't want that. Wouldn't want that.
What does that even mean?
Yeah. What does that mean? How are innocent people's reputations destroyed? How are innocent people's reputations destroyed by the release of the Epstein file?
I don't know. It's just because he's in it. He just has to say that. It's just compulsive now.
It's like, okay, let me see. I just saw something here. A bunch of men in a cage down in Nicaragua. Here we are. 60 Minutes airs report on Trump deportations that was abruptly pulled. Okay, so they pulled the 60-minute report on Trump's mass deportations. Like, what did you expect? We're in Iran now, people. Unless you want to see all those body bags produced here in the United States, at any rate. So where are we with the what was I going to look up here? It was something that had to do with the let me see what else is going on here. Here's a job Ford can't fill. And it's like, for those of you out there looking for employment who are a bit mechanically inclined, $160,000 mechanic job that Ford can't fill. There you have it. Geez, your dad, you can do that. Well, I'll share a screen with you. Here we are. Let's do a screen share. And here we go. And this.
He could have printed money if he didn't just go off off the rails.
Here we are. $160,000 mechanic job that Ford can't fill. Ford CEO says 5,000 jobs are open. Mechanics say there's little wonder why. I'm not quite sure about the rest of this. At any rate, so
yeah. Well, it's like, it's a brutal job.
Okay,
so that's why they can't fill it. Yeah, it's like,
okay. Yeah. This guy does not look comfortable. This is like you're looking up with the searchlight on your head.
Working, 80 hours a week because they give you jobs like warranty jobs that pay you like 1/3 of the market rate, and they just say, "Oh, it's warranty, you have to do it."
Oh God, yeah.
Because they don't get paid by the hour; they get paid by the job. So
what?
It's just this horrible. Yeah. So that's why a lot of those car repair places have issues keeping on to service techs, because it's just.
Why don't they change their model?
Because that's just how that's how they say, oh, that's what the computer system says. They pull that shit. Like
well,
if you use like the data, system for
uh-huh.
car repair, this is like ubiquitous in the whole car repair zone in America. If you look it up, it'll say this job is like, let's say it's 2 hours,
Mhm.
but if it's under warranty, they pay you for 1.5 hours. So
Jesus.
these techs are getting forced into doing all this warranty shit because American cars are just trash.
Yeah. Shit.
And they're getting pigeonholed into doing warranty shit because, that's what the company forces you into, and you're getting paid for a job that takes 2 hours, you're getting paid an hour's worth of labor.
Oh my God.
And then you pay taxes on it. So you're just getting screwed. So that's why no one wants to do it.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And then if you open your own shop or whatever, then you have to have all this license and insurance, and then people have no money, and it's, no one's really getting cars repaired anymore. They're just letting them explode.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There you go.
So it's just, it's a bad situation. We're going to, like you said, we're going to turn to Iran pretty soon.
Yeah. No, we'll be there. We'll be there. We'll all be facing the same problems they are, except worse. We will be dealing with AI lords. I mean, this is essentially what AI employment.
Like Judge Dredd and shit.
Well, no, thank God, no. That's first off. Judge Dredd is an example of a government that, in a very real sense, has some of its shit together. I mean, they can at least put out. Yeah, that's it's bad, but it's like let's put it this way.
They're saying worse than that.
Well, it's worse than Judge Dredd.
Like,
because,
what is it, RoboCop? Like,
no. I just mean that Judge Dredd manifests in that satirical universe a law and order. They have law enforcement. What you have here has nothing to do with the enforcement of law. It is simply a hostile occupation army that is now trying to ethnically cleanse America. This is not law. This is war. So, whereas Judge Dredd is operating in what, instead of Pax Americana, or the American peace, would be Lex Americana, in a world at law, in the sense that we used to say a world at war, because Judge Dredd actually winds up confronting other police from other cultures and other nations. And basically, every nation is a police state in his universe, where law enforcement has been so militarized that when they're projecting force against each other, it's generally law enforcement officers coming into combat with other law enforcement officers. There's a logic to their universe that you don't see carried out here, because here we are in what some people might say we're in seemingly a transition towards that, but it'll never get to that point, right, because we don't have conscientious law enforcement. In that universe, you've got conscientious law enforcement officers who are so conscientious that when they've made a mistake, they sentence themselves to the Badlands. They sentence themselves to the frontier to bring law to the lawless in a self-imposed exile. Yeah. Okay, yeah. They're like religious knights. It's not like here you're not going to have that. You're going to have this is just pure corruption. We're in a state of
True.
Yeah. So a comic book ideal does not suffice. And but when it comes to the example of why Russia, Iran, and Venezuela all connect, let me make that connection for people, because a lot of people don't get that connection. During its nearly 27 years in power, the Venezuelan regime of the late Hugo Chavez and then Nicolás Maduro made their country a key ally of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Aligning Caracas's policy to the theocracy's radical global agenda has included letting Hezbollah operate freely in Venezuela. With Nicolás Maduro now incarcerated in New York, his regime's survival uncertain, and the Caribbean nation's future hanging in the balance, Iran and Hezbollah have much to lose from a major foreign policy realignment in Caracas. For Iran and Hezbollah, Venezuela held high strategic value. It was a means of evading sanctions, a getaway to Latin America where terror plots could be hatched against the United States and Israel, and an ideological fellow traveler that would join the battle against the West at the United Nations and in other international fora, a partner in illicit business activities, a base to spread Iran's radical ideology, and a facilitator of Hezbollah's drug trafficking and money laundering activities. Losing all this now will not be the end of Iran's and Hezbollah's adventurism in region, but it will be a significant setback. And it's symptomatic of, well, the fall of them all. Stand together, you fall down like dominoes. First, there is terrorism. The foremost state sponsor of terrorism and its proxies have found in Venezuela a friendly nation that lets Iran's terror operatives go in and out of Latin America. Last November, the Daily Mail reported an Iranian plot to assassinate Israel's ambassador to Mexico. The plot was hatched in Caracas, probably at the home of an Iranian cleric who is the permanent representative in Venezuela for Al-Mustafa International University. Al-Mustafa is under sanctions from both the United States and Canada, but it is free to operate in Caracas. It is not just a multinational propaganda tool for Iran's regime, but according to both United States and Canadian designations, it also provides material support for terrorism. Its permanent campus in Caracas organizes conferences and events, ongoing academic cooperation with local universities, and recruitment of local Venezuelans. The region having suffered 3 deadly terror attacks by Iran and Hezbollah, while others have been thwarted by law enforcement and intelligence agencies. Were Iran and its proxies to lose Venezuela, it would become a safer place. Iran is able to exploit Venezuela as a forward operating terrorist base because Iranian and Hezbollah terror operatives and terror financiers have ready access to that Caribbean nation. Some Iranian and Hezbollah agents have acquired Venezuelan passports thanks to another perk, a perk enjoyed by Iran and its proxies as a result of their close ties to Caracas. In 2017, a Venezuelan whistleblower revealed that the Chavez-Maduro regime granted thousands of citizenships to Middle Eastern nationals. A list that I obtained from Venezuelan opposition figures puts that number at over 10,000, and local embassies, for the most part, managed the sale of passports in region. Access to coveted Latin American passports has made it easier for Iranian and Hezbollah agents to enter and exit the region, making Venezuela Iran's visa-free getaway and gateway, by that I mean gateway, to Latin America. And among those who hold a Venezuelan passport are the Lebanese brothers Amir and Samir Akil Rada. Amir was implicated in the 1994 terror attack on the AMIA, the Argentine Israelite Mutual Association, a Jewish cultural center in Buenos Aires, which probably put a stop for at least a moment to their constant arsons of Patagonia, in which 85 innocents were murdered and hundreds more were critically injured in that mass atrocity. I think it was Amir that remained responsible for Hezbollah operations in region for over a decade thereafter, and he is still a member of Hezbollah's ESO, External Security Organization, the branch of the organization in charge of military and terror operations. Amir was recently sanctioned along with his younger brother Samir and his son Mehdi Akil Helbawi for running an illicit fundraising scheme for Hezbollah. Samir was previously implicated in cocaine trafficking and remains in Venezuela, where he runs a thriving crypto business. This case, perhaps more than any other, shows the confluence of terror and illicit crime propped up by the sponsorship and protection provided by state sovereignty. It is by no means the only example. Other agents of Iran and its proxies have earned Venezuelan nationality through Chávez's and Maduro's generosity, such as Fauzi Mustafa Kinman, sanctioned in 2008 by the United States for transferring funds to Hezbollah, plotting terrorist attacks and kidnappings, and traveling to Iran with other Hezbollah members for training. His business partner was Ghazi Atef Nasreddin, also sanctioned, an influential leader of the local Lebanese community. In 2006, Nasreddin was in charge of Venezuela's embassy in Suraya, where he facilitated donations to Hezbollah, coordinated meetings with its officials, and organized their visits to Venezuela. Another Venezuelan passport holder is the United States-sanctioned Jihad Mohammed Kansu, a senior Hezbollah financial official within the organization's business affairs component, a loose network of Lebanese expatriates, coordinated by Hezbollah's ESO to raise funds for the terror group. These include Ali and Abbas Hussein Harb, alongside Ali and Qasem Mohammed Salameh, all of whom are associated with a major Hezbollah money laundering and drug trafficking scheme that American authorities exposed in 2011, the year my late and sainted mother was murdered a week after Fukushima Daiichi's nuclear meltdown. They were all Venezuelan passport or permanent residency holders. The list of Lebanese nationals with Venezuelan passports obtained from the Venezuelan opposition also includes many others who, while not directly identified as Hezbollah, have family or business links to Hezbollah or international commercial activities. Hassan Ayub Menhem, for instance, is a Lebanese businessman whose nephew is a Hezbollah member. Abdul Mohammed Ali Safiaddin is a business associate of the United States-sanctioned Hezbollah terror financier Al-Qamad Jalal Reda Abdallah, and Abdelmajid Hussein is a business partner of the Syrian-Lebanese dual national and United States-sanctioned Hassan Mohammed Daku, the king of Captagon. Captagon being the brand name for phenethylene, a stimulant drug that combines amphetamine and theophylline, originally prescribed for ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, as suffered by Brooke Gibson, and narcolepsy, meaning people who sleep all the time, which is kind of paradoxical. And in either case, it's now widely illicitly produced, especially in Suraya, becoming a major revenue source for that regime and a widespread drug in the Middle East and beyond, known for its stimulant effects but also significant addiction risks. Their collective access to Venezuela's economy and territory, granted by Chávez and Maduro years ago, made Hezbollah's financial operations in region easier to organize. First Chávez and then Maduro also enabled Iran's propaganda machine to spread Iran's ideology across the region from Caracas. With Iranian support, an academic department in one of the capital's universities was established in November of 2020 and named after the late Qasem Soleimani, the Pajdaran arch-terrorist and butcher of Aleppo, whom the United States President Donald Trump eliminated in Baghdad on the third day in January of 2020, 6 years to the day before United States forces captured Nicolás Maduro in Caracas. Tell me, Brendan, this is not astrologically planned. To the day that they pull this shit. While I review what you sent. And we've got three links.
You were saying that in ContraPoint, right?
No, I'm saying that this is all astrologically planned. It's got to be. I mean, but is it astrologically accurate? I mean, they're operating on a Gregorian calendar, and what happened was that Trump assassinated Qasem Soleimani, the Pazdaran terrorist, the arch-terrorist, the butcher of Aleppo, and he eliminated him in Baghdad with a drone strike on January 3rd of 2020, 6 years to the day before the United States captured Nicolás Maduro. So how is this not planned down to the day 6 years apart? And what does it mean?
Definitely is. I mean,
Thank
definitely
you.
his plans. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
And what is the astrological significance of January 3rd?
I mean, it's obviously where the solar position. So, like, whatever degree the sun is in at that point is what they're using.
Okay. Thank you.
So they would know, you know, they have astrologers on the roster, you know, even Trump does. So they always have, but they're definitely using somebody that knows how to game it. You know.
And yes, thank you for that. And do you feel, what's your opinion? Do you feel it's working for them? Like, it certainly seems to have worked so far. They seem to get their man, but
it's like when you do something, you want as many things in your favor as possible. So that's why they're waiting for these. Yeah. Okay. It says it's in Sagittarius.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, the sign of my mother. She
Yeah,
was Sagittarian.
So there's a reason they're using that, you know.
And by the way, tell us about Guatemala. Guatemala is now in a state of siege. A lot of gang.
This just came up. This was new, brand new, breaking news. Yeah.
And so it's gang activity. The gangs have taken over enough of Guatemala where they're responsive now. The military, or what's your impression?
That's what it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And
from NHK, Japanese news, it says error 404 not found. What was it NHK had before they took it down as soon as you sent it to me?
Oh, no, that was the same one.
Okay.
There was an error in the typing or something.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. So I'll just put a check mark on that. And here we are. Just scroll up a bit more, give you that check mark to acknowledge it. And then China reports lowest birth rate since 1949. Reversing the one-child policy has not helped. Nobody's having babies. Oh, which brings up a question that all I can say is, to this, I'll put this response because, the communist Chinese deserve everything they get, not the people, but the government for their asinine insanity. But let's see this. Okay. We can look up this horrific image of Sister Hong. And have you heard of her, by the way? And know about her?
Who's this?
Okay, so dig this shit. I wish that our man Aristides were awake to see this. Let me take a look at the options for screen sharing here. So we push the share button, and all right. This is Sister Hong, who is obviously no prize. Sister Hong is not cam girl material. It's like this is Sister Hong. Well, Sister Hong.
Yeah, okay. In the words of Austin Powers, that's a man, baby.
Thank you. So, Sister Hong is a dude who has.
So I was right.
Yeah, who has slept with thousands of men in China by running a prostitution service in which she asks only for gifts. You can only bring me a gift. And she asks for practical items like cooking oil. She gets a lot of cooking oil. Fruits, vegetables, stuff like that. I'm doing the screen share again. Can you see this?
Yeah.
So you take a look at this. I mean, this. I want plastic surgery. I want plastic surgery for the bags under my eyes. Look at this person. This person needs a lot more than that.
Hey, you don't have to worry about it. Look, there you go.
Yeah, and this person has slept with thousands of men. And what happened was, in order to make money, because she only said bring gifts, bring items, they brought her fruit, watermelons, vegetables, cooking oil, shit like that. And but she, in turn, without their consent, filmed them. And so she put all of the film of her fucking these men online to make money and made millions. millions of dollars. But these guys kept coming back. And then finally what happened was somebody leaked. And when they leaked it all. 1,600 clients. All of them overwhelmingly repeat customers. And so with Sister Hong getting these vegetables and then making millions, putting their shit online until somebody leaked it all. 1,600 clients. This individual, none of them wore protection.
Holy shit.
None of them wore protection. And Sister Hong is suspected has HIV, which might be the psychology behind taking down as many as he could with him. But why did they respond and keep coming back? They all knew he was a man. They all knew he was a man. They kept coming back. But when it was all exposed, their wives divorced them. Woman they were dating for years that they were going to marry had just met their parents, left them. It's like these guys who were influencers, like bodybuilders, remind us of someone, a certain person we know in England named George Knight. Bodybuilders would come to him regularly, and their macho online about, was destroyed by this revelation. He's responsible for taking down 1,600 men, so all their lives were destroyed. Many of them had to move to different cities. Other people killed themselves. So this guy's been responsible for the destruction of... But why did they keep coming back? And he kept insisting on sex with the lights on. I got to leave the lights on. No, we can't turn the lights off. I got to leave the lights on so he could record them. It's... Why? What is going on in China where these men kept coming back to this?
I have no idea.
It's like,
it's
look,
bad.
Yeah, look, I'm not, just so our listeners know, tell them, am I flattering myself when I say I look better in drag? I don't think so.
I mean, this dude's pretty bad, man. Like, he's pretty much... Like, it's not any competition with this kind of creature.
Yeah, thank you. What
even like those the American, the big ass drag queens are better than this guy. This is bad.
Yeah, thank you.
He looks like the ghost from like The Ring and shit. I mean,
that's an insult to her, dude. That's bad. That's don't do her dirty like that. No. No, she's got the mystique, man. She's got the moves.
Guy looks like a gorilla.
This
with
guy.
A wig on.
This guy looks like a gorilla with a wig on. Yes, thank you. And pale. Chinese hate pale. It makes them think of dead people. It's like some weird homo necro.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly, to be honest.
And it's
Let's put it this way: they deserve to be exposed.
Thank you. I hate to say it. Yeah, there's something wrong with these people that they kept coming back to this guy. It's seriously, I don't care how tickling his tongue action was. This is like, I'm sorry, the source of where it's coming from. This is not, no. But what's going on in China? Is it because they've killed off all the girls? You've got what's approaching a 75% male population. Is it that? It doesn't make any sense still. It's like some of these guys are married. The others are like dating, openly dating. It's like...
something's gone wrong in the mind or some shit. Something's gone wrong.
Yeah, something's horribly wrong in China. Xi Jinping, whatever you're doing, it's like Trump said, he's a sick man. Xi Jinping. And that's who this guy looks like. That's who he looks like. Does not Sister Hong look like Xi Jinping? Kind of. Not that bad, but still.
I mean, even Xi Jinping looks better than that. I mean, this is a severe case of, retardation if you're going after this.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my God. Oh, that's horrible. Thank you. Oh, okay. So, had to diverge.
How did you find out about this? You weren't one of the clients, were you.
Oh God, no! Please give me some credit. Seriously. First off, moment I find out someone has a penis, I'm out. Nothing against them. I'm not like, I'm not offended. I'm just gonna say, look, I'm just not into it. But she was telling these guys, don't be silly. It's just swollen, like it was a clit or something. But they still went at it,
It's
and they
so
kept
horrible.
coming back, and they kept coming back. It must have been really small, because she was passing it off as a really swollen clit, but it's still, that's like, it doesn't matter. The overall package is bad. It's like, I'm sorry. This is just really, really bad. People can look up Sister Hong. You'll find out what we're talking about. It's, they sell costumes now. Everyone in Asia is cosplaying as her. She's facing potentially life in prison, or the death sentence, because of, literally, ultimately being responsible for the death of not only 1,600 men, but their family members. If they're married or if they have girlfriends and they carried her disease to others, then she's managed to take down thousands of people. Here we are with something. Let's see this. Parsons, J.W. Parsons, The Book of Antichrist. Sayest, magic is the bridge between the seen and the unseen. It is the science of causing change in conformity with will, utilizing the hidden forces of the subconscious to reshape reality. And, this Thalamic magician was buddies with L. Ron Hubbard, who eventually scammed Parsons for all his money. The company you keep. Yeah. And, and that's why Peter Moon loved him. He was a whale. He's what in Scientology they call the whale. And so Peter Moon loved him. He was a whale fall for Scientology, which in turn helped in Peter Moon's sick, twisted, demented mind himself. And so his Lord and Master, L. Ron Hubbard. And there you go with that. Thank you. And the reason that this suddenly came to mind was just based on Sister Hong has kind of this mojo, right? She's doing something different.
I mean, it just showed up, but I mean, it's nothing to do with that creature. Like,
kind of not, but kind of sort of. It's synchronistic because the reality.
Okay, well, I mean, in a way, they could have used some kind of dark magic to trick people.
That
would be like giving them too much credit almost.
Well, I think,
but it's the only thing that makes sense, because if you just look at that, it's revolting.
Thank you. Yeah, Sister Hong must have been doing some kind of binding. There had to be some kind of binding. And by the way, everyone now calls him Uncle Hong. Hong means red, by the way. And red, of course, is synonymous with red light districts or prostitution. So he was calling himself Sister Red to imply he was a prostitute. But it's now he's known as Uncle Red. And he's everybody's uncle because he's fucked everybody's uncles. Oh my fucking God. It's there we are. The wigs, the wig he was using has completely sold out. Multiple companies have started reproducing it to get in on the money making. It's a cash cow now. Everybody's cosplaying all over Asia as Sister Hong. Of course, I found out about him because somebody said, if he could do it, Doug, think of what you could do. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to do it with 1,600 men, okay? That's like,
well, hey, but I mean, I think just the cam girl is good enough.
Yeah.
You don't have to touch it, but
good.
You don't have to be a Christine or whoever that other person you were talking
about.
Oh,
that, right. Good point. Yeah, that was funny.
Where they said, I can't do that. It's too, it's too demeaning, but being a dominatrix is fine.
Yeah, well, she's lying too. She's basically a whore. And, but she was making, like, people were giving her houses for just making them lick her boots and shit. Which, allegedly. She obviously had sex with a lot of guys. Everybody was measured by their dick size. 9-inch dick Tom, 14-inch real tech. Our man Brendan gets the joke, right? You get the inside joke.
I'm
Real Tech was telling remember he was telling Brooke. Brooke, my dick. And then when I came back, he said, my doctor she's Taiwanese. Said I should be a porn star. And I was like, I was like, yeah, okay, great. Yeah, I missed the entire conversation.
He's the cameraman. He should have done it by now.
All I heard was that his doctor was Taiwanese, really, and that she said he should be a porn star, and I was like, okay, cool. I mean, she's Taiwanese, Douglas, and it was like, okay. I'm still not quite sure if that makes sense or what the connection is, but it's definitely anyhow, he said it was like fruit on a roll, which has got to be a problem because, you know, once all the blood goes down there,
yeah, like at that point it's kind of like
you're losing consciousness.
Almost. Yeah, there was the guy that I think he was a Brit or something. It was some dude, and he said it ruined his life.
Yeah.
It was just like it would get in the way and shit was like, you know, he said it's not good.
Yeah.
That's what he was.
Yeah. So the Iranian penetration into Freudian slip there.
I'm sure it was.
The Iranian penetration into Venezuela's academic institutions goes hand in hand with the establishment of mosques and cultural centers across the country and the broadcasting of a 24/7 propaganda channel, Hispan TV, that Iran's former Presidente Mahmoud Ahmadinejad inaugurated in 2012 during a state visit to Caracas. Between propaganda programs and terror plotting, Iran's presence and influence in Venezuela is ubiquitous. A factory manufactures Iranian drones under Venezuelan license. Iranian know-how is used to restore Venezuelan oil refining capacity and output, and a long-haul fleet of aerocraft purchased from Iran is operated by Venezuela's Conviasa. All of this is evidence of Venezuela's deepening economic, political, and military dependence on Tehran. Becoming a savior to Venezuela's beleaguered oil sector gave Iran enormous leverage, alongside the other rapacious authoritarians who descended on Venezuela's fabled natural resources like flies on shit. With Maduro gone and a possible democratic transition looming, at least as a carrot or a taunt, all that hangs by a thread now. That relationship was not always tilted in Iran's favor. There was a time when a still somewhat functioning Venezuelan regime could help Iran evade international banking and commercial sanctions, but those days are gone. And Venezuela now owes Iran $2 billion United States dollars, which Tehran may no longer be able to collect. Now, during the past 5 years, the Iranian regime rescued Maduro's crumbling oil sector with a dramatic airlift in the spring of 2020. Since then, Caracas has been paying Tehran by providing precious gold, literal physical gold, at a discounted price in exchange for Iranian gasoline, technical assistance to repair its crumbling energy sector, weapons, and other critical support. So understand that with Trump maintaining continuity of government, Trump is maintaining Iran. Trump is definitively siding with the Sino-Slavic synaxis vis-a-vis Venezuela with the bad guys. And everything I've just articulated, much of what Tehran and Caracas do together is easy to track. The propaganda synergy of their TV channels, Iran's Hispan TV and Maduro's Telesur, Venezuela's diplomatic alignment with Iran's axis of resistance, including mutually supportive United Nations votes and diplomatic events, support for antagonist NGOs or non-governmental organizations through conferences and funding, and the military contracts, state visits, and military sales, Hezbollah's footprint in country is harder to detect, but no less important. Since Chávez's time, Venezuela's brand of Latin American left-wing populism has gradually gutted the country's economy and turned state institutions into an organized crime syndicate with the trappings of sovereignty. Terrorist groups on the lawless Colombian-Venezuelan border, like the Colombian FARC and ELN, control the flow of narcotics, and Venezuelan authorities facilitate transit through the territory. They're simply the mob in uniform. Now, before we turn back towards that, Brendan has brought us some more links, saying if only how Trump's Greenland obsession could land him in a military stockade. Yes, San Francisco Chronicle saying, if Trump's threat to annex Greenland ever becomes an actual order, that would be illegal, highly illegal, and as the commander-in-chief, he would be subject to a United States military tribunal. This has gotten no hearts and only ha-has. This is how demented people are, siding with Trump over the law. In other words, people are literally laughing at the law. We had a term for this. Scofflaws. Literally, it's a single word. Scoff combined with law in a portmanteau. So these scofflaws literally hold the law in contempt. And what they're saying is, if you're the biggest criminal of all, we'll make you fucking president. So I'll put money on this as never happening, but nevertheless, it's an objective. It may yet happen, but I'd be happy to just deport
I mean,
him.
what would those same people say if the military rounded him up? They would say, "Oh, defend." They wouldn't defend him after that.
They would. Oh yeah, they'd say the military's a mutiny. They would claim the military is a mutiny. And,
that's so stupid.
and it would lead to civil war. He would call on ICE and various paramilitary forces to attack the military. And believe me, it'd be an even match. Your military ain't worth shit, as I've described. All of that is, come on. If anybody honestly fucking believes that the U.S. military pulled off something admirable, even in the strictly professional sense, forget the morality here, that they pulled off something professionally competent in what they did concerning Maduro, you're out of your fucking mind. The Presidentress, Delcy Rodriguez, made a deal with Trump that she turns Maduro over on a platter and they leave the Cubans out of the deal. And they pretty much left them in the cold, didn't tell them what was going down. And when the Americans came in, they killed them all, down to the last. Massacred many Venezuelans beside, but allowed a immediate transition of Delcy Rodriguez, the woman who's the spitting image of my landlady, into power in Venezuela, and are now maintaining continuity of regime in order to maintain continuity of Iran and the Russian Empire. Trump is operating on behalf of the enemy with the enemy's cooperation. Nothing was accomplished here other than Trump serving the enemy. Now, again, Hezbollah's financial networks, for their part, play the traditional role of terror crime intermediary, facilitating logistics, transport, and financial services for illicit businesses, much of which is a three-way street. The criminal gangs produce and sell, the regime extracts fees, and Hezbollah facilitates global distribution and repatriation of the proceeds. Its nefarious role as crime enabler is not limited to drugs. Its members also engaged as middlemen in the thriving trade of illegally extracted gold, the illegal mining I was earlier referencing, a veritable environmental and human disaster unfolding in the Orinoco Basin under the Venezuelan regime's watchful eye. Traditionally, Hezbollah's regional representative has been sitting in Sao Paulo in Brazil, not in Caracas. But the last appointed Hezbollah ambassador left Brazil in 2019, 9 years after he was sanctioned by the United States Treasury. The tri-border area of Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay is another key hub for Hezbollah's illicit finance. Regardless, Venezuela is a critical node in Hezbollah's Latin America networks, especially because, unlike any country in region, it is a safe haven for their operatives. In part, this arises from the convergence between a narco-state, on one hand, wedded to greed and third-worldist ideology of the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa variant, and a terror state and its proxy on the other, embracing much the same, albeit from a Shia Islamist perspective. Still, Venezuela might not have turned so quickly into Hezbollah's Caribbean colony had it not been for the robust presence of a thriving Syro-Lebanese diaspora. Some of its members have become deeply embedded in the Castro-Chavista power structure, such as Ghazi Atef Nazaruddin, the former vice president, Tarek el-Aissami, since fallen out of grace, and Adel el-Zabayer, a former member of Venezuela's parliament whom the United States Department of Justice indicted in 2020 as a key figure, a draconic person in the regime's Cartel de los Soles, the mafia drug trafficking ring within the Maduro cupola. Both Hezbollah and Iran having some cards left to play in Latin America, but the deck is shrinking and their time in Caracas is up. Or if it is up, their regional operation will soon also fold under American imperial pressure. However, I'm here to tell you that's what you're being sold. That's not what you're going to get. This is bait and switch, and all you're getting is regime continuity, not regime change. And you're going to get the same you got before. A Venezuelan frontier for Iranian aggression supported, in fact, propped up by Donald Trump. Because in the past few days, Iran has experienced the biggest mass protests against the ruling Islamic Republic since it crushed the 2022 Woman, Life, Freedom uprising. The regime being the weakest it has ever been, its proxies, from Hezbollah to the Assad regime in Syria, lie shattered across the Middle East, while its vaunted missile force was dealt a serious blow by Israel during their 12-day conflict in June of 2025. Tehran and much of the rest of the country are running out of water, the economy is in sharp decline, and more Iranians are going hungry, especially members of what was once the middle and upper classes. Now, mass protests have swept Iran itself as a popular uprising that started in late December stretched into its interminable day before running up against a wall of lead. Mass demonstrators clashing with security forces in several cities on as late as Wednesday of Septemania last week, while footage online demonstrated that anti-riot officers were firing guns and tear gas towards crowds of people at point-blank range, emulating the Americans in Minneapolis. According to the HRNA, the Human Rights Monitoring Group based outside the country, at least 36 people, 34 protesters, and 12 security personnel were initially killed and 2,000 arrested before the shit even started hitting the fan. The most recent protests were triggered by deteriorating economic conditions, but they are the most recent manifestation of deeper-rooted public anger against the regime itself. The immediate trigger for these protests appears to have been a big, beautiful budget bill. Now tell me Iran is not the mirror universe, as in Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek, to Trump's America. And in this case, Iran's case, they're obviously infinitely more intelligent than the American universe because they rejected the big, beautiful budget bill in Parliament, in which the government proposed removing the preferential exchange rate, which would be 285,000 reals to a single United States dollar, a mechanism widely viewed as a rent distribution channel, really. Regime-connected networks profit from the spread between official/preferential rates and the open market. And the unrest itself, as a violent uprising, began with a strike and demonstration by shopkeepers in Tehran's Grand Bazaar on the 28th day in December. Bazaris have historically been loyal to the government, but are now upset with its failure to address the country's economic crises and shore up the value of the currency. The rial has been setting new record lows on a near daily basis in recent weeks, making even basic goods prohibitively expensive for many Iranians. Economic disaster has finally put vast crowds in Tehran's streets. The Islamic Republic is facing, despite its wall of lead, a perfect storm of external and internal threats to its survival. This time is different for Iran. Even Ayatollahs fall, and Iran's theocratic regime may be closer to collapse than ever before. Iran's currency crises could be the regime's downfall. Indeed, it may even, well, let's put it this way. We'll have Brendan interject. Tell them about the Iranian government trying to bribe people with worthless fucking money. Like, talk about a paper tiger. Tell them about...
Oh, you talked about them. They were saying, before they started killing people, they said, we're going to, give you a stimulus check, kind of like how Trump keeps saying.
Yeah!
And then when the Western journalists crunched the numbers, it was like the equivalent of something like $7. It was just like, yeah, that didn't work, obviously.
No, it was 7 real. Each person would get 7
No, it was
real.
something like, it was multiple thousand reals, but their currency so deflated, it was essentially worthless.
Thank you. Yeah, basically each real is worth $0.00. As a matter of fact, I looked it up. One real is worth $0.00.
Yeah, it's hit zero. So that means just it's not good. Yeah.
It's worthless. It's literally asswipe. Asswipe. So, indeed, it may even be the case that before this live stream uploads into publication, that Iran's Ayatollah Ali Khamenei will flee to Moscow. That is the rumored plan leaking onto social media. The Islamic Republic is unraveling. Unlike last time, when Biden was president, Trump has already taken out Iran's key nuclear installations and issued threats via through social, which is kind of like a paradoxical, we won't even go there. Nevertheless, Trump has texted that it will come and defend democracy protesters, which, even though Trump has no balls to put behind that because, Netanyahu told him no, because Israel is afraid Iran will strike back. And this time, no one will help Israel because, understand, wasn't their Iron Dome that protected them? It was everyone around them. It was Jordan, Saudi Arabia's, everyone else's anti-nuclear capacity went into action. And that includes a bunch of European and American, British, French, and American ships off coast that all unleashed their Patriot missile systems and various other counter-missile systems that kept Israel from suffering any notable casualties. This time they don't have that kind of wherewithal. So Israel said, "Oh, please, Trump, don't attack the Iranians. They'll hit us back with missiles, and some Jews will die. Better off that never happened. We're the chosen, you know, and our lives are worth something." So Trump said no go to helping out the people of Iran. But as for the regime itself, it's in not a much better position. Most of Iran's terrorist friends are dead. The streets were only recently full of Iranians demanding the return of the Shah, the son of the former Shah, who has been living in exile. Relevantly, over the past year, Russia has watched pillars of its external authoritarian ecosystem erode. Moscow is closely studying what's happening to its embattled ally to avoid Tehran's mistakes. The Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad's collapse stripped Moscow of its most important Arab client and a central node of its regional power projection. The dramatic American imperial capture of Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro at the start of January further exposed the fragility of Russia's network of partners. Now, as nationwide protests convulse Iran, threatening the Islamic Republic's survival, how will the Kremlin even respond? Russia is the world's worst patron state. From Syria to Venezuela, Putin has overpromised and underdelivered. On the third day in January, as news emerged of the United States operation targeting various Venezuelan military facilities, Russia's foreign ministry wrote, "This morning, the United States carried out an act of armed aggression against Venezuela. The development is extremely concerning and deserving of condemnation." When the White House confirmed that United States Special Forces had captured the Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro and his wife Celaya Flores and flown them to New York to stand for trial for drug trafficking and other crimes, the Russian Foreign Ministry stated that, "We strongly urge the U.S. leadership to reconsider their position and release the legitimately elected president of a sovereign country and his spouse." Beyond this statement, Moscow did nothing materiel to help the regime that it has previously called a key strategic partner in Latin America. It was only 7 months agone, in May, that Maduro and the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin met at the Kremlin to sign a treaty on strategic partnership and cooperation that stated that Russia and Venezuela would strengthen military ties and reinforce their ability to defend themselves against hostile external forces. Yet the Russians failed to warn Maduro of the American operation or to protect him during the raid. Instead, they watched from the sidelines. The Kremlin's impotence in Venezuela follows a familiar pattern that has been on display since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine 4 years ago. Absorbed in its protracted war against Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine, Moscow has few resources to support its authoritarian partners in crime. In 2024, the Russians stood by as the regime of their long-standing ally, Bashar al-Assad, collapsed in Syria. Last summer, in response to Israeli-American strikes against Iran, another strategic partner, the Russians offered to mediate between the belligerents, but weren't able to supply any useful intelligence or aero defense equipment that could have made a difference. In the case of Venezuela, Moscow was able to do even less than it did for Damascus, and Tehran. For Putin, the blow from Maduro's downfall has been especially humiliating. Although Venezuela has long been a drain on Russia's state coffers because of unrecoverable loans and money-losing oil projects, the country at least offered a certain point of pride. Moscow could claim to have secured a foothold in the United States' backyard. To authoritarian regimes, from Myanmar to Nicaragua, the Kremlin pushed the narrative that Russia is a potent hedge against the overbearing United States. Maduro's ousting not only maketh this rhetoric ring hollow, it also underscores the fact that Venezuela was never Moskva's to even lose. This brings us to the paper tiger paradox. Russia and Venezuela have maintained friendly ties for a quarter century. In the year Annō Dominī 2000 of the Commonal era, Putin and the Venezuelan Presidente Hugo Chavez, both newly elected, met for the first time during a United Nations General Assembly session in New York. The relationship between Caracas and Moskva, however, remained mostly transactional and pragmatic, not ideological, for nearly a decade. When Chavez embarked on a populist anti-American course, he was flush with oil profits amid elevated global energy prices and bought up Russian weapons to replace the aging American equipment purchased by his predecessors. The Kremlin, although not yet ideologically committed to confronting the West, exploited Chavez's anti-Americanism to cultivate a new arms market. In August of 2008, the year after my father's murder, that relationship deepened after Russia's 5-day war against Georgia and started to take an ideological turn with shared animosity toward American imperial hegemony. Moskva wanted its partners around the world to recognize the breakaway regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia as independent states and dispatched senior officials to persuade them. Initially, the efforts fell flat. The only state to side with Moskva in the immediate aftermath of the war was Nicaragua, under El Presidente Daniel Ortega. But then, in September of 2009, on a state visit to Moskva, Chavez announced that Venezuela would also recognize Abkhazia and South Ossetia. This was largely a transactional arrangement, but it started to shift the Kremlin's approach toward Venezuela away from pure pragmatism. Within days, Russia opened a $2.2 billion credit line for Caracas to purchase Russian military equipment, despite the fact that the Venezuelan regime had more than enough oil revenue to pay in cash. The Kremlin also announced large investments in Venezuelan oil by a consortium of the 5 largest Russian oil companies. Chavez had recently nationalized, stolen, the assets of 2 American energy companies, ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips, and was desperate for new technical and investment partners to develop challenging projects. Moskva also signaled that it would invest in various industrial, infrastructure, and social projects in Venezuela that would help Chavez boost his popularity and cement his grip on power, which had become more authoritarian over the years. Despite anti-Americanism being an increasingly visible driving force behind this partnership, Moskva was still pursuing its rational self-interest. After a brief dip following the 2008 Great Recession, oil prices were on the rise again, and Russia's investments and loans appeared to be recoverable. It wasn't until Chavez's death from weaponized cancer in 2013 that the remaining pragmatic pillars of cooperation started to unravel. Under Maduro, the regime grew ever more repressive, and economic populism, namely cheap housing projects and nationalizations of foreign businesses, strained the economy. When you're stealing everybody's investments into your country, don't expect them to return. Then, in March of 2014, Russia annexed the Crimea and launched a war in eastern Ukraine, setting the Kremlin on a path of confrontation with the American empire. That same year, oil prices crashed, decimating Venezuela's export revenue, severely reducing governmental cash flow, and compelling Russian oil companies to cut costs and pare down their programs. By 2015, the relationship between Russia and Venezuela had devolved into little more than an ideologically driven project fed by Putin's geopolitical ambitions. If nothing else, Maduro's Venezuela showcased the Kremlin's ability to project power globally, especially in the United States' backyard. Yet Putin ended up making the same mistake that the Greater Soviets leadership did when, despite mounting costs, the Kremlin sought to keep its ideological partners afloat. The Russian state energy giant Rosneft, for instance, has provided billions of dollars in advanced payments to PDVSA, Venezuela's state oil and gas company, that are unlikely to ever be recovered. Moskva also helped Caracas circumvent American imperial sanctions and invested in the Maduro regime's ability to withstand pressure from Washington. Russian military personnel staged joint military exercises and conducted training programs in Venezuela, sent military ships to its coasts, and flew Tu or Tupolev 160 nuclear-capable bombers over the Caribbean Sea. In 2019 and 2024, Moskva even dispatched military planes carrying mercenaries from the state-backed Wagner paramilitary company to Caracas to signal direct support for Maduro during protests against his regime after rigged presidential elections. Moskva provided intelligence support as well as aero defenses and other weapons every time the regime faced difficulties, including during the most recent United States military buildup in the Caribbean. Still, through it all, the depth of Russia's commitment to Venezuela has ever been an open question. Exempli gratiae. According to congressional testimony by Fiona Hill, who served as the Senior National Security Council Directress on Russia and Europe during the first Trump maladministration, in 2019, the Russian leadership cynically signaled to Washington that it was ready to abandon Venezuela if the United States disengaged from Ukraine. When push came to shove, however, the United States didn't need Russia's help at all. What's more, all the tools deployed by Moskva proved incapable of protecting its key Latin American ally. Russia was never able to provide timely and accurate intelligence to warn Maduro about the upcoming American operations, and the S-300 and Buk M2 missile systems Moskva supplied had never been properly maintained or even plugged into any integrated aero defense system, something that the Russian military would be expected to help with for a strategic partner and buyer of Russian military hardware. This is the D-trick, the key, the Meisterschlüssel or master key. Russia did nothing to even render it possible for Venezuela to defend itself. Why? Because Trump will now do that for them. It brings us to the unfinished business. For the last 20 years, Moskva has demonstrated an ability to inject itself as a player in regions with strong anti-American sentiment. But the Kremlin's costly misadventures have yet to show any practical benefits for enhancing Russia's genuine security interests or boosting its economic prosperity. Involvement in places such as Venezuela serves only Putin's vanity. A few votes of solidarity with Moskva at the United Nations General Assembly and money-making opportunities for some corrupt Russian officials. Moreover, the Kremlin's opportunistic approach simply does not translate into any durable ability to shape outcomes. The Kremlin may be able to prop up or, failing that, provide a gilded exile to authoritarian strongmen. But the Kremlin is unable to help its authoritarian partners address their regime's vulnerabilities through capacity building. Exempli gratiae. In Syria, Russia lent Damascus its air power. And after lending Damascus, the capital of Syria, Damascus, the capital of Syria, its aerial power and other military tools, it still couldn't fix the excessive brutality, incompetence, corruption, and economic mismanagement that contributed to the Assad regime's ultimate downfall. In Venezuela, Russia wasn't able to provide the Maduro regime with any timely intelligence, adequate training, or functional equipment. The Kremlin's failure stands in sharp contrast to the United States' success in helping Ukraine foil Putin's plan for regime change in Kiev. Over the last 4 years, Moscow's inability to influence global events has been even further eroded as the evil empire's resources have been consumed by the bottomless hole of the war in Ukraine. The war has made the Putin regime more resilient internally, since the authorities have stomped out virtually all dissent, but it has also diverted all the military equipment, personnel, money, and attention that, in theory, could have been used to prop up the likes of Maduro. Moscow may still be able to exercise influence in settings that are not strategically important to Washington, such as the Central African Republic or Tajikistan, but as the unfolding events in Venezuela plainly demonstrate, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire is not prepared to challenge a resolved United States in faraway theaters. For American imperial policymakers, the lesson must be clear. The Kremlin is not any giant that must be countered in every corner of the planet. Indeed, in any corner of the planet. And yet Washington must remain vigilant. Moscow has shown its staying power in situations in which Western interventions go unfinished and create new vacuums to exploit. A year after Assad's ousting, for instance, the former dictator lives in Moscow. The new leader of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara, has visited Putin in the Kremlin, and the Russian military maintains a presence in country, from which it projects power in the Eastern Mediterranean and Africa. Likewise, Russia has not abandoned Venezuela. Its military personnel and equipment are still there. The Kremlin will be waiting for any opportunity to leverage its presence, especially if the United States' removal of Maduro has only led to a regrouping of his regime and more chaos on the ground. If conditions in Venezuela continue to deteriorate, the Kremlin will be all too happy to fuel regional instability and then point to Venezuela as yet another example of failed American overreach after Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya. Ultimately, the Russian Empire will compensate for its weakness as a partner by reverting to its familiar strength as a spoiler. Still, if Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, runs away to Moscow, as goes the rumor, it's all over for the Islamic Republic. At the age of 86, he's not some hot young revolutionary desperate to build power. Khamenei couldn't hold his own against a toddler, let alone the force of an enraged nation. He might even wish for a Maduro-style rescue. As many have pointed out, the Venezuelan leader enjoyed a chauffeured ride out of catastrophe, which is not the way most dictators end their rule, especially in the Middle East. On that note, Russia must be getting sick of housing deposed Islamic rulers. But you know what the internet says. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Their 20-year strategic partnership no less, was as stupid a game as anyone can imagine. If Khamenei does Uber himself to freedom, it is said he will take his friends, family, and 20-odd aides with him. This would include his son, the heir apparent. Regardless, the possibility of American imperial involvement is unreliable, with the death toll of protesters in Iran having risen to at least 12,000, while Trump face farts that help is on the way. According to 3 United States officials, the president has been presented with preliminary plans ranging from possible strikes to other options that would not entail military action. While President Trump has been weighing a range of options against Iran amid a violent crackdown on mass protesters that human rights groups concur has killed more than 12,000 people by now, no final decision has been made. Trump warned Iran that if they killed protesters, the United States would appear. It's not over yet. No one is saying it is. By Friday into the weekend before last, a paltry concession of 7 Iranian rials, each valueless at 0.00 United States dollars, was offered by the regime to every single citizen in a desperate attempt to calm the economic component of the rallies. When that predictably failed to work, Iran pulled the plug on contact with the world. Iran crippled Starlink, and the rest of the world should worry, which only emphasizes how dangerous the American retreat from global diplomacy is. What if someone sitting at a laptop on the other side of the world could read all your text messages, or shut off your electricity, or poison the water coming out of your kitchen tap? It's a more plausible scenario than you might care to think. Hackers in Iran, Russia, and Communist China on the Asian mainland have spent years targeting critical infrastructure across these United States and our Western allies, from gas pipelines to healthcare systems to water treatment plants. And they're getting better at it. Artificial intelligence will only magnify those threats because it makes up for the intelligence the human programmers lack. Tobias Feakin, who served as Australia's first ever cybersecurity ambassador from 2017 to 2023, has asked, how often have you ever heard anyone speak to you when you've asked about the threat landscape? And they say, no, it's getting better actually. It never does. Now, cyber diplomats such as Feakin are worried that the United States under President Donald Trump is pulling back from its leadership role in protecting the world's digital borders at the worst possible moment. Cyber defense requires global cooperation and trust among countries, both of which Washington has severely dented, if not completely decimated, in the last year. Though many of those diplomats, as well as current and former officials, stressed that there has been no visible breakdown at the operational level, they've shared similar anxieties about the level of Trump's commitment to all things cyber, with one source warning the press, the U.S. leaves a uniquely sized gap if and when they are not present. We go into 2026 being more aware than ever about that uniquely sized gap. You know, that big, puckered American asshole. The black crack from which, all the shit sources from. Yet, when it closes those butt cheeks, we at least have the semblance of a world policeman. That never counted more than on the beat of cyberspace. And this is a sentiment that extends across sectors, on whether the Communist Chinese Empire can fill the vacuum left by the United States in the global climate fight, and on what the international nuclear order is starting to look like sans American imperial guardianship. I coined a term for this broader moment of American abdication in my latest episodes preceding tonight: the world minus one. In this post-American world, Iran is already systematically crippling Starlink, the satellite internet service, said to be almost impossible to jam. The service became synonymous with censorship-proof connectivity. Iran has just proved that assumption wrong. The nationwide internet shutdown, which started on January 8th, has disconnected 85 million Iranians from the outside world. Military-grade GPS, geosynchronous positioning satellite jammers, deployed since January 8th, have cut satellite internet performance by as much as 80% in parts of the country. Cloudflare, a major internet infrastructure company, recorded a 98.5 percentile collapse in Iranian internet traffic within 30 minutes of the shutdown starting. NetBlocks, an internet monitoring group, confirmed non-satellite connectivity dropped below 2% of normal levels. Starlink has not been completely blocked in Iran yet. Reuters reported on January 12th that 3 users inside Iran confirmed the service still works in some areas, particularly border towns. On LinkedIn, Amir Rashidi, director of digital rights at the MICHÆL Group, a United States-based nonprofit focused on Iranian internet censorship and digital rights, wrote, "It is still operational, but due to security risks, information is reaching outside the country more slowly. The level of violence by the government is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. The Islamic Republic is killing to survive." The United States-based human rights activists news agency reports that tens of thousands of people have been killed, and certainly far more than 10,600 arrested since protests erupted on the 28th day in December. Iran Human Rights, based in Norway, said the real toll must be far higher. The Iranian Nobel laureate Shirin Ebadi warned of a potential massacre under the cover of a sweeping communications blackout. There's only one life and death story that matters this night, and that's Iran. Mass murders of tens of thousands of protesters on the Iranian streets are to be followed by protesters executed by hanging in the most barbaric way. I urge you to support and or remember Irfan Soltani, who has been named to so die, and not let his imminent death, or his death as has already transpired, be in vain. In highlighting the barbarity of the regime's mass killing, President Trump has claimed that the United States will act and help is on its way! Let's fervently hope help is indeed on its way, and that an America on the side of liberty and freedom is the sort of America we know and love. Unfortunately, it's under a Zionist occupation government right now, and Benjamin Netanyahu can't get enough of young Iranians dying. He wants them all dead, so he told Trump, "Don't intervene! I like to see Iranians die." Because, according to the Internet Society, a non-profit that advocates for an open internet, Iran has cut internet access 17 times since 2018. Mohammed Soleiman, a technology analyst at the Middle East Institute, a Washington-based think tank, has attested that years of sanctions have left the government with near total control over internet infrastructure. Tehran has introduced a whitelist system that allows government-aligned media selective access while ordinary citizens remain cut off. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's X account continued posting even as the rest of Iran went dark. Starlink was designed to withstand exactly this kind of censorship. Its thousands of low Earth orbital, or LEO, low Earth orbital satellites, shifting frequencies, and independence from terrestrial infrastructure made it the ultimate failsafe for activists, journalists, and militaries operating under blackout conditions. The SpaceX founder, Elon Musk, shipped terminals to Ukraine after Russia's invasion and activated beams over Iran during the 2022 Mahsa Amini protests. When Russia tried similarly jamming the satellite service in Ukraine starting in 2022, SpaceX, which operates Starlink, responded within hours by pushing software updates that quickly countered the attacks and restored service. The service became synonymous with censorship-proof connectivity. Iran has just proved that assumption quite wrong. So far, no such fix has arrived for Iran. Tehran appears to have succeeded where Moscow failed. SpaceX has not commented on the disruption. Starlink terminals rely on GPS, or geosynchronous positioning satellite signals, to locate themselves and connect to satellites. By disrupting these signals, Iranian authorities can render the devices unreliable without touching the satellites themselves. The implications extend beyond Iran. In Myanmar, the Sudan, and other conflict zones, Starlink has become critical infrastructure for rebels, aid workers, and journalists. If Iran's playbook of jamming techniques spreads, that last workaround for connecting during a blackout will no longer work. The White House press secretary, Karoline Leavitt, confirmed on Monday that President Donald Trump and Musk have discussed restoring access in Iran, but it remains unclear whether they reached any agreement, such a conclusion being far less reliable now that they're blood enemies. Musk won't help because Trump won't help with Beijing's massive filing before the United Nations, aiming to secure orbital rights before SpaceX takes them all. In a geopolitical space grab, the Communist Chinese Empire just filed plans for 200,000 satellites, challenging Elon Musk. The race to swamp LEO, low Earth orbit with satellites, just entered a surreal new phase. In the dying days of 2025, while most of the world was preparing for New Year's Eve, a newly formed entity in Market Leninist China subtly submitted paperwork that could reshape the night sky in a very major way. The filings lodged with the ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, outline a plan to launch nearly 200,000 internet satellites. To put that staggering figure into perspective, humanity has launched fewer than 20,000 satellites in the entire history of spaceflight. This is a massive claim on orbital real estate. As the United States and People's China jostle for dominance in the vacuum of space, these filings represent a strategic maneuver to reserve frequency and physical space itself before competitors, specifically Elon Musk's SpaceX, can lock it all down in monopoly. This brings us to the paperwork wars. The details of this proposal are vast. On December 29th, a group called the Institute of Radio Spectrum Utilization and Technological Innovation filed submissions for trois distinct constellations, or constellae, designated CTC-1 and CTC-2, according to filings seen by the South China Morning Post. The biggest projects, CTC-1 and CTC-2, were for 96,714 satellites each. Together, these trois networks would comprise 193,428 satellites. The filing indicates they would be spread across 3,660 orbital planes, creating a mesh of hardware designed to blanket the planet in connectivity at 360 degrees of angling, effectively blanketing out the night sky itself. The entity behind this audacious plan is as new as the proposal itself. The institute was registered in Red China's northern Hebei province on December 30th, the day after it submitted its ITU filings. It appears to be a collaborative effort jointly established by 7 Commu-Chinese entities and situated in the Zhonggan new area, a developmental hub intended to link Beijing with surrounding provinces. Zhonggan is sometimes referred to as China's, Hongzhonggua's, or Red China's city of the future. It's supposed to serve as a model for high-tech, sustainable urban living featuring smart city tech, green spaces, underground infrastructure, and a focus on innovation, AI, and green energy, aiming for a population of 5 million by 2035. So, it's behind a land grab in the vacuum. A space grab, if you will. Why file for 200,000 satellites when you haven't even built them yet? The answer lies in how the United Nations manages space. The aforecited ITU operates on a system where filing first grants you priority over radio frequencies and orbital slots. If you file a plan today, subsequent operators have to prove they won't interfere with your signal. This system incentivizes nations to stake claims on far more capacity than they can realistically use. Victoria Sampson at the Secure World Foundation, an American nonprofit, suggests this might be exactly what Beijing is doing. To quote Xi, it is possible they're just trying to create some space for later on. It is also possible that maybe they're planning on something that big. By getting the paperwork in now, the People's Republic of China forces other nations to work around them. The sheer size of the request, spanning thousands of different orbits, blanketing out the moon and the sun by filling our sky with satellites, is staggering but offers a lot of flexibility. When it comes to, the Communist Empire of the East's large filing for so many different orbits, it could only mean that they haven't made up their mind yet concerning the structure of this constellation. Essentially, by claiming everything, they keep their options open. By the way, as Brendan says, an evil man will burn his own nation to the ground to rule over the ashes. Sun Tzu. Not exactly Sun Tzu, but still interesting. Indeed. Thank you so much for that, Brendan. And feel free to comment on what Communist China is trying to do here. Tim Farrar, a satellite communications consultant, explains the strategic advantage of claiming the heavens. If you file ahead of someone else, If you meet your deadlines, those other operators should not interfere with you. It gives them freedom of choice of what they want to do. There's very little penalty to doing it this way. But it brings us to the physical impossibility of launch fever. While the bureaucracy allows for infinite ambition, in this case, the laws of physics are less forgiving. Even if the application is genuine, the logistics of deploying 200,000 satellites in the required time frame are mind-boggling. For the SCMP, the South China Morning Post, Victoria Bela wrote that under current rules, satellite systems have to be operating or have at least one satellite launched and operated for a period of time within 7 years of initial filing. Once that first satellite is up, the clock starts ticking harder. Operators must deploy 10% of their constellations within 20 years, half within 5 years, and all within 7 years of that first launch. To hit those targets, the centralized single-party state capitalist China would need to increase its launch cadence to unfathomable levels. Yes, the Red Empire launched 92 rockets in 2025, a record for the Empire of the East. However, to deploy the full CTC constellations, or constellae, they would need to launch more than 1,000 satellites a week to deploy 200,000 in 7 years. From nearly 100 to many thousands of launches a year is a literally astronomical leap. This disconnect between filing and actual capability isn't unprecedented. In 2021, Rwanda filed for a constellation of 327,000 satellites. The industry simply shook their head and turned away in pity. Needless to say, Rwanda never became Wakanda. It hasn't launched a single satellite ever since. However, unlike Rwanda wannabe Wakanda, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East is a major spatial power, with active mega-constellae, or mega-constellations already in development. It would be unwise to underestimate their capabilities and resolve to get the job done. But we're still talking crowded skies and orbital anxiety. Nobody else would be able to take off, physically leave the Earth after that. The Chinese would have literally blotted out the sky. The monolithic communist Chinese superstate supermassive filing is a direct response to the rapid expansion of Western networks, particularly SpaceX's Starlink. The geopolitical subtext here is the rapid saturation of near-Earth space, or NEO. NEO. The American and Communist Chinese empires are locked in a race to control the shell of connectivity around our planet. SpaceX currently dominates this domain with 9,400 active Starlink satellites, a lead that Beijing views as a national security threat. Securing these rights is a way to ensure the Communist Chinese Empire isn't locked out of the future internet. The first mover advantage in orbit is powerful. As experts have explained, the rules favor those who get their paperwork in early, and the bureaucrats and technocrats of communism are obsessed with paperwork. It's their entire life. The main concern being that Hong Zhonghua, Red China, that if it rates its best orbital slots, in fact, the best orbital slots for anyone and everyone, will be gone. All owned by a madman named Elon Musk. Checking the latest link from our man Brendan here. I believe this is in Farsi. I'm not seeing anything. It's just a blackout. Is that the point? That's the point, right, Brendan? It's a fucking blackout. So all I'm seeing is black on the screen with a bunch of Farsi, Persian writing coming across. Welcome to Iran. Thank you, Brendan. Did you see anything you want to be? He says loaded again. Dude, it's okay. Pressing that button again, and dude, it's all black, dude. I can share this with you. You got things moving at the bottom, but it's just yeah, there's nothing there to see. Here, I'll share with you. I'll do a screen share, then you can see it. This is what I get. See, it's obviously moving. Majestic Rasputin. Is that some kind of like red rum thing? red rum, and then
That's the song that's playing, but it says Faladi Mir
Okay.
Putin.
Go on.
It's a like a montage of Putin traveling in Siberia in the forest, and he's like picking mushrooms and shit. He's having a good time. I don't know why it's not showing it to you. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's weird. Jesus Christ.
You would
Cool.
like it. He's all happy.
I would like that. That is funny. It's funny. Yeah, it's always funny to see a mass murderer having a good time. I mean, I'm not being sarcastic. It is bemusing. It is and amusing. It's actually amusing to see that because they're psychotic, and you see a psychotic traipsing around. Thank you. Yeah. So, as we know, communist China on the Asian mainland has not stood idle. The Red Empire of the East is building the Guangwang network, which aims to launch around 13,000 satellites, and the Qianfan network, which plans to deploy more than 15,000 satellites by 2030. Whether this is a bluff or a genuine roadmap, it highlights how quickly our perception of crowded has shifted. Just a decade ago, a few dozen satellites constituted a network. Today, we are talking about hundreds of thousands. If even a fraction of these satellites is launched, LEO, or low Earth orbit, will become a fundamentally different place. The region between 400 kilometers and 2,000 kilometers in altitude is already becoming a clusterfuck, a traffic jam of literally heavenly proportions. And safety is a growing concern. In December, Starlink admitted that one of its satellites had experienced an anomaly and deorbited unexpectedly. To mitigate risks, SpaceX announced it would lower the altitude of around 4,400 fucking satellites. 4,400 orbiting at around 550 kilometers to 480 kilometers this year to reduce the chance of collisions. Whether Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, actually intends to build 200,000 satellites, or is simply gaming the regulatory system to hold the door open, the message is clear. The gold rush for LEO, low Earth orbit, is far from over. It has only just begun. And while Iran has disconnected its internet and phone lines to cut off its 85 million people from the rest of the world, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, is doing what the United Nations always does. Nothing. The United Nations costs the world $3.45 per person, or has been, that's one alternative calculation, or as has been calculated, $3.45 billion every year, and the contribution to a critical friction point on the geopolitical stage amounts to, "Ooh, please be nice to the protesters, Supreme Terror Leader." This is the fawn response. Oh, here we go. Putin! Fucking Putin! Oh, look at him playing Mr. Mushroom Man! Yeah! Oh, dude. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Vladimir Putin in the Siberian forest. Got a little photograph here.
And that shit was super censored. They must have taken that from some Russian secret Russian program, because it was hard to even get those photos to you.
Damn, I can see why. He He looks so fucking weird. It is weird shit. It's like, yeah, he didn't want this to be seen by people. He like had second thoughts after that because he looks so like a dork. Looks like this little dork, like Yul Gibbons, except without the beard. He's like a Russian Yul Gibbons. It's like thank you for sharing this. This is pretty funny shit. And
I mean, I thought it was nice. I mean,
yeah,
he seems.
he looks,
I'd go on a hike with him.
yeah, he looks so,
Innocuous.
Innocuous. Thank you. I couldn't get that out without you. Yes, he's totally innocuous here. Yeah, well, one thing is clear. While Australia's Anthony Albanese tries to dance around a royal commission into Islamic terror, the United States has had enough. Well, or so they claim. No royal commission needed. Instead of mopping up the endless supply of branches and networks, well, under Trump, it looked like we were going to go straight for the source in Iran. Till Netanyahu told him no. He likes seeing Iranians die. What is often said about weak men creating hard times is true of complacent world leaders allowing evil to fester. We are never going to fight terror with bollards around Christmas markets or minding our manners with blasphemy laws. Terror has to be evicted, defunded, suppressed, and hounded to the edges of the world. It's happened before when the United States of America declared war on the Barbary pirates. Trump has no domestic issue pinning a target on Islamic terror, but other Western leaders are shit scared because of what they've already let into their countries. Back in the breach, North Korea has spent the new year moving visibly closer to Russia, but Russia's situation is precarious, based largely on what happens to Iran and Communist China on the Asian mainland. Moscow will not rescue Iran through direct military intervention, something that would cross a decades-long Russian red line. Instead, Moscow is doing what it has done repeatedly over the past 12 decades when authoritarian partners face internal threats, reinforcing the tools of repression, sharing lessons from its own experience managing dissent, and insulating the regime from external pressure. Publicly, the Kremlin has defaulted to familiar language by condemning foreign interference, warning against destabilization, and affirming respect for Iranian sovereignty. Privately, however, its role is far more consequential. Moscow continues to provide the key military equipment and sophisticated internet suppression technology that the Iranian regime is abusing today. Losing Iran matters to Moscow, and no doubt President Trump will continue offering Putin the friendship card at every step. You wonder why Putin is silent on Venezuela? Because Russia's long-term gains will outweigh its losses in Venezuela. Which, because Trump is maintaining regime continuity, rather than instigating regime change, guarantees Russia and Iran don't lose at all. Trump is maintaining their property. He's now their lapdog, their watchdog, on our doorstep in the Western Hemisphere. He took Venezuela not to keep them out, but to keep you in. And with that, we'll close live stream for tonight. You any thoughts on those satellites of Communist China or what Iran did to take down Starlink, dear Brendan? We'll see if he's still there at this hour. Poor guy. 1 a.m. He ought to be getting himself some sleep. No? No?
No, you don't want to hear my take on how satellites aren't real. Yeah, it's not the time for that.
Okay. Cool. All right. All right. Well,
But
blessed.
it's just, I mean, even if they were satellites. It's like the radio waves can be jammed. It's just a radio wave. So it is sophisticated technology, but it's not out of the question, you know. It's not sci-fi.
Thank you. Yeah, that's appreciated. Well, blessed be thy slumber and
knowing that
Yeah.
the Starlink people, they're using cheap ass weather balloons, so it's not like it's not some godly technology like they're like a Bond, you know, like a Bond villain or something, where it's like a satellite death ray. It's not as sophisticated as they claim. Let's put it that way.
By the way, kisses to our lady listeners out there. We maintained fabulous numbers throughout the night, Brendan. So did Aristides with us. My thanks to Holly Kiefer for her dropping by. My thanks to Samuel Romero for his textual participation, and Holly for hers. Heather Holman, I mean to say. God damn. So with that, dear Brendan, blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. I'll end the live stream now. Everyone, if you want to get something into the text box, enter it now or forever hold your peace. Pixie Princess Star Fox has stayed with us throughout the night, saying intelligence beyond means adore with various hearts. I love you dearly, honey. Love you. And yes, think about you often. Brendan and I are always concerned about you. Maintain yourself in the best of health that you possibly can. And with that, we now get ready to turn the live stream off. We'll be back on Wednesday. Fuck, it'll be Wednesday before you know it. So everyone join us then within a matter of too few hours, and we'll dive right back into the breach. With that, we're ending stream. And triple redundancy process here.